एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
कौन है मेरे को बोलने से?
यार क्या दिखा?
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
अरे प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। अरे काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
In the age of the connected consumer, MOBEXX helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using MOBEXX's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using MOBEXX's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. MOBEXX, driving real connections.
Imagine a world where talent rocks, swag rules, music flows, beauty glows, where food is art and life's a runway, where calories burn and fashion sizzles, where every moment superstars are born and creators make magic with hot, lit content. Experience a world where lifestyle meets social, meets commerce. Discover the latest looks, earn trail coins and shop the biggest brands. Welcome to a world filled with joy and full of purpose. So jump right in. Let's go trending with Trell. Download now.
So you've been trying to scale your performance marketing business, but poor tracking mechanisms and half-cooked features of performance tracking platforms make you dependent on multiple vendors. Dealing and coordinating with these multiple stakeholders lead to random errors, snags every time you try to make it big. But not anymore. Introducing Trackier, a 360-degree performance marketing platform software that automates your network operations and boosts your ROI by over 50%. Here's how it works. Trackier provides seamless integration and support with over 100 plus APIs, the highest in the market. Say goodbye to fraud activity and undesirable conversions with our exclusive Optimize Rule feature. Just set the rule, and whenever the condition arises, Trackier will automatically trigger the rule. Trackier's custom reports lets you dwell into granular data so you can process actionable insights instantly. What's more, Trackier is highly scalable and customizable according to your requirements. So, stop wasting thousands of dollars and time on virtual assistants, multiple verification vendors, and unwanted fraud conversions. Gear up to scale your business by booking your free demo of Trackier today at www.trackier.com.
आपने एक्सपर्ट से सुना होगा ये कैसे हेयर फॉल रोकते हैं। सुना है ना आपके फेवरेट चेहरों से भी, पर इनमें है हार्श केमिकल्स जो हेयर फॉल बढ़ाते हैं। तो इनकी मत सुनो, अब नेचर की सुनो। वाओ स्किन साइंस रेड अनियन ब्लैक सीड ऑयल शैम्पू, अनियंस और ब्लैक सीड ऑयल के पावर के साथ जो हेयर फॉल कम करे और बालों को बनाए शाइनियर एंड 10x स्ट्रॉन्गर। नेचुरली बी वाओ। Naturally, shop now on buywow.in.
छोटी छोटी सी शुरुआत है, ये छोटी सी उमंग है, टिमटिमाते जगमगाते ये हैप्पीनेस के रंग है।
इंस्पिरेशन कहीं से भी हो, एक छोटे से आइडिया से हम कल को बेहतर बना सकते हैं। वाओ स्किन साइंस विटामिन सी फेस वॉश अब प्लास्टिक की जगह पेपर ट्यूब में। ये है हमारी छोटी सी शुरुआत। बी वाओ नेचुरली।
Namita, you can take over.
Hi everyone, I'm Namita Sachdev, your host for the day, and I feel immense pleasure to welcome all of you to the exciting edition of MOBEXX 2021, presented by Woot in association with Trell, co-powered by InMobi and Pocket. Our gold partner is Trackier, and our gifting partner is Wow Skin Science. Now, MOBEXX 2021 is an event where there will be a day-long conference spread across panel discussions, keynote addresses, fireside chats, focusing on decoding the mobile marketing space and also predicting the upcoming trends in the industry. Top industry stalwarts will be presenting their case studies and sharing their insights about the upcoming trends and developments in the industry. So I must tell you that for more information, you can check out our website at @gali.com and do follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn too. Yes, for further, if you have any queries, you can check out our @gali social media handles also on Twitter and Facebook using the hashtag MOBEXX2021. Before moving further, I must request Madhura to please play the AV of the introductory AV of MOBEXX 2021. Can we please play that?
Namita, you are muted.
So this event would not have been possible without our presenting sponsor Woot in association with Trell, co-powered by InMobi and Pocket. Our gold partner is Trackier and our gifting partner is Wow Skin Science. So can we have a quick look at the sponsors AV as well? I think there is some technical issues. If not, then can we please play the AV once again of our sponsors? Okay, so without a further delay or without a further ado, may I call upon Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, who is the founder and CEO of @gali, to please take over the stage from now. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Namita. Good morning,
you?
everyone. Good morning. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all to the fifth edition of MOBEXX 2021. Since the last edition of MOBEXX, a lot has changed in the super efficient and multitasking world of mobile. It has been very interesting to see this personal device grow to encompass the entire life of life, from work to entertainment to personal finance. Mobile has become an integral part of our lives, especially during this pandemic period. In its fifth year, MOBEXX 2021 will turn the focus on the next billion. It is just not about the growth in the number of mobile users, but growing the medium at scale. The endless newer possibilities, innovations, and bridges the gap between India and Bharat. In fact, the growing mobile ecosystem today encompasses mobile commerce, in-app advertising, gaming, content consumption, networking, online education, business operations, and much more. And we should not forget the importance of tier 2 and beyond markets in this growth story. It is important to analyze it. Globally, the size of mobile marketing segment is expected to grow from $12,732 million in 2021 to reach $57,859 million by 2030, showing an increase in CAGR of 18.3%. According to a report by Allied Market Research, on-demand business model with an emphasis on customer experience and an increase in popularity of omni-channel shopping is fueling the growth of the global mobile marketing market. However, at the same time, complexities in integrating electronic data and data synchronization are hindering the market progress. On the contrary, AI-based client experience management policies are anticipated to create opportunities for the market in the future. MOBEXX 2021 will specifically focus on mobile commerce, gaming, and the growth in consumption. According to a recent BCG Sequoia India report, the Indian gaming industry, which is currently 1% of the global gaming market, is generating $1.5 billion revenue. It is expected to triple to $5 billion by 2025 on the back of mobile-first phenomena. Gaming in India has been catalyzed by better smartphones, increased internet access, popular titles, influencers, and the global pandemic. Even Netflix has started tapping into the mobile gaming space by increasing investments. Talking about Netflix, how can we forget the tremendous growth that OTT platforms have seen, fueled by the mobile-led content consumption spree during the pandemic period? A report by RBSA Advisors states that India's OTT industry will grow to be a $15 billion industry by 2030. As per App Annie, Indians spend an average of 4.6 hours on the mobile phones daily, which is a 39% growth from the 3.3 hours spent in the pre-COVID-19 period in 2019. What is even more heartening to note is now the tier 2, 3, and beyond markets are poised to fuel the next phase of OTT growth. There are a lot of interesting insights and analysis awaiting us in the day ahead, which I am sure will be discussed and taken forward beyond the MOBEXX 2021 forum by the mobile ecosystem. Once again, a warm welcome to everyone to the fifth edition of MOBEXX 2021. Before I leave the virtual stage, let me welcome Bimal Karthik Rebba for his keynote address on future-proofing your social commerce strategy. Over to you, Bimal.
Thanks, Vijaya, for the kind introduction, and also thank you for inviting me to the MOBEXX 5th Summit. I should, before starting my keynote address, I should thank you all folks for on year basis building this ecosystem together, getting all the trends in front of the best marketing minds and sharing the latest trends, right? So today without much delay, what I'm going to talk about is one more growth story. I think Vijaya has talked about OTTs. She's talked about the rise of mobile. And one of the sub-segment I'm going to cover today is around rise of social commerce, right? Why it is important for brands to participate in social commerce as a journey, and how consumers are increasingly adopting social commerce as a go-to platform for anything lifestyle, right? So let me quickly share some slides with you. Is this visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So today I'm going to briefly touch upon what social commerce is and why all brands today have to future-proof themselves by involving in social commerce. As you, Vijaya, rightly pointed out in your initial address, this is a growth story. This is how the future of shopping would look like. And it is at the inflection point, and it is very important for us to all understand what social commerce is and why it is very important for us, right? So just to talk about social commerce, why we think it's the future of shopping, right? I think a decade back when e-commerce was being introduced into the ecosystem, most of the first India One, which was trying to engage with e-commerce platforms, they had trust issues, right? And those trust issues in the e-commerce 1.0 were typically addressed by innovation in payment infrastructure, such as cash on delivery, or innovation in supply chain, right? Ensuring that the delivery happens within 2 days to 3 days. A lot of investment was made into these two infrastructure to enable trust for India One. But as we move, because since we're talking about a growth trajectory for people purchasing online, most of Indians are still not purchasing online. In fact, 2 out of 3 Indians who are online today still do not transact, right? And because now there's one more layer of trust that we all have to work together for, is about finding right products, right? Now, we've addressed the payment and logistic infrastructure, but the next kind of a trust infrastructure that we have to develop is to enable people to discover products in the language that they understand the most, right? Or they're interacting with the most. So that is one of the key levers that will determine the success of social commerce going forward. And whom are we addressing? Since again we are talking about the growth trajectory, right? One of the key things that we've got to understand is most of the innovations that we have done today has invited the first 100 million consumers online to purchase, right? And the first set of the journey is done. But as we talk about the growth journey, the second part, we are trying to address the India 2 cohorts. And who are these India 2 cohorts, right? If you talk about India 2 audiences, typically they typically have a disposable income of $1,400 and above to $2,500. They consume most of the content in the language that they speak and understand, vernacular audiences. And most importantly, if you look at the size, it's almost 3 to 3.5 times the India One audiences who's already shopping today. And if you look at the total market size of this audience, also it's twice the market size of India One audience which is shopping today. So this is the cohort, this is the growth journey, and these are the audiences that we're going to invite online by building this trust platforms through social commerce. And just a sneak peek of how large the audience set is, right? Today, as we speak, there are 100 million users online for shopping and transacting. But think about the users that we all are missing, right? We've still not built platforms that are accessible to them, right? If you look at it, in totality, there are 730 million internet users. But if you look at it, right, there close to 450 of them are actively using social media on day-to-day basis. 500 million of them are actually consuming video content online. And most of them, around 530 million of them, are consuming content in their own language, right? So this is a kind of an audience that we are missing, which is almost 5 to 7 times the size of audience that is transacting today, right? And one of the key beneficiaries of inviting or engaging with these audiences would be D2C brands, right? Which are growing today. By tapping into these audiences through social commerce platforms, they'll be able to better address their needs and also reach out to them at a faster way. Now, as I talked about these audiences, I think there are 3 very key important levers through which we can tap into the audiences through which we can invite this audience to come online and engage in transactions. And the three important levers are, being usage of voice and vernacular, usage of video, and usage of social shopping. These three levers going forward would be very important for any brand or platform to ensure that they're able to tap the audience, the 500 to 700 million audiences who are available today. And as I talked about, most of these audiences today consume video content. In fact, the number of audiences who consume video content is far greater than number of audiences who are on social media as a platform, right? So chat is number one utility tool, but followed by chat is obviously the video. So video has to be a key strategy for brands that are trying to future-proof themselves and also be future ready, right? And the other part, as we talked about, is obviously the intersection of video and vernacular. It's just not about being online and available in video, but it's also about being vernacular, right? So and being mobile first. So if these three themes are met together, and if you're at this intersection at this point of time, or developing your strategies that are in intersection of these three pillars, I think you're future proofing yourself, right? And as I talked about it again, the audience is 3 times the size. So even a small delta change in terms of a reach would give you more a greater impact than what you have today, getting to only English audience in India. And if you talk about if you double tap on the audiences who are engaging with social commerce, who are these people, right? And why do they want to engage with social commerce? If you look at it, typically these cohorts, they are actually spending more than 2 hours of their daily time on social media. They are spending time on social media, video apps, and chat apps, right? So that means they're highly engaged. They spend most of the time online, watching videos or interacting with other people online, right? And second is they do understand what transaction, e-commerce transaction is. They do understand if they have to purchase a product, they can purchase online. But what is stopping them is obviously the trust. What is stopping them is the ability to understand the product in their own language. And how is the buying pattern behavior? If you look at it, most of them do not know what to purchase. So that's why, using video, influencer, and content, the brands or the platform should always communicate to the end user in terms of what they are viewing at this point of time. Help them imagine the problem statement also, and also plug in the solution through the products or services that they have to offer. And most importantly, they have very low stickiness. That means they are highly experimentative in nature. If they like what they see, they do not hold back in buying that product. But if they do not like the product, they do not shy away from switching the loyalty to another brand. So they have a very low stickiness. That means as we move forward, most of the brands should have a very real-time communication strategy. That means on day-to-day basis, reaching out to this consumer through their social media handles, through video content, right? And which is way beyond your ATL campaigns, right? These are real-time strategies, and communicating to them on a daily basis why their brand or their product is important in their life, right? So that would ensure a greater loyalty from these consumers that we talked about. And what do they buy? And most importantly, if you look at it, right, fashion is the most frequent purchase category for these cohorts. They get influenced and they want to engage, buy products under fashion as a category. And in fact, it is preferred by more than 1/3 of the user cohorts that we're talking about, and which is followed by beauty and personal care and food and groceries, right? And if you look at it again, as going back to the context that I've said before, trust is a key pillar for them. So that means the only way you can reach out to them is by enabling trust. The only way you can engage with them is to be in video and in vernacular. And the categories, as I talked about, fashion, home decor, and beauty, personal care, are the lowest hanging fruits. And if any D2C brands today are trying to use these platforms, and are in these categories, social commerce has to be a key, strategy for them in the next 2 to 3 years. One of the ways we do it on Trell, it's a very simple user journey. So what user experience is also of utmost importance. We break down the complex journeys into easy video and vernacular journeys, where You can actually watch a video from the favorite influencer, from your favorite influencer on the app. If you like what you're seeing, you can quickly add the product from the video within itself to your cart and buy. So the number of steps from discovery to purchase are substantially reduced. The engagement is higher on this because it's video. People want to watch videos a lot, mobile first videos a lot. Second is the communication is easier, and being in vernacular, they understand it the most. So user experience is of also utmost importance. Even if the brand is trying to engage in social commerce, choose platforms that have a great user experience and very small and consolidated user journeys that could lead to better conversions over the time. One of the key things of Trell is also about it, as we talked about. We are at the intersection of video and vernacular. As we talked about, India 2 is a cohort that we're catering to. Our vision is to empower Indians to have better lifestyle choices, and we do this by helping them discover content under various lifestyle interests and categories, ranging from beauty, fashion, home decor, DIY. But not only that, we also provide them the ability to purchase those products and services directly from the platform itself, right? So one of the key pillars for us in order to achieve our mission statement are influencers. We train and groom a lot of influencers across India 1, India 2, and India 3 markets to have subject matter expertise to come in front of the camera and talk to the end consumers on how to use a product, why to use a product, and also influence them to make that purchase on the platform. As I talked about, summarizing the 3 pillars that we talked about, trust is the basic hygiene. All the brands should ensure that while they address these cohorts, they always talk about why the story of the brand. Second is trust is infectious. If people buy your products because of trust, the word of mouth is stronger. The share of voice is now with influencers. That means they're going to more and more influencers would come online and talk about your brand because everyone believes in your brand. So this becomes a hygiene going forward for brands if they want to have tier 2 as an important strategy. And obviously, if you look at it, one of the key things is communities. If you look at the value addition by using social commerce, is that you get the ability to add online communities. Now, going forward, you'll have a lot of digital societies being created. And if your brand has a digital society created that is driven by influencers and your users alike, they become your strongest proponents of the brands going forward. And also engage with platforms that have a very good tool for discoverability. So summarizing what I've discussed about future proofing strategy for the brands, you need to have a very strong social commerce strategy. This is going to be the future of shopping. You need to build a experiential shopping platform. That means engage in video and vernacular. Make sure you go way beyond just photo cataloging, because you got to talk your story to the end consumer. You need to have tailored pricing and value propositions. In different markets, different product, different SKUs work, and also different pricing points. So you've got to be personalizing your offerings to these tier 2 consumers, which is going to be their next growth market, right? Obviously, you got to have a social commerce ready supply chain, which would also start moving towards group buying in the future. And most importantly, you got to have a great content strategy, and you have to invest all your energies and into building digital societies or communities who will be your brand ambassadors forever. So these are some of the key takeaways for future proofing. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Vimal. Thank you so much. That was an insightful presentation that we saw. You highlighted some of the important aspects of social commerce and the way ahead. Vimal, I would request you to stay with us for the next session, the first panel discussion of the day, the future of mobile commerce. Do we have all the panelists there? Are all the panelists in? Good morning, panelists. Hi, good morning. Do I see everyone? Before I kind of start, is everyone there? Priyanka.
Good morning. Hi, this is Priyanka. I'm not able to switch on the video. It says the host has disabled video.
Okay. Team, can you switch on her camera, please? Switch on everyone's camera. Yeah.
Try now.
No, it's not working. Can you? Yes, it's working. Thank you so much.
Working? Is everybody's camera audio working? Everybody's there?
Hi, this is Prabkiran, founder of MOBEXX.
Hi, Prabkiran. Good morning. Manish.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, this is
Good Hi, Manish. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you all. So I guess everyone is there. Right. So I'll start. So our first panel discussion of the day is future of mobile commerce. I must say we have an elite panel with us today who will help us chart the future course for this growing market. I have with me Bimal Karthik Rebba, co-founder and chief operating officer Trell, Deepak Gupta, chief operating officer Bombay Shaving, Manish Chaudhary, co-founder Wow Skin Science, Nakul Kumar, co-founder and CEO Cashify, Prabkiran Singh, CEO and founder Bewakoof, Priyanka Salot, co-founder The Sleep Company. It has been with great interest that we have seen the rise of mobile commerce in India. I'll just state a few facts and some data I'll share. So according to Statista, m-commerce sales have grown from $6.2 billion in 2015 to $37.96 billion in 2020. There are various factors fueling this growth that we have highlighted in various forums. Time has come now to look at the next phase of growth. So how does the industry sustain this growth? How can tier 2 and 3 and beyond markets be brought into m-commerce fold in a stronger way? What part will social commerce and influencer-driven live commerce play in taking forward this growth? So I start with Bimal, So let's first understand the growth of m-commerce. So my first question is, how do you view the tremendous growth of m-commerce in India? What are the factors behind the rising adoption? Bimal, over to you. If you can share some trends, some stats with us, and then I'll move on to the rest of the team.
Sure, Vijaya. I think to answer that query, we've got to break it down into the key stakeholders who are engaging in m-commerce, right? So let's talk about the first stakeholders, the consumers, right? We are a blessed nation because if you look at it, we skipped the desktop laptop era and moved to mobile era. We our data rates are the cheapest globally, right? And our smartphone rates are also the lowest. And most importantly, if you look at the average consumer, average age of entire India is around 29. So we've got a lot of tailwinds, at least from the consumer point of view, that is enabling adoption of m-commerce, right? In fact, there was this recent study that was done by PayPal. They've done a study for Indian cohorts, and 7 out of 10 people prefer buying on mobile. But globally, if you look at it, it's just 4 out of 10, right? Even in a global landscape, if you look at India, actually leads the pack, where more number of users want to buy through mobile. In fact, for the cohorts that they have talked to, 83% of them have actually bought at least a product or transacted online once every week and spending close to 10,000 every month. So we've got a very strong, kind of tailwinds moving into it because of the type of user cohorts that we have and obviously the type of an infra that we're building. Secondly, if you talk about even for the platforms point of view, I think is the fastest way to optimize your LTV and grow your LTV base for a consumer, right? And build robust CRM machines around it. So it helps you to also build great loyalty engines and most importantly, recommend or personalize services or products at an n equal to 1 level, right? So both platforms and obviously the consumers are moving towards m-commerce for solutions for the same, right? I think, and the third is brands, obviously, even for the brands to build loyalty engines or have real-time insights around whom they're reaching out to. And having a real-time insights around them, I think m-commerce is a go-to platform or a strategy for them. So all the three stakeholders are actually enabling the adoption of m-commerce at a faster pace.
Priyanka, over to you.
Yes, hi everyone. As we talked, I think the core to me is the consumer, right? Let's go. So brands will be where the consumer is, right? And as Bimal rightly said, in India, given the huge population, and if you look at the penetration of internet, right, we know more than 700 million of our customers have internet access, right? And given the prices that Bimal was quoting, more than 170 million people have smartphones, right? So if my customer is browsing on the mobile and is spending most of the time on a mobile, I mean, the brands automatically got to be there, right? I think that's one of the biggest reason of why we continue to see mobile commerce is not a new thing. It's been there, it's been exponentially growing, and it will continue to do that, right? And the core comes to the fact that consumer is there. Second is why if you see the engagement level that you see from a customer on mobile compared to a desktop is far higher, right? And that's the reason that the brands can see much better conversions, the brands can see much better ROI for their campaigns, right? And to me, so it's a win and win for consumers, where the consumers go through a seamless experience. And I think that's going to be one big thing that brands also need to address in future. How do you start thinking for your consumers for the mobile landscape, right? I mean, all your choices from a marketing, from your content, from your creative, completely would change as you make sure that you have a seamless experience for your consumer on a mobile platform.
Manish, what would be your point of view on this?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question, please? Apologies. I thought I was going through a sequence on where you had sent me the questions on.
Okay, so I was just trying to ask you the growth of m-commerce. Yeah, where do you see that, and how do you view this tremendous growth of m-commerce in India, and what are the factors behind the rising adoption?
See,
and if there are trends that you can share, some trends and stats.
Talking about seeing the growth and how the change of mobile commerce is actually disrupting over year on year. What we are seeing from a desktop to a mobile phone user has been pretty disruptive. What we see, if you really see, most of our traffic today also is largely driven by mobiles. If you really see where our cohorting as well as where our targeting towards cohorts as well as advertising has drastically shifted towards more of adoption towards the mobile commerce point of view, where it is more driven towards the app, convenience of consumers buying online, seeing a lot of shift on desktop users coming into the mobile side at our end, which is drastically increasing year on year, right? 65% of our commerce is coming now on an app. What we're seeing is just getting a little bit more and more serious onto that, building long format kind of and short format kind of content, which is more viewable on the phone, has been a huge shift on way how also consumption on advertising has happened for us. So if you really ask me, it's the future. If you really go down and see, we've moved a lot of our advertising as well as on our own platform a lot onto video commerce also point of view, which is very easy to access on your phone, which we're just trying to see is getting disruptive and very interesting for 2022.
Okay. Deepak, do you agree with Manish the way things are moving?
I completely agree with Manish, and I think some of the data points shared by Priyanka, Bimal. I think this is the future, because even if you look at the way online transactions are happening in India right now, more than 90% is happening through mobile already. While they are called online transaction, but it's m-commerce in my view. Right now, onus is on the brand, how they kind of make it more engaging, informative, as well as kind of create huge consumer trust through these transactions. I think, but broadly, if you look at the Indian consumer point of view, typically Indian consumer is a shopping savvy consumer, whether it was before the advent of mobile commerce or even the online commerce. I think typically you will see bazaars sprung up in near every locality community, where kind of people just want to go in the evening or during weekend and kind of want to shop. So I think now there are 3-4 big trends that has happened in last 4 or 5 years. One is, I think Bimal also mentioned, is one is I think the ease of making payments. So there's so many kind of fintech players that have come up that are simplified. Second is ease of creating content, so that ultimately consumers want somebody to talk to them, and mostly they want other consumers to talk to them. That are simplified. And third is the ease of the seamless of fulfillment of their order. I think there's a lot of hyper local delivery and other initiative happening that's have kind of improved the consumer experience there. So I think consumer behavior is already there towards shopping, where they want to kind of just continue to browse and buy new stuff. And then I think 4 or 5 micro trends, including cheap availability of data, apart from other three mentioned, have accelerated it. And I think this is the future where mobile has kind of disrupted the infrastructure barrier in India, and this will continue to grow.
Okay. Prabhakaran Singh, what would be your point of view on this?
Right. I think everyone has covered most of the points regarding the growth of m-commerce. Regarding the stats, everyone has stated the macro stats of the industry. With MOBEXX today, 99% of the commerce is actually happening on mobile, and only 1% is happening on desktop. Out of that, 80% is happening on the mobile app. And when it comes to the functional reasons why the surge in m-commerce is there, I think everyone has pretty much covered. I think the last point which was remaining, which was covered by Deepak, was solving the payment problem. UPI has really disrupted. And third, I feel though now we are talking about social commerce will pick up, but social commerce indirectly has already been happening. So far, people have been consuming content on social media, and then on a click of button going to another platform. I think that integration will also happen, and that's what we're calling social commerce. But I think the rise of social commerce, the social media in itself in the last decade, be it with Facebook to Instagram to the likes of TikTok and other short video platforms, that has really disrupted and enabled shopping. So that has happened. One thing that I wanted to cover was the psychological aspect. I think we are talking about a lot about the functional reasons. On the psychological aspect, I feel that I want to draw an analogy. What's the difference between offline shopping or let's say PC commerce versus m-commerce? The analogy is it's the same difference between credit card and debit card payment. Both on the surface looks like both of them are digital payment and are of similar nature. But I think what credit card enables is a consumption behavior, the consumption behavior where you end up making a lot of impulse purchases. Whereas in debit card, you're always balanced, you're always disciplined, you always have to first look on your budget. But on credit card, you always go ahead and be a little reckless. I think what mobile commerce is doing in India is it's bringing out a lot of consumption behavior. We were traditionally a saving economy. And now what has happened is earlier, there was a lot of friction in shopping. Let's say today you view something on television, and viewing something on television and then buying something on impulse purchase. There is a big journey of, let's say, going to a store, or even you viewed something on television. That's where you were consuming a media, and then opening a laptop. I think a lot of things were getting lost in that in the transition from one device to another. But what has happened with mobile commerce is with coming of social media, you're viewing content on social media. I think people in metros and the Gen Z and the millennials are viewing more mobile media than TV. So they're viewing it there, and then on a click of button, they're able to buy also. So what it is enabling is that it's becoming a consumption, and people are making much more impulsive purchases than they were doing earlier. And that's one psychological reason which is just throwing us into being a consumption economy. US saw the same change when credit cards came. They jumped into being from a saving economy to a consumption economy. That was the critical factor over there for us because of KYC reasons and credit scores. Credit card did not pick up that big time, or cards in general could not pick up that big time in India. But I think mobile covers will be a catalyst, not only in commerce, but just shifting India from saving to consumption economy.
Nakul, where do you stand in this entire journey? I think they've all shared some bit.
Yeah, I think most of the things are covered, but I'll give you a view from Cashify perspective. Cashify, 20% of our traffic comes from desktop, and 80% is split between app and mobile web. And we can already see that mobile web is easily taking over app, even if the app experience is much better, because just consumers don't want to download the app because they have limited storage capacity on their phone. So I think we will see more and more mobile web growing. And I think some of them covered the payment concept. But if you look at from how all the businesses operate, for every user verification, there is a OTP process, right? Now, those OTP process on a mobile is much easier, quicker than on a laptop or a desktop. When you talk about payments, for example, my behavior, maybe 2 years ago, I was using a laptop for all my online transactions. But with UPI coming in, my payment behavior has changed, and I prefer an app to do payments because it's just easier from a mobile phone. So I think all those kind of behaviors will keep pushing us towards, as a whole economy, towards more mobile commerce, mobile web, and that's the future.
Okay, taking a cue from what you just said. So while I understand that the m-commerce is on a growth trajectory, so what are the challenges that m-commerce faces today, and how can these be addressed? And what solutions would you suggest?
Is this for me?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's for you. Yeah.
No, I think, for example, at Cashify's end, I think the experience we can for me, m-commerce is more to mobile web rather than app, because app is a additional step which is needed to be done at the consumer end. The app experience is much more deeper and richer for a consumer, and while the consumer still prefers the mobile web ecosystem, and where we are stuck at the mercy of a browser to provide those kind of experiences. I think that's, for us, that's the biggest challenge. How do we kind of replicate the app experience on the web, on mobile web? And with and for us as an Indian economy, we are all Android based. So as new versions of Android keep coming in, there will be more restrictions on what you can do on a browser, and hence it will be more and more difficult in terms of data protection, privacy, and still provide that kind of experience which we want. So a personalized experience for each user. I think that will be the biggest challenge in coming years.
Okay. Would anybody like to go at this?
Sure, Bijoy, I'll like to share 2 points on this. What are the challenges I think the brands face in today's generation or would face, and how can we overcome those challenges, right? I think one change that we are seeing, and I think Prabhakaran gave the credit card, debit card. I'll just give a separate example. So if you see, we've always, marketers, we've looked at consumer journey as linear, like a funnel, right? In the old world, that you get awareness through TV, then the consumers are going to go to the store, it's going to come in the consideration set, right? I believe the consumer journey is no longer a funnel, right? And that is the mindset change we all need to do, that it's no longer a funnel. Consumers can enter anywhere in the loop and can exit anywhere. So it's no longer a funnel, but more like a loop, right? And how do we solve that problem? Because the device is changing, right? The shopping habit is changing. So how do we overcome that challenge? And to me, it's omni-channel, right? And I think that's what brands have started to do, right? It's not one platform to cause awareness and one platform to cause consideration and one for purchase, right? It's consumer is anywhere and everywhere. And we need to make sure that we are driving our brand communication across the platforms and giving them option to buy wherever they are comfortable, right? For example, if they're comfortable buying on Instagram, I need to make sure that I make it easy for them to buy on Instagram. If they're comfortable to buy on WhatsApp, I need to make it easy for them to buy on WhatsApp, right? So I think that, the funnel changing to a loop to me is going to be a big challenge, and brands that can adapt to that changing behavior using omni-channel will really win with their consumers, right? The second challenge that I see with the mobile commerce rise is, as you said, data privacy is one, but the missing element of touch and feel is there, right? So how do you overcome that missing element of touch and feel? And to be honest, at the sleep company, and I've seen so many brands, brands being more transparent, brands talking to their consumers, a two-way conversation really puts down the barrier of touch and feel. For example, at the sleep company, we have very clear thing of, talk to the founder, right? Chat with the founder. So we have seen that, on the product level, we've seen consumers really wanting to know and becoming more product savvy, where they want to know the details of what ingredient goes in your product, right? So I think transparency and clear communication channel will become very, very important to overcome this whole challenge of touch and feel as mobile commerce continues to grow exponentially.
Okay, Manish, would you like to go for that?
See, I like see, we're talking about click to action. I think I completely agree to what Priyanka says. I think at least at our end, gone are the days where you need to be in 2 lakh stores really to be on a television ad today, right? It's we all talk about top funnel, mid funnel, lower funnel. I think that's all theories out of, I mean, you can't say everything is out of the roof, but you have to follow some basic structure. I think things have drastically changed on way how advertising has also happened, which is targeting towards Instagram, targeting. I mean, see, what are we all looking at? We're all looking at how do you exhaust knowing or reaching out to your brand to one kind of cohort, right? That is something which is going to be very interesting to make large businesses over time. And mobile commerce is something which is very disruptive on so many types of tools you've got today. You've got programmatic advertising, which is there. It's so advanced today. It follows you right till the end. How many times do you really show a consumer, maybe on your mobile device or on your television device? It's getting very interesting. You're seeing technology reaching out to consumers a little bit better. We're talking about AI also becoming very effective. It's all about how we adapt ourselves going into the future. But it's something which is really getting disruptive over time.
Yeah, I think adding to Manish also, there are like few innovations also happening, right? I think as we talked about, the 3 important levers of e-commerce or e-retail are, pricing, selection, and your convenience part of it, right? I mean, even 100 years down the lane, for platforms where people would come and engage, that will still remain consistent. I think there have been at large also business model disruptions happening at all 3 fronts. Like, for example, underpricing today as we speak, a ZCM model is on the rise where a lot of people are coming and buying this long tail unbranded goods at a substantially cheaper rates, right? ASPs are around 150 to 200 rupees, right? So that's inviting a lot of users to come online and buy. Second is obviously if you talk about even at selection, you had a reseller commerce where you need not go to a platform, but over a WhatsApp, the catalog comes to you and speaks to you. If you want to buy, you just have to say yes, and the order is delivered at your place. Third is on the convenience front. Also, you have an influencer-led commerce or video commerce or social commerce, right? Where you can watch videos over different channels, click on a link and purchase, right? In your own language. So I think this at large also business model disruptions happening in terms of how we reach out to the end consumers and how do we engage with them on 1, 2, or 3 or all the 3 levers together. This is also promoting a large adoption of m-commerce.
Deepak and Prab, would you like to go for this?
Yeah, I think most of the points are covered, but we'd like to add I think 2 observations from what we are seeing. One is I think as more and more m-commerce sites and the content platform are coming who are also kind of selling to the consumer as a lower funnel, I think the trust with the consumer is something is kind of getting a beating. So while I think with the branded apps or mobile web, I think brands are still trying to kind of make sure consumer get the same experience which they get on a desktop or on an offline interaction. But I think working on a third party social commerce and selling your product is where I think the trust, maintaining that trust is important. So I think the brands have continuously kind of evolving on that front, because a lot of consumers are first time consumers coming online and transacting, like Vimal mentioned, coming into 200 to 50 rupee price segment. This is one. Second is I think what is also important is the authenticity of the communication, because as everybody is trying to kind of take content route and maybe same set of influencers or communities kind of talking about the brand, how does brand maintain the authenticity of the interaction with the consumer is an important piece. So I think these are 2 areas I think where brand need to continuously work and evolve as they kind of adapt to this newer channels of the transactions.
Yep, Kiran?
Right. So I feel that as far as the growth rate of this industry is concerned, and we are talking, let's take a large view, like the next 10, 15 years view on this industry. I think the biggest competitor sooner or later is going to be the offline commerce itself. All said and done, the online retail might still be like single digit right now. And the biggest competitor is going to be offline commerce. And for that to happen, I think what happened in the last 1 decade was the m-commerce industry had a lot of wins which were transactional in nature. People who wanted convenience and lowest price, they just shifted online. For this industry to grow fast, what needs to be done is the industry needs to innovate so that people who are looking for delight in shopping, there is so much joy in shopping, and that's the reason people are still going offline. People still enjoy the visit to a DMart, to going to a Zara store, trying out clothes. There's so much fun around shopping. When you go out, there's food court, you eat with your friends. There are a lot of memories that are being created. So I think that behavior is something that m-commerce is going to compete with. And does not mean that you have to replicate the same experience on m-commerce, but look at m-commerce, the strength of m-commerce and innovate. So I think some of the success stories that came out of China were things around gamification, things around video commerce, live commerce. How can you make the shopping more fun, more entertaining, more delightful? I think that is going to be one big challenge that Indian companies will have to really look after the Indian insights, how to make shopping more fun and entertaining for the Indians, more delightful online. And that is going to pull consumers from the offline, which will always end up having the majority of the market, I think, even 20 years down the line.
So my next question is, influencer marketing in mobile commerce is assuming a significant part. We're increasingly seeing brands and platforms taking to influencer driven live commerce. I know you also work with a lot of influencers. So would you like to share your thoughts on this, some insights?
The question is for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, as I said, one reason behind m-commerce has been the rise of social media in parallel. And what we'll see in next decade, especially Bimal is on the panel, and platforms like Trell, and I think with Instagram shopping also coming, will be that integration from social media to shopping will become further seamless. Where why to switch the platform, you should be able to shop on the same platform also. And the second thing that we know about is that influencers have been the catalyst in making social media platforms what they are today. Because initially when it started, it was all about your offline connections coming online. This was Facebook. But when things started going on Instagram and then further evolving into short video platform, we saw that you don't need to bring your offline world online. You can create a different universe for yourself online. So I'm sure that everyone might be able to relate that 90% of what they consume on Instagram now, or let's say Reels now, or any of the platform now, is not actually content by your friends, which was the beginning of social commerce, social media, but not that's how the journey is ending. Now everyone has a virtual life where the moment you go, you plug in and you're seeing content from people who end up being influencers across your interest, be it travel, be it beauty products, be it anything that you want to do. So I think influencer will keep on continuing to play a very big role. And what is going to happen that earlier influencers are people who are always, let's say the early adopters, who were always the ones comfortable with camera, were the ones who were always presentable. I think more and more common folks are going to become influencers with tools with which they can create their videos easier, with tools with which they can create impressive videos without having a lot of presentable skills. I think influencer is going to be will become even bigger as an industry. But one thing I feel that one thing that has like lately started to happen in our experience, that 5 years back, 3 years back, the number of followers drove sales for you. But I think now people demand a level of authenticity. An influencer need to stand for a certain industry and a certain purpose to be able to call out certain brands. Right now, just having following and then just doing promotion, I think I've been talking to a lot of founders, has not been given results to people. So I think a lot of specialization among influencers is going to come, where consumer will really look for authenticity for the brand purpose and the influencer who is promoting it.
Vimal, my question is, Trell works for a lot of influencers. So could you share some of the insights in influencer marketing and m-commerce, and how these two can be a great winning combination?
Yeah, our point of view is very simple when it comes to influencers, right? How do we look at them? Yeah, if we look at influencers as being micro entrepreneurs, right? I mean, for an influencer today, creating content online, it's actually a primary profession. So they actually earn from it, right? So, I mean, 5 years back, we wouldn't have imagined this to be a primary profession, but just a secondary profession for kids out of college. But today, if you look at it, it's a primary profession. In fact, you know, the most interesting stat of it, I think it was a survey done by Bain, if I'm not wrong, where they've interviewed all the 14 to 18 years old in India and asked them what the primary profession would be of choosing. And 38% of them came out and said they wanted to be content creators, right? Now, imagine a nation which is has an average age of 29, where 38% of want to be content creators primarily. It's going to be a huge disruption in terms of how brands can reach out to the end consumers and how people will be consuming content around products and services online. And we view them as micro entrepreneurs, and from a trail point of view, we give them tools to create content. We give them mechanisms they can, on top of which they can also monetize their content, right? Working closely with the brands. But there are obviously some sets of challenges that we also have to address together as an industry. One is obviously, we work closely with a lot of brands to ensure that there's a subject matter expertise. So these influencers have to become opinion leaders. That means they have to know about what they're talking, as Prab rightly pointed out. Second is calling out what good versus bad. Typically in the industry today, it's all about calling out what's good, but not talking about what's bad. So we engage with influencers. We have a grooming academy. We talk to them about, how it's kind of a school program where we take them through the entire subject matter expertise and grooming, talk to them about how the industry in which they're talking about is evolving, how do they know about the latest trends, and also give an opportunity for them to work with brands that we have today here, the panelists, some of the brands that we have today at the panel. Second is obviously we also talk to them in terms of why trust is of utmost importance, right? Like Deepak and Prab have talked about, trust is very important. We tell them if it is not working out, you tell them, but if it is working out, you tell them why it's working out, right? So because you're going to be the source of information and education, you got to stay true to the content that you're creating. If these two are done properly, and with the size of the population that we have and the creator ecosystem that we have, it's just going to be the future of shopping. I see that the share of voice, that there'll be two very important strategies for brands going forward. One is obviously your large campaigns where you're going and talking to your end consumers when there's a huge feature rollout, product rollout, etc., or a launch campaign. But other than that, every brand should have a very real-time communication strategy. They got to engage with all influencers across all languages, and on day-to-day basis talk to the end consumers through influencers about their products and services, and on a real-time basis. One last stat why it is important before I give the mic to the other panelists is, in the next 5 years, this is the stat how it's going to look like. There'll be close to 50 million online content creators. 50 million. That's the size of a nation, right? Second is the number of online brands. Today itself, as we speak, the rate at which the online brands are being created, right? By 2025, it will be no surprise if there are more than 5,000 digital first brands being created, right? Now, with so many brands being created, there'll be a lot of confusion. There'll be a lot of chaos. A lot of people want to reach out to the same cohorts. So that's why, and for brands, the easiest way would be to engage with this 50 million, creator base and reach out to the end consumer on day-to-day basis. That's the simple stat that talks about the size of the market it is. And yeah, that's our take.
Okay. Would anybody like to go for this? Or should I move on to the next question?
No, I think broadly, I also agree with Bimal. In fact, given I think the average age of employees in our company is also very, I think it's in the range of 26 to 29, and you will find a lot of employees want to kind of become the influencers within the company. They want to create own content and kind of want company social handles to post it. So I think, yeah, it's on a rise, and maybe the number which Bimal mentioned is the 50 million. I think doesn't seem surprising at all. But I think important for a brand to, I think, also have the right goal in mind when they are choosing the influencer. I think so that's becoming more and more important. Like Prabh Kiran mentioned earlier, it used to be number of followers, but now what do you want influencers to kind of do with the brand? Whether it is just to kind of increase the top of funnel awareness for the brand, to brand want to leverage their loyal consumer base, to brand want to drive quick conversion from the community, to kind of having different metrics in mind like engagement rate, etc. Right? But what we have realized is that you want influencer to relate to a brand a lot more, and a longer term engagement now works better than just a one post or one piece of content being created by the influencer. So maybe it's good to work with different set of influencers, but a longer term engagement gives a better mileage to the brand rather than one piece of content.
My next question is for Manish. So performance marketing has become one of the top m-commerce trends. How are you seeing brands and platforms leveraging this?
See, first I say it's not a trend, it's a necessity. If you really want to scale, I think the trend is not a right word, because it's an action of how much money you can deploy into performance marketing. I think performance marketing.
I stand corrected. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So see, at our end, I can't say hugely dependent, but you like it or not, performance marketing is critical for scale. It's always at our end, Facebook, Google continue to be our major source of traffic. But life is not going to be easy, or it's going to be made easier by any of these platforms. It's going to get more and more tougher and more expensive. Talking about a trend, I think we all have to be very cognizant about, we are fighting algorithms here. I think I'm not too sure what impact has iOS change over the 15 hit everybody on Facebook. It's been kind of last 3-4 months been a box to fix. But how do you build performance marketing which is redundant, efficient over time? We started off in 2013-14 where we had very less competition. Today there's ample of competition happening. Tons of companies in this sector and also the other sectors fighting for that same keyword, same customers. Is something which is which all companies like us have to look at other avenues of ensuring growth comes from. That's where it's how do you build community, how do you build a lot of other redundant methods of long lasting of a brand which is there, right? So going back also on influencer marketing, sorry I didn't chime in that time, but we were one of the few ones to start off in 2013-14 with influencer marketing. If you look at it in 2020 2021, I'm a strong believer that it's a great place to go and shout your brand out, but consumers, I mean, gone are the days where consumers were trusting celebrities for buying a product. Today it's the influencers which are doing it. But we are getting same old trap where an influencer on day one is promoting our product and day 3 promoting another competitor's product, right? So consumers and whoever you're trying to advertise is not the one who's getting trapped into it. So I think these are going to be some defining numbers. I like the stats, what's going to be in 2025, 50 million, but it's all going to be how do you have hygiene also in your performance marketing build up, as well as in whatever you do outside that as your funnel, which is going to be extremely critical for where you're trying to build a large business on. So performance marketing, extremely vital, critical, how efficient you can have your remarketing, your rebuttals. I think this is something where technology and a lot has to really like chip in to ensure that you have the best of conversions at your end. So at our end, it's extremely vital, but we are also trying to see how do we deleverage out of being very reliant on performance marketing.
I'll move to the last question of the day. So there are changes afoot as mobile commerce evolves amid privacy laws and cookieless world. I would like each one of you to kind of crystal gauge and share some of your key m-commerce market trends that will dominate in 2022. And how do you see this landscape changing and growing in the new year? Priyanka, can I start with you?
Sure. I think we all talked about a lot about mobile commerce growth, right? And the trends that we are seeing. And I think most of the panelists touched on, but if I look at the three big things that I feel will become very important in the coming year as well. First, I think a lot of us talked is really the evolution of social commerce, the video commerce, right? Or even the live commerce. We've seen live commerce being very, very big in countries like China and Japan, right? So I think these are the things that brands will be experimenting with and will be trying to make it work in the coming as one trend. And this, I think, also comes from, as Manish highlighted, performance marketing becomes critical and is vital as you want to grow, but then you have to strike a balance, right? Because the world's going to be challenging. If your Facebook and Google, I mean, they're just going to keep on getting more expensive, the competition is going to increase. So how do you strike the balance and make the money pay for the brand, kind of a thing, right? So these things will start playing a lot of role. Right, one thing which I think will be a big trend. Second, I feel which becomes a little critical, I didn't see anyone talk about, is really location based. It's an analogy with the offline world, right? So how do I do location based targeting? For example, we use this at the sleep company a lot, right? One of the big cohorts for us is people shifting cities or buying new houses. Right, for example, if I know a person has shifted a house, how do I develop the right cohort and use locational targeting to target those people to really upgrade the quality of the sleep and the mattress they have, kind of a thing, right? So I think that's going to very targeted cohorts, which can further drive the efficiency of your marketing spends, will also be a very big thing. Right, the third, I think, which we've all touched a little bit, is, I think, which is coming from the consumer, is the personalization, right? How do we continue to delight our customers by having products, by having offerings, by having the channels across the ecosystem or across the loop, which is really very, very personalized to that specific customer, to delight and make the experience very, very seamless, right? I think those are the things we will continue to see. And as we said, mobile commerce is not new. It's been there, it's continuously growing, and hence it will continue to grow. In spite of the challenges, I think we all will mold to the challenges and adapt to the new.
Rob, what would you like to say to this?
Right. I'll bifurcate it into two buckets. One bucket is things which have been in the making, I think will take off into 2022. From a lot of time, people have been talking about shifting from performance marketing to brand marketing, from a discovery-led shopping experience to discovery-led transition from a need-led transition. We have been talking about video commerce, live commerce. I think it will pick up big time in 2022. Gamification, people have been talking about personalization, chatbot as a great medium. I think WhatsApp is getting more and more serious about doing business in India. So I think these are things in the making, I think, which are ready to take off. On the other side, the other bucket I was talking about would be things where people will start experimenting with the next set of innovation. And I think those would be single click checkout. If people are able to have enhanced security and around data privacy and be able to bring in a single click checkout, which would mean you're saving your payment data, everything on the browser itself, address on the browser itself. So that would be one. The second would be early days of voice commerce in some of the categories, commoditized category, maybe like grocery. And third, early days for mobile in-store checkout, where it would be a very good omni-channel experience, which some of the retailers have started doing. I think more and more Indian retailers will pick up, where offline experience has long queues, and that can actually be solved with the integration of mobile commerce, where you buy something in store, but you can pay it on your own, scan it on your own, maybe with your mobile, and make the payments.
Deepak, what would be your point of view?
I think just to add to Prab and Priyanka, in my view, consumers, and this is something we have discussed in last half an hour, consumer trust other consumers more than the brands, right? So I believe apart from influencer and kind of brands creating content, the user generated content will start taking a center stage in the m-commerce space. I think it's already started happening, but I think this will gain momentum. The second piece, I think, which typically is a back-end thing, but impact your long-term value creation through the consumer is the entire customer service experience. In my view, there's a lot that need to be done here. I think Prab mentioned the one-click checkout, etc. I think this is one part of this. Secondly, I think also how brand are able to give deliveries on time, how they address consumer queries in a real-time basis. I think a lot of work is required to be done here. I think which will pick pace to kind of make sure the more and more consumers kind of adapt to transacting on m-commerce, apart from I think other trends we have discussed.
Nakul, you're from a different sector. What kind of trends do you see?
I think I like to take some of the older questions also and kind of club it. I think everybody is in the performance marketing trap, which nobody can get out, because I think this helps in the funnel building. So I think one important aspect we are doing in Cashify is how do we build communities through content. For example, we have invested in a YouTube studio. We dole out every day YouTube videos and try to educate people about phones and new phones, old phones. So I think I think more and more brands, and I talk to a lot of entrepreneurs, are building a thesis, and even unicorns going back to the basics and saying, hey, how do we start building our own content? How do we get more organic traction? I think we'll see a lot of trend there. I also feel that, for example, at Cashify, we have about 80 offline stores as well, where we sell refurbished phones. And we've used influencer marketing in a different aspect. We use vloggers who come into a store, they purchase a refurbished phone, and we give discounts on refurbished phones because they're a vlogger. And because they experience the product themselves, and get it at a cheaper rate, they're able to tell their subscriber base, which is not huge. So these vloggers have 5,000 to 10,000 kind of subscribers, and we are okay with that, because that brings a lot of genuine case to their consumer base, and also gives us traffic to our stores. We've tried the other way also, where we've got celebrity on board who did influencer post and everything, and it doesn't really work. For example, we got some model who said, sell your phone, I sell on Cashify, and she's been, I don't think she ever sells a phone, and the consumer gets it. So I think we need to start evolving on what influencer marketing for us and everybody is going to be in future. I think it's going to be, again, as a how everything is moving, more personalized, more genuine. I think that's the way to go. The third part on privacy, and I think one of the major aspects for us is that on mobile web, how do we personalize the experience? And for example, small things like for our transact, when you sell your phone on Cashify, you need to verify your IMEI number, and we need to validate that. Now, before, in Android 10 versions and below, we could fetch IMEI number from the system, but from Android 11 onwards, you can't. Now, as more and more such kind of cases come into being, the customer journey is going to be more difficult, and then we'll see more dropouts, and hence it's becoming more and more difficult to serve the customer better, with a lot of restrictions coming in. So we'll have to see how that going to evolve in future.
Manish, would you like to come in? Because I would like to end with Bimal then.
Yeah, I'll be quick, but I think my answer was there in the previous question. But with iOS switching off the light, with Android threatening to do so in 2022, 2023, not sure when. But at our end, we're already looking at how proactively we can start deleveraging, as what I told earlier. Cookieless, pixelless. I think it's going to be a new era how advertising will take shape in this decade. But I continue to be bullish. D2C will continue to grow. But what was working a few months back doesn't mean it's going to work and give you beautiful numbers a few years away from now. At our end, we are also experimenting other avenues of advertising, reach out to new cohorts and consumers, but continue to be very bullish. But I think it's going to be super dependency on performance, on what was all these years for all of us. I think it's going to be something which is going to be very interesting, how you can curve out of those kind of atmosphere where privacy is extremely getting vital for all users, but continue to be bullish.
Vimal, how would you like to crystal gauge? What do you think 2022 will bring in for us?
Yeah, I
this
think what I believe in is quite visible through what we're building. So for us, it's video and vernacular. Most importantly, why I say so is from a TAM expansion point of view for brands, I think market penetration would be a key strategy. All for more reasons that because a lot of capital being today deployed into performance marketing, if the cohorts are not expanding at the rate in which the cohort in which the capital is being deployed, your PPCs are only going to be over the moon. So the thing is, I think going forward, what we believe is market, TAM expansion is very important. So addressing India 2+ markets would be very important through video and vernacular and inviting them to purchase your brands. So sometimes that means that the brands or the products and services should also think about, would you want to be everything for everyone, or would you want to start understanding what your cohorts are and go deeper into it, right? So this for the new upcoming brands and for the existing brands, this would be one of the key important strategies where they can engage with platforms like us, building on video and vernacular. Second, for large players, typically who have great presence both in retail and e-retail, I think new commerce plus loyalty would be 2022 would be a key defining moment. I think with that engine, it will push more people towards m-commerce. I think we'd have large players trying, I think in the second half of 22, adopting to new e-commerce as one of the key strategies. Because of the consolidation happening in the e-retail space. So these are some of the key trends that we that at least I crystal gaze in 2022.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vimal. Thank you, everyone. We had a great time. Thank you. We could not take up one question because of paucity of time. However, I think we addressed most of it. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Have a good day.
And I would like to personally thank all of you to sharing all your insightful thoughts with us. It was one such wonderful conversation with Vijoya ma'am. Thank you, Vijoya ma'am, for moderating the session so very well. Now we would like to move forward to our next set of discussion, or I would say the next panel of discussion, in which we have our eminent speakers, which is on mobile marketing, a key part of every media mix. Now, friends, as technology becomes more fragmented, so does the marketing. And in order to earn and maintain the attention of potential buyers, content must be strategic and highly personalized, I must say. Increasingly, brands and media planners are exploring mobile marketing, or mobile, we can say, as a vehicle in their overall media strategy to engage with their audiences. To talk about how important is the role of mobile marketing in every media mix, we have with us our eminent speakers for the day. Yes, I would like to welcome Mr. Kunik Patel, who is the head industry sales in MOBEXX. Ms. Shweta Singh is with us right now, who is the national head digital for Motivator Group M. We have Ms. Taranjit Kaur, who is the head of media, digital and PR, Tata Consumer. And alongside, we have with us Ms. Anjali Malkhankar, who is the national strategy director, Tonic Worldwide, who will be moderating this session. So Anjali, can we start the proceedings, please?
Yes, thank you, Namita. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone on the panel. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in, whoever has tuned in. So without any delay, let's get started on the main topic, which is mobile marketing and how it is going to play a key role in media mix, right? And before we get started, of course, today I don't think anybody will deny the fact that any brand who is trying to reach out to any consumer is the mobile consumer, right? Somebody who is kind of using mobile at least 5 hours a day. So that's what actually where the consumption is going today. And pandemic has actually spiked it by 25%. So before pandemic, it was 4.5 hours a day to now it's almost 6 hours a day. And we know that a lot of traffic going to to websites today or any content platform comes from mobile, right? So there's a lot that we need to kind of talk about and how important mobile marketing is today. So let's get started with our first question. Let's start with, why is mobile marketing important? What is the importance of it for brands? And we can maybe start with Shweta.
Thank you. Thank you for Anjali for the question. So short answer, very, very important. Mobile marketing is extremely important. One of the most important channels for digital marketing and even in the overall media mix. And so much so that I'll give you an example. At Groupam, we don't use the terms mobile marketing and desktop marketing anymore. We've moved to a screen agnostic planning approach for digital. And reason being, for us, digital marketing equals mobile marketing now. Like what you said, in terms of the usage of, mobile as a platform to access internet, in India, 600 million plus mobile internet users, and mobile is the primary screen, and the way we think about mobile marketing digital marketing has to be mobile first, and that's what we do. And also from a delivery point of view, if you were to see how programmatic has changed the world, it's not about what screen you're choosing or what inventory you're choosing, it's about what audience you're choosing. And if the audience is on mobile, automatically the delivery gets skewed towards mobile. And so much so that in the entire digital media mix, 70 to 80% of the spend today is going towards mobile marketing. So I think that gives the context to how important mobile is.
Great. Yeah, absolutely. Kunik, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so just to adding to what Shweta just mentioned, so probably mobile was any which way is an important medium even before the COVID scene hit, and we've seen the platforms accelerating in terms of the adoptions both at the consumer and the marketer level. So mobile today is like a bright burning sun around which other mediums or platforms revolve around. And I think if you're not leveraging the mobile platforms or the mobile marketing in your media mix, probably you are not leveraging the power of mobile, primarily because it gives you certain advantages which other mediums do not. The most important, which I think, is the power of moment marketing, wherein you can reach users anytime 24/7, irrespective of where that particular user might be, not just necessarily in front of a desktop screen. He might be at a railway station or an airport or a shopping mall. You have the power of now reaching out to users on a real-time basis through mobile. And plus also because we have a lot of data wherein we can now target users basis a lot of cohorts or personas that it's available at all the advertisers or marketer level. Probably we can even fine tune the approach in terms of how are we actually reaching out to these users in a more precise manner, right? Mobile gives you that leverage in terms of reaching out to the users at the very right moment in time. And probably it also is a medium which not only gives you importance in terms of how do you actually convey your messaging, but you can even fine tune your messages in terms of to suit a specific user cohort or a persona for that matter. I think if you're not leveraging mobile, then probably you are not taking advantage of the technology which is at hand, and that is mobile marketing. These are some of my few thoughts, Anjali.
Yeah, absolutely. Hyper targeting, absolutely. You can target exactly the person you want to target from the data that's available today. Taranji, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I think I'll agree a lot with what Shweta mentioned, that when you talk about the importance of mobile marketing today, it's actually digital we're talking about, right? So I think it's not separate, right? It's not that we're talking about a digital importance and a mobile importance separate. And of course, we are a mobile first country, right? Today in India, we are more and more handsets are growing in number, obviously thanks to the whole surge of cheap data availability, handsets availability, people upgrading from feature phones to smartphones. All these, I think, lead to a lot of things around penetration being higher on digital, and hence the importance of mobile automatically comes in play.
Right. So right from commerce to content, I guess everything in between is getting consumed on mobile today. And like Kunik mentioned about the data that's available, which is easy to target, to, today when we are talking about mobile marketing, we are talking about digital. And that's definitely what is making it very, very important part of the media mix today. Next question is really about how is the consumption? So let's just talk about what is the consumption today of the consumers when it comes to mobile? How has it changed, and how has really pandemic kind of accelerated the whole consumption? So we spoke about how much time they are spending today, and we know that a lot of content and activity that is happening on mobile. So anybody would like to kind of go first on understanding how the consumption is changing? Shweta, would you like to go?
Yeah, sure. So see, mobile anyways, like you said, was extremely important. And you even mentioned in your, when you were setting the context, that it is about 6 hours of consumption per day that is happening today post-COVID, and how it's sort of grown suddenly and gained scale. So, so how we see it is that in the post-COVID scenario, the mobile consumption has grown both in width and in depth. So when I say width would be across the kind of activities the consumer is doing. There are lot many newer activities that the consumers gotten used to doing now online, from e-grocery shopping to mobile gaming to e-learning to audio streaming, video streaming, so on and so forth. And these things have gained scale suddenly post-COVID. And along with that, like you said, time spent on mobile doing the same activities that they were doing earlier has gone up. So that becomes so that makes mobile the primary consumption device for the consumer. And the good news, it cuts across demographics, and this behavior is here to stay. From a marketer's perspective, if one was to talk about it, the behavior isn't going to go back once COVID is gone to where it started. It is going to stay because consumers now learned the new ways of doing things. And from an implication point of view for a marketer, while it is convenience for consumer, from a marketer's lens, if you were to see, there are many more touch points to take care of now. So the complexity of mobile marketing has suddenly gone up.
Right. Kunik, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, sure, Anjali. So obviously, awareness and social distancing has increased the mobile usage massively. So we have seen a surge in terms of new app downloads with regards to certain categories, be it e-pharmacy, or for that matter, online delivery. We've seen massive surge in terms of the gaming apps, where we've seen users engaging with games, not just males, but also the female section of the population as well. So there's been a massive surge in a couple of these categories as well. Some cohorts that we observed during the first COVID hit have now become mainstream, is what we have come to know. And probably market disruptions have changed the long conditioned behavior of sorts in just a matter of weeks. And probably digital, especially mobile, is now the first priority in terms of how consumers are actually engaging and interacting with the world, right? So marketers today, any which ways, are reevaluating and their priorities and strategies in a manner in which they want to not just survive but also thrive in a post-COVID mobile-first world. So probably these are some of the understandings that we've come to understand in terms of how the situations have changed post-COVID, and these are some of the thoughts that I just wanted to discuss here.
Right. And what about mobile marketing vis-a-vis other mediums? So of course, MOBEXX has already kind of started considering mobile marketing a lot. But if we were to kind of just discuss a little bit about the advantages of mobile marketing vis-a-vis other mediums, so that people can understand the scope better. Taranjeet, would you like to?
Sure. So I think it's more to do with where the consumer is and what's your objective, right? So there is nothing called as an ideal mix, right? Where you would say that, yes, this is how the mix is going to be for mobile. This is the percentage you should be putting. It's more about, so if I'm trying to reach a market which is maybe very high on TV, okay, but I think the second medium earlier days used to be print, straight after TV. Now it is actually mobile, right? That's how the evolution has happened. But what on mobile do you really want to do is important in terms of whether you want to target a feature phone user, a smartphone user, a WAP user, right, or an app user. So there are a lot of segments around it also. So that is important in terms of what is really that you're seeking, whether you're seeking a conversion, whether you're seeking an awareness. That would lead to what kind of mix you really want to have in the overall media strategy that you're really drafting. So I would feel that that is the first step itself. And then the second step goes on to, what you really want to do in each of that to get to that final task.
Right. Very interesting. What you're saying is basically, of course, I think everybody is acknowledged by now that mobile marketing is important in the mix, but it is really what you do in mobile marketing that is really going to open up the new avenues. And it starts with the objective as to what is really the objective you want to achieve for your brief. Anybody else would like to add to that? Other mediums versus mobile marketing as the comparison?
Sure. And what Taranjeet said was absolutely right. Just to add, in terms of an opportunity that mobile provides, which is unique to the medium versus others, I would focus on the data advantage that mobile provides, and therefore the opportunities. So, we all know that mobile gives far more deterministic data. And then we all know that with mobile data, we're able to marry the online and offline journeys. We can use the online app consumption data and marry it with, there are platforms which are able to marry it with the on-ground activities that the consumer is doing. And therefore, one is able to stitch the online and offline journeys. And that, I think, is another one of the unique opportunities that mobile provides, which no other medium can today.
Kunal, would you like to also?
Yeah, just adding to what Shweta and Taranjeet also mentioned. So probably it has its own uniqueness in terms of what a particular marketer or advertiser can achieve. Probably location is something that is of paramount importance when we talk about mobile. You can have a geofencing, you can do geoconquesting, and so on and so forth, hyper local, and so on and so forth. So all these possibilities exist only on this medium, and I think this is something that marketers can leverage on a real-time basis. Plus, also the best part about mobile is it's easily trackable and measurable across the different journey, and probably you will have an idea in terms of the ROI as well, in terms of what you are investing and how much you are getting out of that investment. I think one more important aspect of mobile is the viral potential, right? A person or a user can easily share his experiences either through a WhatsApp and so on and so forth, other social media channels, and probably that much more advantage to a brand or an advertiser in terms of this organic thing, wherein it's easily viral. You can easily have a viral potential to a small marketing investment of yours, and probably mobile does the best part in terms of how this is actually leveraged. And I think it's the best part about mobile also is in terms of the personal messaging bit, right? You already have the data. You can customize your messaging and reach out to that specific section of audience, what you want to reach. And probably that is something that is available on mobile on a real-time basis.
So absolutely, personalization again is a very big point. I think in the earlier discussion also we saw that as one of the big points. And just to kind of add to our points, mobile is the only medium actually today consumer is all the time carrying, right? There are all the other mediums which the consumer may be with or without, but mobile is one thing that they're carrying everywhere. So absolutely,
Yeah.
That's a clear advantage, all these advantages that we spoke about. Now, talking about the consumer journey, right? When we are talking about where and how to use mobile marketing, where in consumer journey do you feel that mobile marketing will play really very important role? Of course, lately we've been seeing in last one and a half years, performance marketing and the whole catching them where they are ready to spend is where everybody is really considering it. But where do you think in consumer journey mobile marketing can be of really of great use? Anybody can go first.
So I think it's interesting that we're talking about where is really the importance sitting. It's actually, in my view, sitting at the two ends. When you're really looking at data, which is whether it is a PII data or whether it is the universal ID data, or in terms of what is really this audience doing, I think that mobile marketing can also be used at the beginning when you're talking about insights, when you're talking about what is really core to the consumer. And then it actually, the whole journey around awareness and then consideration and then final purchase. But actually the purchase leg and the insight leg, I would feel, is really strong when it comes to mobile marketing. Shweta, you were saying something.
Yeah, Shweta, you were saying.
Yeah. So, yeah, very true. And uniquely, we see mobile marketing plays a significant role in the lower funnel of lower part of the funnel and performance marketing, like you all were saying and Taran was also saying. Having said that, consumer journey we know varies from category to category and brand to brand. So really to say where mobile would play a larger role really depends on what brands you're working on, what categories you're working on. So for example, if I was to take auto as an example, for that category, it is research online, purchase offline. So therefore, we know that research phase of the funnel is where mobile will play far more important or significant role. And then in an FMCG, there are parallel journeys, both online and offline, which keep intersecting. In probably a tech app, the entire journey could be mobile driven. So really where it will play a more important where in the journey do you see the mobile as a medium playing important role? That's really what I think needs to be considered before deciding the media mix.
Right. So it depends on which category it is going to be for and what is the behavior. Of course, keeping in mind and the data that will be available at hand, you analyze that and then decide where to use it. What do you have to say, Kunik, on this one, the importance of mobile marketing in the consumer journey?
See, I think it plays an important part in each part of the consumer journey, right? Right from the awareness bit to the search bit to consideration and then to the final conversion bit, right? So if you just concentrate on just the final conversions or any just one medium only on one particular channel, then probably you'll hide the mobile marketing's true potential, right? So also as per as what Google has also published is that if a person has searched for a particular product on the mobile screen prior to entering a store, he's more likely to convert almost 7 times higher than a person who hasn't researched on mobile. So probably the power of mobile is immense. It normally does not just take one impression or one banner interaction to convert a user. Probably you need the power of mobile to have those specific engagements made. And even if the final consumer or the final purchase doesn't happen on the mobile device, probably mobile has played an important role in terms of nudging that user to make that consideration towards the final purchase. So it's very difficult to take out mobile from each and every part of a user journey. I think mobile plays an important role right from the beginning till the end is what my thought process is.
It's interesting that all of us are actually talking about the entire user journey and giving importance to, all different stages of the user journey. But increasingly, we are seeing that a lot of chatter is happening and around performance marketing alone, and a lot of first-time clients who are entering the digital space are actually focusing more on just that aspect of the user journey. Are there any points that you would like to give out which would kind of change the perception or bring out the other side of the mobile marketing as well, as to how it is also important to kind of invest in other phases of consumer journey as well? Anybody? Because I think we all kind of discussed, right, that from the point A to point B, all the aspects are, in fact, Shweta said that it all depends on the brief or on the category, right? But why is it therefore, a lot of focus only on the last, phase of the consumer journey? What are the other ways can somebody use mobile marketing in other phases of the consumer journey?
See, like Kunik said, mobile plays an important role across the funnel, starting from awareness, consideration to purchase. However, this disproportionate importance that is given to lower funnel and performance marketing is primarily because mobile, that is the unique advantage that mobile brings to the table. Awareness you can do through TV also, you can do through print also, you can do through OH also. Consideration probably you could do through 10 other ways. But when it comes to fulfillment and transaction and the last mile, the way it can happen on mobile, it can't happen through any other medium. And that's probably because that is probably why marketers give that far more importance in the overall funnel.
Nick, you were saying something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Shweta had previously just touched upon. So we've seen also a surge with regards to the retail side spends, right, where there is a requirement for converting or matching the offline behavior with your online activations and something on those lines, where I think mobile has taken a dominance or has taken a precedence over other mediums, is also in terms of driving the retail side spends now. So retail predominantly relies on the middle or the bottom funnel matrix, right, with regards to conversions and ROIs. So how mobile has also helped is in terms of driving footfalls to the stores, to the physical stores, basis the mobile activations, or by running a store mapping and a footfall attribution kind of a model on the mobile platform. So that is something that we are also driving immensely, and we call it we describe it as the phygital side of things, wherein we are driving physical footfalls through an online activation through mobile. And that is something that has also helped us in terms of getting some decent results as far as the bottom funnel matrix are concerned. So mobile does help in terms of driving those bottom funnel KPIs as well, though that last mile is something that is still to be figured out. But I think we are reaching there. I think it will take another year or so for us to close this loop. But yes, we are in the right direction in as far as the mobile marketing thing is concerned.
Right. Right. So any innovation use cases that you would like to share? Anyone? Shweta, do you want to go first?
I'm sorry, am I on mute?
No, you're not on mute. We can hear you. Yeah.
So innovations, I mean, mobile is all about innovations, whether it is platform innovation or format innovation, or, the way you marry data innovation. And now with a lot many more touch points coming in, like we were talking about how mobile gaming is booming. So, how innovation can happen in game, or how do you create in-app integrations. So all of those are innovations, yes. But for me personally, the biggest use case that I see for mobile is in the online to offline attribution use case, and because that's the most usable and relevant use case that I see, along with, and if you were to marry it with hyper local advantage that mobile brings to the table, I think that's really the biggest advantage with mobile marketing.
How about you, Taranjit?
Yeah, I think, see, the advantage with mobile marketing, I think we were discussing about, the whole funnel journey, etc. Of course, specifically, I think e-com, and specifically after pandemic has happened, the whole surge of e-com which has happened, where people who were not even users of an e-com platform, people who did not have the grocery apps, they all of a sudden have all those apps. Amazon is now getting into Vernac, trying to boost. Google is getting into Vernac. All this is also happening because, the mobile user today also wants more from the mobile, right? The innovation part, of course, as Shweta rightly said, it is the heart of, every mobile activity that you do, because there is so much a plethora of options to do, right? Whether it is a smartphone or iOS user or Android user, and even now on feature phones, a lot of new things have started to come up, specifically, targeting on bottom of the pyramid or rural markets, which I see, at least in CPG category, we've started to do a lot of it. I remember those days where, we were saying that, anybody who has to be reached in bottom of the pyramid through mobile, the only thing was OBD. Right? We used to say, okay, just do a OBD on mobile and you'll be done, and you'll reach the guy with video, but with audio. But that's not the case now, right? All these guys have access to inbuilt apps, right? And lot of that is coming because people are getting more and more engaged to it, which leads into the lot of opportunity around innovations, around getting more and more into the lives of the consumer.
Any campaign, mobile marketing campaign that comes to your mind that you think is done well?
So I think some of them, which I have at least seen, a lot of it are in the app zone itself, right? Where you're talking about the app players, right? Whether I'm talking about InMobi has done this excellent innovation with Palm Easy, right? And there are other innovations that I have seen. More of it is in the app. I'm yet to frankly see very exciting stuff coming in from a CPG category bit. Which of course has a lot of potential, okay, because there is a lot of sync in, which Shweta and Kunik both were pointing around, was offline to online, right? How do you really connect the consumer and move him ahead to purchase the product, whether it's offline and online? And I think that's where the innovation, I would see, at least in CPG being in different CPG companies, I can say we've seen a lot of awareness, consideration-led campaigns. But when it comes to purchase, then it becomes performance marketing, right? Where you're saying, okay, do you have the first party data website? Do you have an app? And hence, the purchase like comes.
But I would say even Wooper, the way they kind of use Geo, right? That was also a very good example of how, the phygital aspect was also used, keeping in mind one of the key advantages that mobile marketing can offer. Kunik,
the other thing is, I think on Anjali, the last point, sorry, I'm just wanting to add here is the way at least CPG has used innovations on mobile or mobile as a medium is a lot to do with data, right? Whether it is a Paytm DSP, whether it is an Amazon DSP, using that data on the apps to really target the consumer and getting innovations done. I think that is right now really picking up, at least in the FMCG space.
That's a very interesting point what you're making, which is basically if we kind of track data closely, I think a lot of innovations would come from what the data is showing also. That is very rich in this space, in this medium. Yeah, great. Kunik, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, since we are talking about CPG, one innovation that I remember it was done recently was by Cadbury's for this Diwali activity of theirs, where it was an AI powered hyper personalized ad where it had Shah Rukh Khan endorsing the small businesses, the Kirana stores, basis a user's location and the pin code. Shah Rukh Khan used to came onto the screen and probably endorsed the nearby Kirana store for nudging users to buy through your nearby Kirana stores. I think it was an excellent creative that was used, and the technology behind it was also awesome because it leveraged the machine learning and voice and speech recognitions for actually making users believe that it was actually Shah Rukh Khan who was endorsing the small businesses and stores, but in fact it was all done through technology which exists on the mobile platform. And probably that was a benchmark in terms of how do you actually leverage a brand ambassador like Shah Rukh Khan to help small businesses who suffered a lot during COVID, right? So I think mobile is that unique platform which gives you that advantage of using location, and then there is n number of options for you to actually choose and leverage in terms of what messaging that you want to bring out to the users or the consumers. I think that is one which is there in my mind right now because that was one which won a lot of awards as well.
Right, great. So while we are talking about campaigns, also the fact that so much time is spent consuming content on mobile. Are there any do's and don'ts that you would like to kind of spell out? For example, if anybody is creating content, keep in mind the vertical screen. Keep in mind that the mobile behavior would ask for muting as an option, so still your message has to be communicated clearly, or the extent of the video size and things like that. So from a content creation point of view, any advice? Shweta, would you like to?
Actually, and this is traditionally with brands that have been traditionally doing, they tend to use the TVC as the content on digital, and which is a big no-no. And it's been a journey for us also on the agency side. We've been working with the brands, and over years sort of evolved them to a stage where they now know that, okay, if one is creating content on digital or for mobile, it has to be vertically framed, it has to be short format, you need to have the penny drop moment in the first 5 seconds, and so on and so forth. Having said that, these parameters also vary by the stage for which you're creating content, whether it is awareness or remarketing, or it is consumer engagement or education. So it's not to say that long form content doesn't work on digital or mobile. Depends on the medium, depends on the objective that you're going in with. So if it is for education or engagement, then yes, long form content can also work. And really, I think what I try to tell my teams as well is that the move and the switch needs to be from asset first strategy to media mix first strategy. And then asset comes secondary. This is what you try to do across your media, whether it is YouTube you're doing, or Facebook you're doing, or TikTok you're doing, or any other short format channel you're using to achieve a particular objective, and then frame your creator assets accordingly, versus saying, I've created this 30-seconder, now whose channels for? That's really not the way to go.
Taranjeet, would you like to?
Yeah, I think agreed to what again Shweta is saying. But I think overall, as at least the leading FMCG companies, we've crossed that journey, right? Where we are giving a TVC, and we're saying, okay, just go and adapt it. We are at least, in the current organization where in Tata Consumer, we are shooting for digital. We are creating creatives for digital, and I think that's the first step, which you did right. But in terms of how does it finally get served, so you can have an excellent digital 5 seconder, right, or a vertical static being served, or maybe a display that you created. What is also important is how do you really buy a particular digital platform and serve the right creatives. A lot of times I've seen you doing programmatic on digital, and you have those small little banners coming on all the websites, and I think that's a watch out, right? So you can definitely have excellent creatives, right, or maybe the video that you created for a website to be served, but how you really buy it, I think the both have to sync in very well for the right KPI to come in, and the output, of course.
Wait, Kunik, would you like to add? I think we have just a couple of minutes more. And
Sure, Anjali. So as the fellow panelists also mentioned, so the content on mobile needs to be short and crisp, easily snackable, as we call it. Since users use mobile in short bursts, so shorter the content, more precise the content, the better it is. And one important aspect that I would also like to touch upon is that to advise marketers and advertisers to have their landing pages and websites mobile optimized. That's also one of the important things, because we sometimes see that the pages are not mobile optimized and takes a long amount of time for a user to actually assess or access the data which is there on their websites if a user is accessing it through a mobile device. So having the pages mobile optimized is of paramount importance. And also an advertiser also needs to create some sort of an active social media presence, is what I believe is important, as far as when you're starting out to build your journey on the mobile platform. That is one. And last but not the least is probably also enable a lot of CTAs, which are call to actions for users to connect to your brands in your different pages, whether it being on your social page or your website. The more the call to actions that you have on your pages, the better it is. And that also helps in building trust from a user standpoint in the brand. So probably those are some of my few pointers.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I think we've kind of finished our time, and the session has been very, very insightful. It's no doubt that mobile marketing is unskippable today in a media mix. That's what we can definitely conclude. Thank you, everyone. Namita, I think.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Taranjeet. Thank you, Shweta. And thank you, Kunik, for your wonderful insight that you have shared. And I must say, it was really useful and helpful for all of us. We got to learn so much. Thank you, all of you, for taking out time for us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
And now it's time to move forward for our next set of discussion, which is rise of in-app advertising. As we all know that apps are one of the most effective channels for advertisers to capture consumers' attention. With advanced data and contextual targeting opportunities, in-app advertising can help businesses reach audiences with pinpoint accuracy. To chat more on the rise in app advertising, we have a panel of distinguished guests with us, starting from Mr. Aniket Khare, who is the Vice President, Business Development, Merkle Sokrati. Welcome, Mr. Aniket. We have Mr. Dinesh Arora, Head, Growth and Revenue Tender Cut. Welcome. We have Ms. Parul Bhargav, Co-founder and CEO, V Commission Media. And we have Mr. Vatsal Shah, Head of Digital Marketing, Games 24/7. Along with that, we have Mr. Vipul Kedia, Chief Data and Platforms Officer, Mass by Apple. And we have with us Mr. Karan Lakhwani, who will be moderating the session. He is the Head of Business Development India at Tweak. So the stage is all yours, Karan. Can you please start?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction, Namita. Great to go ahead and have this distinguished panel with me today. It's exciting to be going ahead and discussing the rise of in-app advertising with them, but we'll just take a couple of minutes for them to go ahead and introduce themselves so that we know them better and we're able to understand their perspectives as well. Hey, Aniket, would you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks for this, Karan. My name is Aniket Khare, and I basically lead the media line of business development at Merkle Sokrati. Been with the company for a little over 9 years now, so I've managed to shuffle across multiple roles across operations, recruitment, and now business development. I think I'm really excited to join this particular discussion. Yeah.
Great, Aniket. Good to have you. Dinesh, would you want to go next?
Hi guys, I'm Dinesh. I am currently heading the growth and P&L for TenderCut. I have been in industry for almost 15 years and hoping to add some good thought process from my side on this panel. Happy to be on board. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Dinesh. Vatsal, would you want to go next?
Hey guys, thanks Karan for the warm invite. So I take care of digital marketing performance. 11 Circle brand. My 11 Circle is a leading flagship brand for Games 24/7 in the fantasy cricket space. We do a lot of in-app advertising, and I'm really excited to be a part of this discussion.
Thanks, Vatsal. Vipul, would you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Karan. I'm currently leading the overall mass India business for Affle. Quite excited to join this panel, and apps have become omnipresent in all our lives. And I think a very effective advertising channel for us as well. So quite excited to contribute to this panel.
Great, thanks, Vipul. I think we should have gone ladies first, but we missed that bus. So Parul, would you want to go next?
No, I don't like gender bias at all. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Parul. I am the co-founder and CEO for V Commission. We started off as, web affiliate network around 15-year-old company. But now I think as we all are exploring mobile, so very excited to see where we are all headed.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Parul. So we'll jump right into it. My first question was for Aniket. It was more to do with what are the trends that you're currently seeing with in-app advertising?
So, I mean, even looking beyond the trends that we see in terms of explosion of video, looking at the sheer amount of time that people are spending on mobile, and the massive amplification of all of these phenomenon post lockdown, etc. I think there are 2 or 3 aspects which are really coming through strongly now. First is the fact that I don't think people are looking at in-app advertising more from an inventory point of view. I mean, sure, inventory is the route to get there, but there's a lot of focus on interactivity. There is a lot of focus on gamification, and this gap between having a creative which you show there is slowly now being pursued to what is the experience that you want to deliver over there. And in fact, it's now growing to a point where I notice that there are 2 or 3 companies which have in a very interesting way uh, not only pursued this aspect of delivering customer experiences, but they're also looking to create productized versions of these experiences. So this movement from just an inventory banner or an inventory video towards gamification, personalization, interactivity, to this entire thing becoming a product of sorts. It allows for massive scale. It allows for a lot of flexibility, and I honestly believe that there is a lot of endpoint customization of message that's being seen here, which obviously works much better for the customers.
Those are some interesting thoughts. I'm sure Parul also has, with her experience of working with many companies. Parul, would you want to go ahead and join in this conversation and add your views?
So when I talk about trends, for in-app in the past decade, what I've seen is that since I come primarily from a performance background, dominated by web overall for my company. So I think what I've seen, the trends change is from incentivization. In app was the only form of advertising that we saw in performance primarily, but now we see so many innovative formats that are coming forward, which also are focused towards kind of the bottom of the funnel for mobile as well. Another trend that I think I'm very, very excited for, I must say, is the cross device transition or tracking of consumers, and to see how we can pick up from where one device left off. So far we were kind of only switching between web and mobile web, but I think in app adds a very good angle to how consumer acquisition or even lifetime value can impact to a brand.
No, absolutely. Good to hear from you as well, Parul. I also wanted to get in Dinesh into this conversation, where I wanted to understand what would be his approach with in-app advertising, and if he sees it as a performance channel or something to use for brand recall at tender cut as well.
Thanks, Karan, for giving me this opportunity. I think the point that I see, how we see in-app, if we talk about as a creator space, till now we talk about video, we talk about static banners and ads. In-app actually give us the, opportunity to play with rich media and actually let the user interact with the creative. That is something is very new. And in-app is actually where, if we talk about gaming as a space, which is doing much better. Now, when somebody goes to gaming platform, he interact with the brand. Now, brand also needs some space where people can actually interact with their categories. I think in-app give us that opportunity. Where I did couple of in-app with my earlier brand for Spartan Poker, where I actually able to connect my audience and give them a feel about the game, how to play. And the same with Tendercut, I was also thinking of something on the same line to let people get to know about the brand, interact with it. So I see from the perspective of brand, in-app advertising is more about brand recall to reach out to more and more audience and create that engagement. And I think once you create with this, with the help of this, you actually kind of create, a good perception about your brand and user mind. So it creates a top of the funnel. And then we have multiple ways to convert that customer. But I think top of the funnel where we need more and more medias to reach out in a much innovative manner. I think in-app gonna help us in that particular manner. So I think I see there is a good growth look like from in-app side. I think it's gonna help brand to make a much larger and much better impact in the consumer mind using the in-app ads, rich media specifically. That's what my thought process around it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And Vipul, of course, with Math and with FL as well, there would be a lot of companies leveraging the tool for the same. Would you want to go ahead and add on to the same as well?
Sure. So I think one point around in-app advertising, I think it really brings the boundaries between performance and brand to almost negligible, because finally what the mobile medium as a whole and specifically in-app creates is the ability to obviously create a lot of brand recall and awareness, because that is where the maximum time is being spent. But at the same time, bring in the actionability, because you are sitting on the device where finally you are looking to interact and then immediately take actions and either download another app or do whatever that the advertiser is prodding you to do. So I think that is really the strength of the in-app advertising ecosystem, that you can use it for multiple use cases in the manner that you desire. And like, previously what was shared, with different custom experiences for the user in terms of either gamification or rich media or videos. So it allows, really to define your own objectives and create whatever environment you like, and therefore choose the best way to engage with your customers and drive the wanted outcomes.
Really, that's very interesting. On that note, I would also want to go ahead and check with Vatsal, because of course Games 24 has a bigger portfolio of apps. So I wanted to understand his views on how he would be leveraging in-app advertising as well for brand recall and other objectives.
So, great question, Karan, and good inputs from both Vipul as well as Dinesh. What I would like to say is, with the rise of apps that we are using, with the rise of mobile phone, with the rise of internet that we have, accessibility to internet, we see that the app inventory has shot up dramatically. So, if I were to say that, more than 50% of the inventory today available, online inventory, digital inventory that is available is on app only. I would not be wrong, but please, any of the panelists can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm very sure that is the case. Now, what that allows us is a massive reach, and that reach can definitely be used for brand recall or for that purpose. But one thing that it also allows us to do is that those ads are clickable, and the targeting available to us in the in-app advertising space is also huge. So we can precisely target the users or the audience that we feel that we want our ads to be shown, or we feel that these are our target users, which drives the clickability of the ads, which also means that we are using the platforms or using the network or the advertising to reach out precisely to the audience that we want, and those audience can directly then and there take action on the ad, which also drives performance. So my take is that depending on the objective, this platform and the medium is huge, and it can be used for both. It can be used for performance, and it also can be used for brand recall. At Games 24/7, we believe heavily on performance, because for the games that a lot of games that we have to offer. So for each game, we believe on performance marketing, and we use in-app advertising to promote our performance campaigns heavily through this channel.
Great, great. Good to hear from everyone on the same. On the same note, what would be your key metrics for measuring success with in-app advertising? And of course, is there a change of approach as well with other marketing channels that you would be leveraging? I'd open this to everyone on the panel, because I'm sure everyone would want to go ahead and add their views.
I would go first. So my take is that for us at Games 24/7, we measure each campaign basis the ROI. But I see a lot of interactions in the industry, and where I realize that they are on customer acquisition cost. So few metrics that I see are customer acquisition cost as well as ROI that people use to measure the success for their in-app advertising purposes. But I would also like other panelists to add and see what they are using it for.
I think one very interesting thing that's been happening is that see, there is a constant pressure on brands to grow. So there's a constant pressure on acquisition. Now, a constant pressure on acquisition basically means that your incremental costs are going to keep skyrocketing at some stage, and controlling that is becoming really critical. If you look at aspects of full funnel marketing or your inventory based analytics that's now emerging, the really encouraging trend that I find is that the top 7, 8, 10 advertisers are now beginning to say, let's not basically say that a particular inventory is good or a particular inventory is bad. Let's look at and identify its true position in our funnel, and then let's leverage it to that extent. So for example, for a very, very large jewelry player, who had this simple metric that, if I can get a visitor to visit my website 14 times, chances are that this person is likely to convert during sale time. It didn't matter what kind of inventory could be used, and suddenly we realized that there was a huge amount of exposure that we could drive on in-app inventory, on various other kinds of inventory which were otherwise considered not non-performance, simply because we had a very simple metric to gun on. So I think this whole aspect of identifying the aha moment or the aha metric, this becomes really, really important if you want to leverage this. And we see it happening across customer acquisition, we see it happening across customer retention. So across all of these aspects of customer journey acquisition, we find that this becomes really relevant. But I think as this measurement and analytics ecosystem is evolving, you'll find that there is a higher and higher movement towards aspects of full funnel optimization. ADH will soon become much bigger, is my sense of it. And all that is heading towards finding the right place for the right inventory in the customer ecosystem.
I think I would like to add a point, taking Vatsal thing and what Ankit has said. Yes, at the end day, when we brand see something, we see it from what is the CAC that we are getting, what kind of a ROS that we are getting. But at the end day, as we understand, not every platform gonna perform. Not every platform gonna give you a good ROI, and not gonna give you a good a good ROI, sorry, CAC too. So I think a lot, a thing that matters, first thing that I see from a brand perspective is that key. I see if how this channel is actually helping me to get a lot of helping me to get assisted conversion. Like we talk about Google and Facebook. If we see Facebook as as a standalone medium, it add from a last click conversion, it maybe sound pretty high compared to the same goes for Google Display too. Okay, but when we go but when we see it from an assisted point of view, the user is seeing. I guess you're saying I cannot hear you. So if you're seeing from a perspective that is this helping me to get a lot more users in my funnel and then they're converting. So I think in-app is one platform which is actually doing a pretty good on a assisted conversion ratios, where I've seen it somewhere as high as like 1.5, 1.6x kind of for us that I'm seeing over the other brand that I've seen. So I think from keeping that point of my view, I would like to use in-app as more like branding and seeing what kind of a assisted that I'm seeing and how it is getting that as a number on organic and direct as a number, which kind of my way to see that is it actually getting me numbers instead of only coming through paid channels, but coming through organic and direct. Because for my way of seeing this like a brand campaign, I would like to see the point that is it actually helping me to increase my brand searches, or is it helping me to get a lot more customer coming through direct and organic, which is what at the end of the day brand's final final criteria is. Because when a customer actually sees your ad and come directly later on, the is much more quality consumer for us too. So that's what the way I see it. That if we are getting a if we're seeing a good assisted number coming up, then I think it's a platform that is worth investing for. I think Vatsal and Aniket, you must be having a similar thought that you guys seeing at your side too.
It's quite uncanny how how we've been having very similar conversations. So we are having conversations where people are saying, "Hey, listen, this is my brand budget. I'm spending this much, and I know at least 80% of it will go on mobile. What percentage of those are going to convert as organic visitors?" So I don't think they're necessarily looking at just a conversion number or just a sale number, but it's a very specific ask, because organic visitors then becomes a matter of how well the brand is being searched for. So some very interesting questions there that are getting raised. I totally agree with you on this.
I would also, totally agree, because I think the way you use in-app advertising or any medium for that matter is very important. And, while finally the objective of every advertiser is to get a transaction in many of the cases, especially when we're talking about customers who are owning their own apps and promoting apps. I think the creating the visibility and, creating the users at every point in the funnel is very important. And we've always seen a lot of cases where brands which are consistently using the in-app channel as in a healthy mix with their overall budgets will see a much greater long-term value coming out from the users. Because finally, when you are again and again reaching out to the users with the right kind of experiences in the right kind of environment, their propensity to come back and transact might be high. So then there are interesting cases where, let's say on, after getting a new app downloaded, the transactions may not come, but through consistent exposures and in some cases even retargeting those users, etc., the transactions actually come in after a week or 10 days, and so on. And this is especially the case with a lot of e-commerce apps or vertical e-commerce apps like fashion, etc., where transactions may show a lag from where it is. But the key difference between who gets a higher outcome over a longer period of time is how consistently are they spending their budgets, and what kind of environments, creatives, and what kind of formats, etc., they are using to reach out to the users. And those who are using the right kind of mix will always get better long-term value out of the monies that they are spending.
Great. Parul, would you want to go ahead and add on to this as well?
So my point here is a little upside down, since I come from the performance industry itself. We kind of are focused always on what the outcome is, what the transaction is, what the acquisition cost is. So the key metric that we look up to is the EPCs. We judge each inventory, we plan our media according to how EPCs are performing for each particular vertical. And so rather the CAC and acquisition is something that we have fixed in the performance channel. So we kind of backtrack it to EPCs while we are trying to plan our inventories.
It's actually very interesting to hear from you and Vipul, because you worked with global companies as well as with companies in India. Do you actually see some challenges with in-app advertising being similar in all regions, or do they differ from companies which work for different regions and with India? Parul, would you want to take it up? And it'll be great to also know Vipul's thoughts on this.
Well, sure. So it's quite interesting, actually. When we started off in web 15 years back, we kind of knew that we are a decade behind the West, and all the technologies or metrics or whatever we do at web in performance will be lagging by 10 years, and it still is kind of the case. But with the way our country's adoption to mobile has been, it was very, very kind of speculated that we will no longer see that lag. We will see that we are keeping up with technology. We will have, the same, we will talk the same language as global brands. But, in performance, I kind of still see that huge disparity. So when I talk to a global brand, there we are actually talking about cross device tracking. We are actually talking about different forms of attribution, whereas when we talk about domestic clients, we are still running two different campaigns, one for web and one for mobile, and one for web and mobile web, and one for app. So I think it's very interesting. It's something that just I am not able to understand, because the way we've grown in mobile, we should have kind of adopted technology also much faster than the pace that we are at. Obviously, there are challenges, there are business limitations, there are other limitations as well. But just, from an outsider perspective, this is kind of as a marketing company, this is kind of my thought.
Parul. Vipul, would you want to add on to this as well? I'm sure that you've worked with a lot of companies across the globe.
So I think the big difference which I see is really the expectations and the way, the entire problem definition happens in India versus some of the other markets. So in India, you consistently, there are broadly a few categories of problems that we get to solve through in-app advertising. So one is that, I want scale, but I want to pay, let's say 10 rupees or 5 rupees, or, sometimes something in that range for getting a new install. The second kind of problem that we get is that I want your help in driving X number of transactions. The third kind of problem that we might be getting is that you get us an app user and we want a certain retention metric, etc. But it's all basically very KPI driven, very end outcome driven. Whereas when you go to some of the international markets, you realize that the mindset is much more evolved, and people understand the value of creating a holistic marketing plan. And while they would be spending money and wanting these kinds of objectives, but they are more put forth as eventual optimization targets versus being the only metric that is getting tracked. So especially when you look at programmatic advertising, etc., the advertisers have the maturity to understand that it will take time to try out different channels, different apps, different ad units, etc. And the KPI is actually a goal to which you are incrementally always trying to get to, and not something where in 3 days or 5 days you would end the campaign saying that, sorry, I mean, we tried and you did not, your CAC was 1.5x, or your the traffic that we wanted was, retention was 50% lower, or things like that. So that is the big difference in the mindset which I see. And I think the Indian advertisers also need to get there, where they understand that the end objective is an outcome of different approaches, and that is not really the only thing that one can gun for, because otherwise you will get very one-sided outcomes to your campaigns, and the long-term retention and quality of users would suffer.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. On the same note, we see that, of course, iOS has already implemented privacy restrictions on advertisers accessing user device identifiers, and of course, there are also talks with Google and Facebook and other platforms going through the same way as well. So, Vatsal, this question was for you, and I'd also want to hear from Aniket as well on how do you think a marketer will adapt to this change in this environment?
Great question, Karan, and very relevant in today's scenario where our lives are changing upside down, like with companies like Apple, like Facebook implementing different changes, and that affects us like massively because the system that we are in. So yes, the privacy restrictions have come in from iOS. They have come in from Facebook. Facebook has deprecated their advanced mobile measurement system. Google is likely to follow. A lot of challenges are there that we face as marketeers, especially as performance marketeers, because we tend to track the performance of our ads, the performance of channel, the performance of what is performing, what is not performing. So in order to cope up with it, I guess we are yet to evolve as an industry. How are we going to do it? We are yet to come up with concrete solutions, because these changes are fairly new to the system. But I'm very sure that there would be we would overcome these challenges, because at the end, the space, the demand for these channels is huge. The performance pressures on marketeers is huge. The brands need it. So huge demand for this. How are we going to overcome the measurement piece is challenging. But to add to that, what I also see is that the kind of measurement that I'm talking about is at present implemented with very few brands. I mean, very few advertisers out there go actually and track the LTV at a user level. So which user is coming from which ad, what is the LTV? So that tracking is still there. We're still yet to reach there. So while the changes are yes, significant, I'm sure it will affect a lot of us in some way or the other way. But we are still yet to reach there where it impacts us like totally out of, like, throws it out of the picture completely. So we are yet to reach there. We are still reaching there. And while we try to, as advanced advertisers, we try to cope up with these challenges, I'm sure there would be some solution or the other, because a lot of people would be working on it. As we see a solution, as we see a huge problem, there is a huge value to add. So a lot of people would be working there, and we would see some nice solutions coming up soon.
Oh, great, good to know. Aniket, would you want to add on to this as well?
Yeah, this is almost one of my favorite topics so far as reading is concerned. See, I see this as some kind of a meeting point of three major phenomenon that we observe, right? First, at least within the Indian ecosystem, there's a phenomenal amount of scaling that's happening, right? Like I don't think any 3 or 4 years have added more people on devices and more people on personalized devices as much as the Indian ecosystem has done today. The second part is that there is increasing amount of scrutiny on what all do people share without in them knowing it. So this whole regulatory aspect and this whole privacy aspect kind of acts as a dampener on the so-called what you can leverage the scaling to. And third part is that at the same time, there is still this huge amount of need for every individual brand to have the right insights coming in from their data. So what does this eventually point to? I personally feel so these are like almost three forces that are acting on our ecosystem now. And at the advertising ecosystem level, actually, there are a lot more things which are getting automated. You've seen Google automate through UAC, you've seen Facebook automate through AAA campaigns, and there's a general amount of automation at scale, which is becoming another phenomenon, right? So I personally see that there are three major call outs so far as marketers are concerned. The first part is that I think no matter what happens, it's a change which we need to embrace. I don't think the world is ever going to get as open or as uncontrolled as it was before us. So we just need to embrace more and more control, more and more possibility of people asking us what all we are measuring, so on and so forth. One. Second, in face of this entire automated ecosystem, right, it's becoming really critical. I mean, I don't think there's been a more relevant time where we can say that brands need to have a very strong handle on their own first party data. There have been conversations where, I mean, but still about 3-4 years back when I used to hear a lot about third party data, and I used to be talking about first party data and it would stick out like a sore thumb simply because it wasn't fashionable enough to talk about first party data back then. But I don't think there's been a better time for, and more from a need perspective for brands now to invest in technology and analytical systems to leverage their first party data. And the third major aspect is that in face of an evolving automated ecosystem where there are fewer and fewer options for bid control, brands have to figure out what kind of post-conversion controls can be passed back into campaigns. I think this is one aspect of plumbing which is so critical, and it's still so easy to miss out, right? Because in a lot of cases, what ends up happening is you want to run a campaign, and by the time the campaign is done, you're kind of, oh, thank goodness, the campaign is done. But in reality, a lot of the feedback that needs to go back, it can be CRM feedback, it can be customer interaction feedback that can go back into the client, and you can create weighted measures for to know how well the customer is converting. Because let's not forget, I mean, today we may have a great acquisition campaign, but tomorrow the quality of acquisition question will definitely come up. And if we want to look good in both places, the only way to ensure that is by passing that data back into campaigns. So we are seeing a lot of movement. We're seeing a lot of conversations right now. To be honest, I think the movement will happen in due course. So three things: let's embrace the change. Second, let's invest in our first party data. And third, let's pass back down the funnel data into channels that will help us optimize better for audience, creatives, messages, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I think we are all enthusiasts of in-app advertising, and we can speak all day, but we're running out of time. So this would be my last question, which would be, of course, we're all enthusiasts and experts in in-app advertising. So how would you recommend an app marketer to leverage this rise in in-app advertising in 2022? And do you have any bold predictions for 2022 as well? So I'd request anyone from the panel to take this up and share your views.
My bold prediction for the next year would be, or for the coming years, would be that the kind of measurement we do, the kind of analytics we do on in-app advertising especially is going to drastically change, is going to improve over the time, and especially with the challenges that are thrown in from different tech giants, from the user privacy perspective. My prediction is that these challenges someone is going to solve these challenges, and this is going to be the next $1 billion billion-dollar industry or billion-dollar company coming in the next years.
I feel that going forward, data is going to play a more and more important role. And finally, in-app advertising will become more of a channel for delivering more personalized experiences and delivering more targeted advertising to individual users depending on their own behavior and their past history. And this approach of just carpet bombing and going after large amount of reach, etc., is going to significantly change and lead to more personalization.
Thank you.
I think I have a very a little different view here, Karan. That how we say that performance marketers are always looking for a last minute conversions. We are always going to the channel which actually add value to our transaction numbers and so-called revenue that we call it. Okay, but I think with this in-app kind of a thing that is coming up in the market, it's actually gonna impact a lot to a performance market. Yes, we have to adapt and learn, and we have to be ready to get into the space to how to use in-app advertising and do not see it only from the angle of getting the last minute conversion. So I think brand, yes, it will pick up. For them, it's one of the beautiful medium. But I think performance marketing as a place, people have to go up and go for it. I think that's where I see the major change, that the performance market will start talking from a lot from a creative and engagement perspective. Okay, and that's gonna be changing the way right now we buy the media. So that's where we see one change that will happen. Second, from I'm taking the virtual point of view, that it is a billion-dollar idea that we have to figure out how to track our our investment on our media and the ROI on the media. So if as I think there will be people who will be working on it to how to figure it out. So I think that's gonna be game changer for us, because Google and Facebook and iOS, I think, and all with time Microsoft and everybody will throw these challenges to us, and we need we will be having tools who are going to help us to combat that kind of a thing. So that is one area. So these tools, I think, this is going to be majorly thought that we have to see in the next few years that are going to plan out for us.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to go ahead and moderate this panel and of course listen in from industry experts. The rise of in-app advertising, of course, fuels all four stages with acquisition, conversion, retention, and engagement. So great to have everyone today, and I'll now forward this to the team at AdGully for the next couple of sessions. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you so much, Karan. Would like to thank you personally for being such a wonderful moderator in the session. And thank you so much, each and everyone who were in the discussion, for giving us so many insightful thoughts. That was one such wonderful conversation, I must say. I must thank all of you who have been into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Have a good day.
moving
Bye.
forward, before we, my pleasure. Before we proceed further, I would generally ask Madhura to play our sponsors area. I must tell you that this event would not have been possible without our presenting sponsors, Woot, in association with Trell, co-powered by InMobi and Pocket. Our gold partner is Trackier, and our gifting partner is Wow Skin Science. Can I request Madhura to please play the AV which we have made for our sponsors?
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर, और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited! Yay!
Wow. मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या? अरे क्या कर रही है तू मेरा? अरे साइको यार।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where you love this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
Sahil is dead. सुना तुमने? Sahil is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
Imagine a world where talent rocks, swag rules, music flows, beauty glows, where food is art and life's a runway, where calories burn and fashion sizzles, where every moment superstars are born and creators make magic with hot lit content. Experience a world where lifestyle meets social, meets commerce. Discover the latest looks, earn Trell coins and shop the biggest brands. Welcome to a world filled with joy and full of purpose. So jump right in. Let's go trending with Trell. Download now.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms. And engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
So you've been trying to scale your performance marketing business, but poor tracking mechanisms and half-cooked features of performance tracking platforms make you dependent on multiple vendors. Dealing and coordinating with these multiple stakeholders lead to random errors, snags every time you try to make it big. But not anymore. Introducing Trackier, a 360-degree performance marketing platform software that automates your network operations and boosts your ROI by over 50%. Here's how it works. Trackier provides seamless integration and support with over 100 plus APIs, the highest in the market. Say goodbye to fraud activity and undesirable conversions with our exclusive Optimize Rule feature. Just set the rule, and whenever the condition arises, Trackier will automatically trigger the rule. Trackier's custom reports lets you dwell into granular data so you can process actionable insights instantly. What's more, Trackier is highly scalable and customizable according to your requirements. So, stop wasting thousands of dollars and time on virtual assistants, multiple verification vendors, and unwanted fraud conversions. Gear up to scale your business by booking your free demo of Trackier today at www.trackier.com.
आपने एक्सपर्ट से सुना होगा ये कैसे हेयर फॉल रोकते हैं। सुना है ना आपके फेवरेट चेहरों से भी, पर इनमें है हार्श केमिकल्स जो हेयर फॉल बढ़ाते हैं। तो इनकी मत सुनो, अब नेचर की सुनो। वाओ स्किन साइंस रेड अनियन ब्लैक सीड ऑयल शैम्पू, अनियंस और ब्लैक सीड ऑयल के पावर के साथ जो हेयर फॉल कम करे और बालों को बनाए शाइनियर एंड 10x स्ट्रॉन्गर। नेचुरली बी वाओ। Naturally, shop now on buywow.in.
छोटी छोटी सी शुरुआत है, ये छोटी सी उमंग है, टिमटिमाते जगमगाते ये हैप्पीनेस के रंग है।
इंस्पिरेशन कहीं से भी हो, एक छोटे से आइडिया से हम कल को बेहतर बना सकते हैं। वाओ स्किन साइंस विटामिन सी फेस वॉश अब प्लास्टिक की जगह पेपर ट्यूब में। ये है हमारी छोटी सी शुरुआत। बी वाओ नेचुरली।
So my special thanks to all our sponsors for supporting us and making this event grand. Now let's move on to our keynote address on technology solutions to power the future of mobile marketing. As we all know, newer technology and innovations will drive and help mobile marketing to accelerate further. To understand this deeply, we have been joined by Ms. Chanpreet Arora, who is the head AVOD Woot, Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. Welcome, Chanpreet. I hope you're doing well, Chanpreet.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, AdGully and MOBEXX, for inviting me to this platform
Stage
to
is all yours.
share insights from our learnings at Woot about all the innovations and breakthroughs that we are having in mobile marketing on OTT. Uh, Being in the business of entertainment has never been so exciting, especially for a publisher-led OTT such as ours. Today, if we just talk about the sheer scale of explosion for us, with 91% tele density, mobile screens have truly replaced televisions as the first screen in India. Today, on an average, every Indian with access to mobile phone is consuming over 4.5 hours of entertainment and information daily, and this is all thanks to our near free data. Um, Innovations such as voice keyboards, overcoming the challenges of literacy and interface that we had in the initial phases of mobile internet. However, the real hero of this entire piece of stickiness of content consumption is the explosion in multilingual, informative and entertainment content that has come onto the mobile screens thanks to the OTT platforms across the world and in India. And today here I am to talk about it and what are our learnings and how advertisers are engaging with us to make the most of these scaled immersive content consumption patterns of our users. So first let's talk about why is OTT so relevant to to marketers vis-a-vis on mobile. Today, mobile phone is the repository of all our information, our mails, banking, transactions, information requirement, and entertainment data. It across platforms. It is one of those platforms which allows a marketer to be able to target its users across the life cycle of his or her needs and his or her decision making. On OTT platforms, you get an extremely engaged audience at scale, vis-a-vis any other UGC platform or any other social media or news platform. And why do I say that? While the number of check-ins per day or the daily users may be very high on short information platforms or social media platforms, it's the OTT platforms which actually deliver high stickiness with time spent crossing anywhere between 42 minutes to all the way up to 55 minutes, and Woot is no different there. On an average, we across the year deliver about 43 minutes of TSV per session for our user, which really helps our brands build stickiness and higher recall for all the marketing money spent with us. Uh, so to sum it up as to why OTT is at the heart of this entire growing mobile marketing story. It can largely go to one, uh, availability and access to large scaled audiences. Second is sharp demographic and psychographic targeting abilities. And a third is reaching these audiences through deep integrations and contextual marketing, being relevant to their interests and their time of purchase, rather than just simply focusing on demographics.
I think that worked, CP. That was really good.
Thank you. So, moving on to the need for innovation in format. We all know about the challenges of bombarding our subscribers or viewers with advertising. And one of the things that we're really proud of in our OTT environment is that for us, the user comes first, and the user experience is at the heart of user experience, and contextual targeting is at the heart of how we cater content as well as brand messaging to our consumers. Some of the very interesting examples in this is the innovation that's coming in into storytelling through gaming and interactivity and AI based recommendations. Today, it is our job to understand what our user is looking for, not just in terms of genre of entertainment, but also the formats of entertainment. And this unlocks a very interesting opportunity for our advertisers to dovetail their messaging in this interactive storytelling. Let's just take for an example our recently hit gaming show called The Big Picture that we launched in October, and it generated over 10 million interactions in the second screen experience for the quiz show. And our primary sponsors were not the ones who were giving us pure play advertising, but were actually involved in active content creation of this second screen, and integrated their messaging for for the user. The second such example for us is our ability to understand at root the importance of fandom of certain formats and characters that we have created, and how we are extending them into a gamified storytelling experience for our users, and how our advertisers are doing deep integrations and taking advantage of that. Let's just take for an example our launch of Big Boss OTT. It was the first time in the Indian arena where any broadcaster or any big media company has taken their biggest property and put that on OTT first. It was a brilliant success because it catered first to the fans of Big Boss. It catered to the need for gamification, the need for interactivity that the user has been experiencing in virtual gaming and casual gaming scenarios, but not with its content. And thirdly, it was a great success for our advertisers because they were able to do not just deep integrations inside the content, but also in the interactive storytelling. Let's just take, for example, a new brand, Coin DCX, in the cryptocurrency arena, which partnered with Big Boss OTT. It was a very new brand at that time, and it was able to use Big Boss OTT for building awareness, educating users about cryptocurrencies, the trust that it could build, and actually gain popularity at mass. It's one of the best success stories we have of a completely new online brand in a very new space, struggling to build trust and using pop culture led mass entertainment gamified content delivered on OTT to connect with its audiences end to end. So moving on to challenges and measurability. I think it's really important to talk about the challenges in measurability, especially given that we are now looking at a complete shift of movement from cookie-based targeting to contextual targeting. And while premium OTT players such as us are in a very strong position with our own first-party data, it is really important to call out that the reliance on third-party audience tracking is a very difficult subject for both advertisers and publishers. For example, target audience benchmarks change depending on methodology or the partner that is used from one advertiser to the other, I think it is really critical for players such as Moat, Nielsen, AppsFlyer, Seismic to build more transparency on one hand, and on the other hand, for OTT players such as us to build direct relationships with advertisers and see how first party data from both parties can be used without actually having to simply rely on third party trackers to be able to run successful campaigns at scale. On this note, I'd really like to talk about MOBEXX, which is Woot's own ad tech stack, which is an investment we have made in investing in our audience measurement across across our B2C and B2B2C platforms for aggregation and better targeting of our audiences through direct and programmatic orders. It also is the platform we have created where not just our own first party data but third party data as well as second party data, when we're working with large brands who carry their own databases, can sync together for better audience targeting and tracking of campaigns. So on that note, I'd just like to say that given where we have started today, mobile marketing is at the center of all activity, and it will remain for the foreseeable future, even as we go ahead and we see CTV taking a very strong play in the OTT space. Mobile will remain at least 66 to 75% of the market depending on which geography we go to, and the future is really dependent on how strongly we partner amongst publishers, agencies, third-party agencies, as well as advertisers. Thank you for having me here. Have a good evening ahead.
Thank you so much, Anpreet, for sharing these insightful thoughts with us. It was lovely hearing you, knowing the facts from you. Thank you so much once again. Now let's move forward to the next panel of discussion, which is on AI-powered voice tech, the new frontier for businesses. Friends, AI-driven analytics powered with voice will enhance consumer experiences and drive the businesses. To discuss about this new frontier for business, we have with us experts on the matter. Starting from Ms. Anushri Ghosh, who is the head Digital Strategy, Media, Brand Commerce, D2C Growth ITC. Welcome, Anushri. We have Ms. Geetha Iyer, who is the Director, Global Client Solutions, InfoStretch. Welcome, Geetha. We have Mr. Neeraj Ruparel, Head of Mobile and Emerging Tech Group M. To help us in moderating the session, we have been joined by Mr. Akash Deep Batra, Head of Marketing, Growth and Customer Experience at DBS Bank. Welcome, all of you. Over to you, Akash.
Thank you so much.
You can take it forward from here.
Akash, you're on mute, I guess.
Can you hear me, please? Now, is it audible?
Yes. Good to see you all.
Thanks, Namita, for introducing the panel. Let me start by welcoming everyone to this event, and it's obviously my pleasure to moderate this panel. And let me quickly talk about what we're going to discuss today, right? See, the topic, as Namita said, is going to be about AI-powered voice technology, right? And I think as a topic itself, it has two big buzzwords. One is artificial intelligence, the other is voice tech. But what we will do as a panel is to keep the conversation much simpler and make sure it's easy to understand. understand. Rather, when Bijoy reached out to me to be part of this panel discussion, I said instead of being on the expert side, I would rather be on the moderation side, because I think this will help me understand, what this technology is all about much better than trying to talk about my limited experience with this area, right? And I think to do this, we've got an amazing panel. As Namrata said, Neeraj, who heads the voice practice at WPP. We've got Geeta, who's director of global client solutions at InfoStretch, and Anushri, who's head of digital strategy, media growth, and e-commerce for ITC. So I think they will help us kind of make sense of what this really means, and I think hopefully make your life and my life as simple and easy to understand this technology, right? So let me kind of just set the context so that we're actually clear about what we're discussing, right? See, I think AI-based AI-powered voice tech is not necessarily a new conversation, right? And if you really look at it, the conversation really started with AI-powered smart assistants, right? And it's kind of started largely as a text-based interface. So I'm sure all of us remember the chatbots on Facebook Messenger or WhatsApp, and they're still very prevalent across, right? And I think the channel of conversation changed from text to voice, and I think this was fairly accelerated by a deep integration of smart assistants like Siri or Google Assistant or Cortana into devices, right? And this was further fueled by the whole advent of smart devices, right? And I think the important point is that the technology has evolved over time, and it's just not about understanding what is being just spoken, but also about what is the context and sometimes even what the emotion is, right? And at a very fundamental level, this technology is helping us create a new relationship with the digital devices, right? And like everything digital, last 18 to 24 months have been quite transformational. The adoption's obviously gone up given the macro sort of say situation around or consumer behavior around cocooning, focus on health, and so on and so forth, right? So with that context, I'm going to hand over to my panelists and ask them first set of questions, and if they can give us a sense of where they actually see how voice-based technology is actually being leveraged in the industry for building brands, for businesses, and specifically how do they see these technologies evolving a period of time, right? And if I may, start with Anushri. Anushri, can I get your views on this topic, please?
Sure. So I think, as you rightly put it, Akash, it is an emerging space, and it has kind of really redefined, a human's relationship with technology. I mean, predominantly the relationship with, anything technology, whether it's a smart device like a laptop or a phone, has been predominantly with typing and seeking out through, writing something out, right? I think that relationship is probably getting a little more smarter and a little more intuitive. Ideally, I think, probably voice is essentially a little more of a vehicle of inclusion. Age no bar, technology education no bar, literacy no bar. I think it kind of really makes it relevant for one and all. So this space has a little bit of a spectrum, and you were talking about the really smart side of it, which means, you have the Siris of the world and Alexas of the world and the entire smart home and smart car, and you can probably just leave a little bit of a command and things can be done. But the other side of the spectrum, which is more assistive in nature, which is more utilitarian in nature, which is almost like life support, career support of sorts, which I think is more, towards the rural side of, or the unadvanced so-called, semi-smart to feature, phone device kind of a space. I think it's a whole lot of a spectrum. Brands are yet to find that space. A lot of brands, and I know for a fact my colleague Neeraj will talk about a whole lot of interventions that he's worked on. But in terms of real vehicle of brand building, I think one's still kind of really grappling with what to do beyond an assistive chatbot, what to do beyond an assistive discovery mechanism of a particular content destination, or even voice or so-called music as genre being a vehicle of advertising, so voice-based ads becoming an important norm when it comes to the media mix of sorts. But I think, how do you bring alive or demonstrate the brand personality is a space that is not very well explored as yet. So I think brands are still somewhere a distance away to kind of really arrive at how do you kind of make this entire evolution relevant to the brand marketing or media mix, so to speak.
Got it. No, thanks, Anushri. So more questions, and like always, brand marketers and marketers are struggling to figure out how to use a new technology, right? So Geeta, I'm going to ask you to weigh in really, and given your background both on the brand side and on the tech side, give us a sense of one where you're seeing this technology, and also weigh in a little bit on why do you think brands and marketers are still struggling to leverage this really well? And I'm just starting with you because I know Neeraj is going to give us a very different picture, but I still, as practitioners and as people working with brands, I do want to get your point of view. Geeta?
Absolutely, Akash. Thanks for asking that interesting question. So I would say, see, voice, when voice as a medium was emerging, like we were, in fact, when I was with Diageo, we jumped onto that and said, like, we really saw the potential of voice and we wanted to develop skills, and we did, like, be it for, I would say RCB, or let's say for Diageo brands by itself. And globally, if you look at it, there is a lot more acceptance because that the smart speakers and all of that is available. And the penetration in US households is almost to the tune of 55%, right? Like where the households are owning that. But in India is a very interesting scenario because one is we kind of develop the skills. But the thing is, like, how do you actually make it more discoverable? So that becomes like really, really pain point. One of the pain points, how do you actually do that? You can't like pump in more and more marketing money to kind of make it discoverable. And another area, like, which I'm sure Neeraj is also going to talk about, is like about the measurement aspect of it. Like when you're putting the money, what is the ROI? Are you going to get it, right? So that's another area that's a big question mark. But I see that, like, how voice is going to be like, primary interface for your digital world, because it just breaks the language barriers. It is connecting to billions of devices, smart environments, AI bots, and all of that. So it is going to be the primary interface. So it is up to us to see, like, how we are going to break it down, considering what problem statement that, brand wants to see it, right? How do we see it not as an independent platform or as a channel, but because it just needs really integrated, right, across? Because for consumers, it's about, like, am I able to access it faster? Am I getting, like, trustworthy information? That is more important for the consumers. And how we are going to get up as a brand, as a marketer, is going to be a very, very critical question. So yeah, I would want Neeraj to add more, because we have worked in the past so much on this front.
No, I think so. Geeta, Anushri, as you said, there's a clear use case for leveraging voice technology on the utility side. I mean, I think there's no argument or a question on that, right? Does that make the customer experience from a servicing perspective faster, better, cheaper, much richer, for sure, right? And I think what both of you are underlying again is the challenges exist significantly on the brand marketing engagement side, right? Which is still evolving. And Geeta, as you said, largely the challenge continues to be is saying, how do you not make it one off and make it more consistent and integrated with your with your consistent campaigns of engagement and so on and so forth, right? So Neeraj, I do want you to come in and I think you've heard the challenges from the other side already. So while you explain some of the work that you've done and how you see this evolving, give us a little bit of a sense about cases or case studies where you've seen brands using it consistently and creating a definite impact both in consumers and businesses. Neeraj?
Sure, Akash. I would say it's a tough one, and I could totally relate to Anushri and Geeta, because we've been kind of driving on the voice wave for almost like 2.5 years now. So initially when we began, it was huge numbers in terms of voice search volumes, which were flowing in across various platforms. And obviously till date, if you were to see the across platforms, whether it's YouTube or voice search or individual applications now integrating voice search as part of their ecosystem, getting geared for the India 2 market. You're seeing a lot of use cases which are more product integrated use cases. So I would say an automobile as a segment, Alexa Uconnect kind of integrates onto it and builds a lot of core utilities. So I stay on the 25th floor. I just need to shoot up a command to Alexa to open up my car. The guy goes and he's cleaning up the vehicle. The keys need not go there, right? So it's one of the core utilities. So what we're trying to do is trying to integrate this as part of the product mix right now and trying to build core utility out of it. And in certain cases, I would still say it's more tactical in nature. It's pretty nascent in nature because just to summarize, I would say usage is all-time high, but the industry has not woken up to it. Consumers has pretty much adopted it. For me, voice remains a 1 billion story in India. With India having a record number of non-connected feature phones, we do a lot of smart solutions for rural audiences. And now these solutions have moved away from a regular DTMF-led campaigns to more smart, what do you call, IVRS-based solutions, which are more AI-led. And just to give you a perspective, when Google in India offers a voice assistant for feature phones, which is completely a smart solution, which gets driven through a simple number. So that was our pretty much an inspiration to create a lot of programs in the rural belt out there, which are more sustained in nature. And as we speak, we have also deployed a platform which is called MOBEXX, which allows us to kind of land communication in rural pockets, looking into the incremental reach which it offers above TV. And that's the area we are seeing consistent business, which is more to do with tier 2 and rural pockets. Urban, I would say it's more tactical in nature, like I said. So one of the most buzzing campaigns was 5-star do nothing. So that's again a creative thought which was being ported onto Google Assistant. So we made Google do nothing. So you ask any question and you get a quirky response back. So a lot of interesting tactical interventions are getting built in. A lot of commerce-led skill, what we are piloting and trying now. The recent one is what we did this Valentine's Day, where lovers could exchange notes with Alexa, but they could actually connect to Amazon shopping app and they could transact and they could actually courier a Cadbury Silk to their partners, right? So that level of, this is called shopping actions in US. India was a beta rollout, all thanks to our partnerships. We were managed to pull this off. So we are learning as we speak on various pockets, but at an industry level, you're seeing a lot of interesting product integrations, right? From the JioMart or the Big Basket or PNG using it for B2B. So the industry is pretty much getting geared for the India 2 kind of an audience set, and voice remains a key channel for you to engage with those audiences. So I would say, just to summarize, I would say in 2 years into it, I've got tons of cases on voice, but it still remains a challenge for me because every time I go to my client, they seek data. And we don't get data at a category level as of now. So in the absence of the data, what we do is we dig into client analytics. We use a bunch of Google tools to analyze the traffic. What kind of content are people seeking? What is the percentage of or the quantum of content which is coming in through voice search? Build a case and then go into create a voice destination for our client. So pretty much voice in the building stage, as we call it. And more data gets shared from big tech companies. We will have a very good win-win situation there for the brands, because most of the brands are keen on knowing, okay, 30% on voice search, what's happening in my category? That's what Anushri would say, or that's the conversation which I used to have with Geeta at Diageo, and we ended up doing a campaign on voice SEO, which she can talk more about. So that's the space, Akash.
So, I mean, no, appreciate it, Neeraj. Let me delve a little bit deeper on this and try to get to, I mean, the challenges that we face. You mentioned measurements as being one, right? I mean, you also alluded to the fact that the big tech guys continue to control the way us brands reach out to customers in the fashion that they do it for. And therefore, to a certain extent, as marketers, we're kind of reliant on them to decide what that engagement format should be, right? And I do want to get, Anushri and Geeta, you to weigh in, and then Neeraj, to you, the real challenges that you're seeing in the adoption, right? I mean, whether it's from content creation to distribution. Neeraj talked about, Geeta talked about distribution quite a bit. You can't keep paying money to let people know what you're doing. Is it therefore going to end up being one-off engagements, as some of the examples that Neeraj gave, or do you think there is really meaning in this platform from a sustained basis? Geeta, can we start with you? Then I'll come to you, Anushri.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I think as you rightly mentioned, see, what we need to see as marketers, I mean, what is that I would advocate is like, don't look at it as a single platform, right? I mean, it's not a single platform. You need to really create consistent scheduled content for the consumers when they are seeking for. Let's say, for example, one of the season we create like RCB in terms of the news updates and let's say the live scores, all of that. The next season, the platform is getting up and is providing all the those information directly. Then what is the play for the brand? How do you actually have the interoperability between the platform as well as the standalone kind of branding that we are creating, right? Another one is also in terms of like, how do you actually create the brand personality? How do you leverage on your natural language understanding, your conversational artificial intelligence, right? And the speech to text format, all of that is coming together and then like ensuring that you're really creating a brand personality that is very unique so that it just creates an identifiable, memorable structures in your consumer mind. So you need to create that. That's pretty, very critical, right? And similarly, another area is like, you should not look at this as one single application. Okay, I have kind of created the content. I have done whatever is needs for my voice optimization search I've created on my CMS or DAM. No, you have to, again, look at in terms of how do you apply, how do you ensure you leverage your content from the legacy systems? What are the integrations that needs to be done? How do you, right? How do you apply artificial intelligence to convert your text to speech or speech to text so that like you're really producing a humanized content, human-based voice content, which is so relevant, which is also contextual to the consumers. When they hear it, they can relate to it, right? So those are the areas. And another area I also feel strongly is about in terms of the privacy of the consumers. How do you ensure you take care of the privacy of the consumers, right? Because voice is like beyond your fingerprinting, if you like it or not, right? It entails data about your, be it your emotional or health factors, and all of that gets kind of, captured. So how do you ensure there is data privacy that's being addressed? And then also, who is the data owner for all this? Is it the platform? Is it the brand? What is the data controls? Who is owning it? All of these challenges. So while interoperability issues are all, there are standards, Linux Foundation, some other, the industry bodies are coming together, even Google is working on it, all of that are coming together, defining it. There is a lack of process between the brands and the, the enterprises or the organizations. So how do we stitch all of that? So these are the challenges that I see, but the measurement bit of it I've already talked about. These are the challenges that needs to be streamlined so that we look at voice as more of an integrated channel wherein we loop in cross-functional, businesses also to have a play. I cannot say that I am creating a content, news content for you, but I also need to, in case if the consumer want to know, okay, fine, RCB news is fine, RCB live scores is fine. Now I want to buy the merchandise, which is, so where do I kind of transfer this? I need to buy in cross-department so that the overall enterprise needs to be educated, and then, you need to have a buy-in across. And then you need to stitch the voice strategy for you to be consistent. Otherwise, it just becomes like one-off tactical kind of executions, which Neeraj was alluding to. Yeah.
Got it. I mean, the only thing I was thinking when you were explaining was a lot of this was a conversation that we would have about, websites or even social media about 10 years back, right? How do we get the organization to start thinking, say tech first, social first, and how do we get the integrations across our systems? So it seems like, but honestly, while you add this, I do also want to ask a follow-up basis what Geeta said. Is therefore, do you think brands will eventually start investing on this channel as much as we did, at least on the web 1.0, 2.0 world, right? I mean, given the challenges, because as we discussed, as a standalone, this just looks more like an interface than a new channel. And if that's enough for us to invest behind this, or do you think it's just going to take a lot of time for us to get to that point where there'll be significant investments? Anushi?
Yeah. So I think it's actually not something else, or it's not really removed from the overall way you interact with consumers. I think it's an extension to the same. And just like any other technology, found its space or found its due credit as we moved. In fact, I think for digital or for technologies like voice, I think we kind of leapfrogged a little bit. And because it happened simply because it became, almost like second nature, and it's almost like a matter of fact extension. So I feel that's currently probably it might just look like there are some entry barriers for brands to kind of adopt it at scale. But just like how social or digital is probably not even an extension, it's probably, the core of brand thinking today. And I think voice being by the very nature of, and like I was saying, it's the vehicle of inclusion, perhaps, when it comes to kind of reaching out to consumers. I think it'll find its due very, very quickly. But I think Geeta actually raised a bunch of points, and she's covered most of the points that a brand marketer would kind of think through. And you were talking about Web 1.0 or even Web 2.0 today, the rigor that one puts when it comes to arriving at content strategies, and how do you really personalize, how do you have progressive discovery of content, how do you really deploy AI so that you take the consumer to a journey which is of value to the brand or the organization. I think voice requires that kind of thinking, which will elevate its role from being just a tactical initiative to something which is really rooted in what the brand actually stands for, be it the personality, be it the purpose, or whatever it is. So I think, it requires a little bit of its due in terms of the role that it can play, because it is really, really core to communication, so to speak. So I think a lot of brands are getting into that space. I think we've started to get it. Like, for example, the D2C brands, I think, they adopted very quickly simply because, they are just figuring out ways and means to reach out to consumers so that they make the consumer journeys really intuitive and easy for consumers to adopt. Even e-commerce does the same. So I think, brands like consumer brands, for example, the brands that I handle, I think the role is becoming really clearer. While there are a few entry barriers, measurement barriers, barriers in terms of data availability, all of those are there. But I think as we kind of move towards understanding how consumers interact with it, I think it will find its due pretty quickly.
Yeah. So, Anushri, and if I can be a little specific with you, see, I think what all of us agree is that conceptually this shows us a lot of potential, given consumers are adopting it, and I mean there are behavioral reasons, and there are behavioral reasons for why consumers will, right? So, and I think so the adoption is which is going to go up. So, if I was just ask a follow-up question, saying today, of all the brands that you manage, I mean, forget any specifics, what percentage of your time, in a day or in a month or in a year, do you think you're spending in having conversations specifically about leveraging voice, right? And how much of that is getting translated into an actual action or a brand campaign or a utility being built from the brand itself? I mean, because the challenge that I'm sensing is, and again, it's always interesting to be part of such panel discussions, because this is probably a similar conversations we would be having 5 years back, right? In saying that yes, we believe, and I still remember being part of, moderating another panel discussion largely on chatbots, and the conversation was exactly the same, right? But even today, the usage has become so narrow to areas where brands and businesses are leveraging it, and obviously they're doing it really well. So I mean, not to say that, right? So if I have to ask you a specific question, I mean, look into the crystal ball a little bit, Anushri, for me, in saying from an actual on-ground action adoption perspective, specifically for the brands that you manage, when do you think the adoption for voice will actually be significant, if not, if not a specific percentage, and so on and so forth?
So if brands have a content strategy, or if brands have a content which leads to commerce kind of a strategy, which means brands that really want consumers to traverse a journey, is where the role of voice kind of starts to come in. And sometimes it's really consciously we are trying to kind of integrate that conversation, simply because it's a behavior. It kind of, if you do groups today, and a whole lot of consumers will actually say that as probably a primary way that they interact with technology. So because it's a very important trend that one has really identified, it's getting into conversations quite a bit. And like I said, in most campaign strategies, it is of course a conversation, but it requires an extra spend. It requires some kind of prioritization, which I think it's still down the pecking order, to be honest. So it is still not at the center of the brand strategy. If I don't do this, it will not really my campaign is not going to go live. I think we are not there as yet. but it consciously, a lot of brands are having this conversation to add the voice element. And I hate to say to add like it's force fitting, but it's mostly, logically extended, but it does see very little light of day to begin with at this point. But I do see that journey, very quickly traversed into seeing many such interventions, which are really logically integrated with larger campaigns.
Got it. And before I move to Neeraj, my belief has been always topics which get discussed a lot get used the least, right? Nobody talks.
The only hope is that with digital being discussed quite a bit, a lot of other allied technology conversations being discussed quite a bit. We have seen that really being implemented even in products which are average selling price of 10 rupees. So I do hope that things are going to really shift to in the favor of voice. So yeah, so that's where I am at.
I like the optimism Anushri brings on the table, and I think this is a good conversation to have another year from now and see where all of us are, not just you, Anushri, where all of us are. And Neeraj, we're almost towards the end, but I do want to get your views specifically on what's the realities. While I think what all of us accept clearly is that there's a potential for this technology to definitely become a larger part of our conversation with customers, right? But in reality, and given obviously you've got a slightly broader perspective that you work with multiple clients, but if you even have to pick up the number one brand that you work with, how much of the conversation is around voice, and what do you really think it'll increase to in coming months and years? Neeraj?
Yeah, so I would say, Akash, most of my work which is happening with my client is on voice, is predominantly targeting those feature phones which are resting on media dark markets. So there's where TV penetration becomes a challenge, and voice becomes the only go-to medium. So whether it's broadcast and then getting people to engage, or running some kind of an engagement program with those audience sets, that becomes a core utility for this channel. And for marketers, I think that's the only available channels. Like keep saying this, it's a 1 billion story. So if you're talking about 400 million feature phones in India, the only channel which is going to appeal to them is go regional, go mass, and build engaging solutions out there, right? So that there's a clear need for this medium in that pocket of audiences. Now, when we come to the urban audiences and the record number of voice search and all the data which we keep hearing, the suggestion is to give. So one clear broad insight which we have is audience is shifting and they're consuming content in voice, right? So the intent is to give them a holistic experience. So if the person is coming in through voice search, we'll have to create a destination which rides on voice, and then give it a commerce plugin. So the guy who's coming in regional through voice search, tier 2 audiences, maybe literacy and language barriers a challenge out there. So try and build that holistic experience and measure the ROIs in pockets. So that's what we're trying to do. So if the brand is invested on a content, we say that extend that content and create a voice skill now, make it available for audiences on. So the ride on the voice search wave, which I keep saying. So right, there's a voice search which is happening. You have a content, create a layer of that content, whether on simply a calling platform or a voice destination on Google, which is available in 10 languages right now, and try and give it a voice commerce plugin, and then measure the holistic journey out there. So these are the two verticals which we are toiling with right now. And if you were to ask me about innovations in that space, there's tons of work which is happening, right from video and voice synthetic content, the work which we did with Mondelez on Shah Rukh Khan. And now with Alexa having Amitji's voice, and that's exactly the point which Geeta was mentioning, that the sonic DNA layering on top of these voice skills is going to make those conversations more stickier with the audiences. So right from creating a destination and giving it a one-to-one feeler by creating a sonic DNA of a brand, and then extending that content using a synthetic voice as well. So while earlier, say 3 years back, when we used to do a campaign in rural India, it was a one voice which is going to get broadcasted. Now we are actually toiling on the 1 PD data, and we are creating celebrities' voice in regional languages which are more one-to-one addressed, right? So it's almost like Chunnu ki mama from Bhagalpur, and then you're trying to build that conversation. So the conversations in rural India on feature phones are also going more intelligent, with a lot of these personalized conversations which are kicking in. Another area of what we are doing is creating video bots in multiple lingual languages, and that too for the feature phone audiences. So Mobile Doctor of Unilever is a classic example. So that's the space I would say.
Got it. Neeraj, no, yeah, thanks for interrupting. I'm just getting like multiple messages to wrap this up. Final, I mean, thank you very much. Truly appreciate it. I do want to end this with one line, almost guidance that you want to offer to me as somebody who would want to get onto this journey. Just one line, and then we'll wrap it up. Neeraj, let's start with you.
I would say create destinations. Content is the key.
Got it. Thanks. Geeta?
Make it more discoverable as soon as you kind of create it, and then ensure you educate your consumers on that.
Super. Anushri?
Make it strategic, not tactical. Have it rooted in what the brand really stands for. Otherwise, it will be one-off.
Got it. No, super. Truly appreciate everyone. I think the summary that I'm taking back is, stay calm and continue to stay invested. And, hopefully this will be big, right? So thank you very much, Geeta, Anushri, Neeraj. Appreciate your time and all the feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akash. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks, Anushri. Thanks, Geeta.
Thank you.
And I must tell you guys, we are having an enriching experience by listening to you all. Big thanks to one and all. Now moving forward onto our next topic of discussion. That is our panel 5th, which is brand safety solutions targeting shifting goalposts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, brands enjoy the ability to reach audiences more quickly, easily, and affordably than ever before, all while being able to measure results in new and effective ways. At the same time, if you talk about brand safety, it is always a concern and it is a challenge in the digital era for most of the brands. Now, let us hear from our experts on what solutions are available for the clients to safeguard their brands. We have with us our esteemed panel of experts here. We would like to invite Ms. Loveleen Gajria, Vice President, Media Imami. Welcome, Loveleen. We have Ms. Meghna Chetri, Chief Manager, ICICI Bank with us. We have Ms. Surbhi Gupta, who is the General Manager, Marketing, Lenskart. Welcome, all of you. And to conduct this session, we have with us Mr. Nikhil Kumar, Vice President, Media Smart FL. A very warm welcome, and I must welcome one of our esteemed panelists, Chintan Soni ji, who is the Vice President, Digital Medicine. So I must give you all a very warm welcome, and I request you to kindly proceed with the discussion, Nikhil.
Yes, thank you. I think welcome all. Great to see you all. We had to wait a bit for our due, but I welcome you all to this panel, and really good to see some familiar faces. It's been a while since we all caught up, but good to have all of you guys back in the forum. So welcome to the 5th edition of MOBEXX Summit 2021. And our topic for today's panel is brand safety solutions, the shifting goalpost. Now, brand safety is about preventing the loss of trust between a brand and a customer. Without trust, revenue, brand equity, customer perception, all can be lowered or lost. A transparent digital advertiser, brand safety vendor relationship is the key to success here. That brings us to what is brand safety? In a layman's term, brand safety is a measure that aims to protect the image and reputation of a brand from negative or damaging influence of questionable or inappropriate content when advertising online. Clearly, brand safety issues are not going away. On the contrary, they're likely to increase with the increased spends in digital environment. The last 2 years, COVID playing catalyst, the digital investments for each of the brands have skyrocketed. With increased complexity of protecting a brand's image and reputation from the rise and threats from fake news, inappropriate content, MarTech, digital supply chain, ad fraud, and I can go on about it. In this era where brands are going direct to consumer, using digital platforms to sell products, sell services, build communities, beyond building communities and reputation, digital and brand safety are some of the things which go hand in hand. And in fact, in a personal opinion, I think in India, we've noticed that the adaptation towards brand safety has been more reactive than proactive. So I welcome you all to a very diverse panel from CPG, D2C brands, BFSI, banking, and DSP, which I represent, to this panel. I'll start this panel because the introductions have been done. Maybe I'll start this panel with a very simple question to each one of you. And maybe I'll start with you, Meghna. What does brand safety mean in an environment that you work, or for the company that you work for? What does it mean in terms of digital or in terms of overall brand safety for your consumers?
Thank you so much for the question, Nikhil. So brand safety, I think that's one topic that everybody loves to talk about, but your question is very, very fundamental as to what does brand safety mean. It's, as the term says, to keep your brand safe, right? How do you keep it safe from the negative critique, or how do you ensure that when you're running the ads, etc., on digital or across different mediums, your brand doesn't actually show up on some unwanted piece of content or some negative topic, or on websites or categories which are not related to you, or certain times news which are negatively talking about your own brand, right? So brand safety is really about ensuring that you are giving a safety net to your brand advertisement across the digital medium. This means different things to different brands, and within the organization also, depending on your products or services, this would mean different things for different products and services. So you need to identify what are the categories which are okay for you, what are the topics which are not okay for you, what are the content pieces which are appropriate for you, which are not okay for you, what are the audience segment or targeting type which you think is going to work for you, versus what is it that it's not going to work for you. It comes from as basic as identifying the right TG and delivering the right ad to them.
Yeah, perfect. I think, Meghna, my question was, and for other panelists that I'll move on to, is specific to your vertical, because I believe brand safety, while in generic norms would have the similar meaning for all, but probably to banking, 101s that you probably cannot skip across would be very different for probably an ICICI versus Imami versus a Lenskart versus probably Madison. So let's take a cue from there and move on to Loveleen. Loveleen, old friend, I've known you for a while. How has the brand safety definition, while you have stuck to CPG, how has the definition changed from the L'Oreal days to Imami, or has it not changed at all? And what does it mean when you work for such a diverse CPG environment with over 10,000 SKUs? What does it mean for you when you talk about digital advertising and brand safety?
So from our perspective, if you look at, really, you asked me the question from L'Oreal to Imami, and the journey has been similar for digital, where it's grown from metros to and what's called as India One by Google, and today is small town and more vernacular skewed. So about 70% of the new internet users are coming in from India too, and that's put in question a lot of standard global norms that are there to measure and put into practice for brand safety. And we know that we need to constantly evolve, and as brand custodians need to take adequate measures to make sure that these brands that we manage and we have built are in safe hands and safe environments, and put the right foot forward, which is suitable for talking to these consumers, and that's where we are.
Perfect. Surbi, one of the largest platforms online to build what people know today as D2C. Somebody who sits there and understands this business operations, probably played this role before COVID started way too many years back, built this business successfully for such a large business that you hold today. What does brand safety mean for you? And for a category like yours, what does it mean? And everybody wears, I'm wearing one, and bought from Lenskart. What do you think when you are briefing your partners on brand safety?
So, hi guys. For us at Lenskart, besides of course whatever Loveleen and Meghna has just shared, and the definition that you have also shared, Nikhil, is about for any brand, irrespective of whichever category it is. For us, it is of course not showing a wrong brand or wrong information and sharing any wrong information with our customers. That is definitely for sure. Not showing any wrong products also for us is very, very important, because in BFSI there are not too many products. There are not of physical products that can be seen. There are more from quantifiable products rather than the quantitative products. So therefore, for us, whenever we are showing any kind of a products on our ads, because what we have seen is this, that the more than the model images, the product images have worked for us. So people look at the product first, and that is where then they go and they buy the product. And if they don't find that product ID or that product either in the stores or online, then they feel little offended that why are you showing some certain good looking product when you do not have one. So for us, that is also kind of a brand safety, to ensure that we do not use any kinds of images that are not or product images that are not there in stock. And that is why whatever shoots and images that we see on Lenskart ads, they're all done in-house shoots. We do not use any kind of an outsource images, and we make sure that none of our partners use any of the outsourced images from any of these open sources or from any of these image platforms. So because if in case there is a kind of a product which is not available or which we are not selling, we don't want to fool our customers just by getting them, by making them look good, use a good image or a good product image. So for me, that is also a very, very important thing when it comes to brand image. And secondly, for us is whatever product a person searches. So for example, on Google, if they're searching for a hexagon shaped glasses, I show them that kind of a product only, and not something which is a rectangle or a square. So that another thing is for me is as a brand safety is very, very important. And the third thing is this, that a lot of people, maybe they have been wearing glasses for a very, very long time, but a lot of people still don't know that glasses, what kind of a glasses does it suit them, what is their style statements. Because nowadays glasses is not just for that just people wear it for the vision purposes, but it is also from a fashion perspective. So what kind of a style does it suit to them? So if they have a round face, what style suits them? If they have a square face, so these kinds of information also we share with the customer, and we make sure that we have done a due diligence and a research before sharing any such information with our customers. So for me, brand safety is about any information that we are sharing from our platforms. We should be very, very, we are very conscious, and we should be sharing the most correct information with the customer.
Thank you, Survi. That brings a new perspective to brand safety. Chintan, are you here? Perfect.
Yeah.
I've taken the responsibilities of the moderator role from you, but the question still holds true for you. You have been the guardian for brand safety. Probably this role, this responsibility, massive responsibility, gets shifted to you by default. So what is brand safety? I think that will be a very interesting perspective from somebody like you in the role that you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you are audible, and I see Naresh and Sagar as well. Probably somebody can ask them to switch off their cameras, but yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm saying that so I think we are the bridge between demand side and supply side, and for us actually, brand safety. Personally, I'm sold onto this concept long time back. But if I want to basically convince any of my advertiser, I would straight away link brand safety to the ROI metric. Yeah, like for example, if my brand is actually seen in the unsafe environment, let's say a few days before I was browsing through Facebook, and there was a post of someone actually passing away, and basically some condolence messages were going on. Right below that post, I saw a chocolate ad coming in with some celebration. So that kind of a placement is something where I, as a brand, I definitely don't want to be there, because it's definitely unsafe for any brand to be there in this kind of context or in this kind of placement. Now, how like when a consumer sees from their lens, it is straight away impacting the ROI of the brand, because I would say how are you as a custodian of the brand not taking care of such a basic filter that you need to apply at your end when you are buying the media? See, it's very easy for if you look at India, we are 75,000 odd crore ADEX, and still large part of the entire ADEX gets spent on the traditional media, which means we buy TV, print, radio. There, basically, it's easy to maintain brand safety standards, because you know what kind of placements you are buying, what kind of products that you are buying. What kind of context that you are actually going to air on, what kind of spots that you are going to buy, and so on and so forth. I got disconnected. Yeah, I'm saying that on digital, when it comes, when you are airing your communication across millions of placements and millions of platforms, it is virtually impossible for you to do the filtration manually. So the brand safety is something that you need to put certain standard filter that comes along with your DSP. Plus, there are some third-party verification you can actually use. So you make sure that you are basically you are reducing the risk at lowest possible percentage. Yeah.
Great, Chintan. Stick around. More questions coming your way. I think something very interesting that Chintan brought up is, he was seeing something. Somebody has passed away, and there was a chocolate ad. Let's not assume which brand's ad it was. It will be not great to share that on this panel. Probably, I think what will be interesting to understand is why did that ad appear there, right? We live in a world today where we are almost 100% mobile. All of us have a mobile in our pockets. Most of us carry smartphone. But I think our approach still is a little primitive, where we think our desktop way of search and discovery to find things, or probably targeting, or probably looking at contextual targeting, probably looking at third-party enablers, which are crawler based, which run up crawlers in websites. What we need to understand, an interesting point, because I represent a DSP called Media Smart. We're a global company. We are from Spain, so GDPR compliant, and many other brand safety issues come hand in hand with us, and a little bit more evolved. And I think what's important as a point that I'll bring up is what people need to understand is that the mobile environment is very different from the web environment. Even when we do programmatic, and while programmatic is supposed to be 100% brand safe and transparent, the in-app environment really doesn't work exactly the same as the web environment. Many of your third-party partners also are not 100% compliant on the in-app environment. Many people don't talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. Probably we do not know what's better, or probably we say, oh, let's just go with what's the common way thing. But think about it in a very logical way. In an in-app environment, what doesn't exist is what you can run queries up crawlers into apps. You can do that on websites. You can't do that in apps. In an in-app environment, it's very difficult to do fraud, because again, in a website environment, you want to probably show your ads only on, let's say for you, Loveleen, only beauty-related websites. But beauty-related website can be Nykaa.com and can be Nykaa.es and Nykaa.es.es.ss. And hence the frauds, this is how the frauds are created in the web domain. But if you have a publisher level app strategy on a programmatic setup, there is no way that you can do fraud. There are two things which we can also look at in an in-app environment. Google Play Store and App Store, Apple App Store, they do a fairly good job in qualifying what's good and what's not good. There are very rare cases that you probably can create fraud there as an app, and there are any detection mechanisms which exist there as well. So for you as an advertiser, you can even look at targeting apps by the quality of ratings, which is 5-star, 4-star, 3 stars. These are technologies which you can do on programmatic. But saying that, I think good example, I just picked up the thread from Chintan, but going back to all three of you, in your one size fits all is not really the brand safety strategy for sure. So what are the deployments that you are doing? I mean, you are all managing large media budgets on the digital side, right? I think in the last 2 years has only exponentially grown your digital mandate in terms of spends. Where do you think this space is moving towards, and what is your go-to first strategy for implementing brand safety across the hygiene, and then probably hygiene plus for probably Lenskart, and probably for you, Imami, and then Madison will obviously come. What are the priorities they're doing? Any of you can take it up. Lovely, as always, you want to go?
Sure. So like I mentioned earlier, there a lot of new users are coming in from India too at this point, and the urban penetration of digital is about 70%, a little less than around 70%, and rural is 31%. So these are large numbers given the size of our country. But this also means with the growth rate of new digital audiences, new users coming in, these are also not very savvy. And as you mentioned, Nykaa.com versus Nykaa.es. .es. It's easy for fraud, and it's easy for these guys to get cheated or to be placed in an environment where your brand to be placed in an environment where it's not meant to be. And we need to have the right guardrails up. We also need to understand that the kind of audiences coming in are largely led by voice, the 3Vs, voice, video, and vernacular. And a lot of the existing tools are not geared up to, how much of video can you control? A lot of video platforms have come up. New platforms like ShareChat have come in, new OTTs talking to regional audiences. More vernacular content on YouTube. Therefore, I don't know if you guys remember some years back or so, YouTube was, or was it a few months ago, where YouTube was in fire for a lot of ads being placed next to inappropriate content. And how does YouTube act fast enough where a lot of advertisers are actually pulled out of YouTube till they put in these kind of safety measures? And that's something that is constantly a worry for a lot of brands, emerging brands such as us, because we know that we've had to move. A large part of our digital spends have increased in the last couple of years as our kind of consumers have come on board. And this is going to happen in India gradually. Mass traditional media, like Chintan mentioned, is still a large budget, but that's going to reduce and that's going to move towards digital. The kind of guardrails that you can put on traditional media need to be put in the digital arena as well. So there, it needs to be at an industry level rather than, in a responsibility of just the advertiser or just the, the digital, large digital networks which are there. So, it really needs to be a combined massive effort, and it needs to be taken on now while digital is still growing, so that we can be prepared when digital is large sized and ROI, ROS, etc. all starts playing a bigger role.
Good. I think that's a really relevant point. I think it's not the advertisers' prerogative only to make sure that their ads are reaching the right consumers. I think it's the tech, it's the ad tech community, it's the partner agency community which has to build the guardrails collectively to make sure that the ads reach, there is less ad fraud. Surbhi, what do you think? What are your go-to strategies, at least in current scenarios, to protecting your brand? You obviously brought up right fit for the right people, right showcase of products to the right people, but and then going back to Loveleen also on this, that you have so many SKUs, female, male. What is brand safe? Does a male product being seen by a female consumer also doesn't mean it's brand safe? Do you also become so categoric? Let's start with Surbhi and then probably go back to Loveleen and then move to Chintan on this.
So for us, we do not have such the line between male and female are very, very blurred. So there are just very certain limited products that we can say that this is female and this is male. Otherwise, mostly they are all for both. And from a brand guideline point of view on how we say that we actually look at it, keep a track of it, is because, as I told you, that for us it's very, very important from a creative and an image point of view as well, that we do not show any kind of a wrong products to the customers. So what we do is this, to have a more control over this and to have more ownership of this, we actually work directly with the publishers. We do not work with any agency. We directly give them all the creatives, and the panels everything is under our control. So from a Google point of view as well, from a Facebook point of view as well, everything is in-house managed, and it is not shared with any of the agencies. So therefore, when you are doing it in-house, of course the control is more on all these fraud related activities.
Interesting. And no programmatic setups in-house yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. Loveleen, you can't surely say that your lines are not blurred between male, female. So I know you pretty well.
In fact, it's really tough, like the amount of SKUs we have is really crazy, and we have to, as a CPG, and that's a problem of any CPG marketer, what's suitable. So there's something called brand suitability and there's something called brand safety, right? For us, we have to adhere to both. It's not just, so, we do a lot of adherence to approved site lists at the beginning, top of funnel to bottom of funnel, everything is, has to be tick marked. There's a we have to do real time. We also have a D2C platform with zanducare.com now, and we have to do a lot of real time monitoring to make sure that, you know, both from a performance campaign as well as a brand campaign level, there is real time action taken and immediate action taken, because we also have medical products in alternate health care. And we need to be doubly sure that we are extremely safe in our, so we work with limited and trusted partners. We make sure that we put that in place. We also look at you know, metrics in our reports, such as you know, we have ad viewability and ad fraud through Moat. We have invested in that. We look at ROAS, we look at repeat consumers, customer lifetime value, traffic, bounce rates, all the standards, brand lift and brand equity. 80-90% of our campaigns at least are measurable outcomes. And we make sure that we constantly monitor them as the campaigns go live, because each brand has a short life cycle. It's not like, you know, a brand which is, you know, I mean, I'm not a car brand which can just advertise every month on that particular car. For me, I have to advertise a different product and that campaign has to hit the target and be in the right environment at that moment. So that's our measures.
Very interesting, Loveleen. Chintan, my friend, throw in a hand
Yes,
here.
Nikhil, yeah, so I think Nikhil, just a couple of points that we, you know, as the person who basically holds the pulse-string take care, is that we go with the processes, right? So we and this is just to, like, you know, to entire set of fraternity, saying that this is not a plug and play where you basically put some sort of a filter and you you know, can then rest assured saying that it will be taken care. There needs to be a continuous monitoring in place where you do take a look at your log data, at the impression data, your clicks data, your visits data, and see that, you know, from which source the entire unsafe inventory is taking place, and try to block those sources. So we do this on a almost every 3 days basis. There's a custom algorithm we have written on top of DSPs that we're using, which pulls the log data out, runs the entire set of you know, analysis on that, and say that whether that particular placement or that particular platform is safe or not. Just to give you, let's say if I am actually serving some sort of a Hindi creative on English or vice versa, it will automatically flag and it will automatically block that placement from the Hindi creative list or vice versa. So that kind of, I think, you know, filters we do apply. Second, in India, it is very difficult it is very difficult to tackle this issue because your demographic and your dialect actually changes at every 30 or 50 kilometers. So we do put some sort of a regional filters and language filters. We do look at what kind of keywords where the ads are getting triggered, and we do keep creating, like on a weekly basis, we keep creating the negative and the positive list of keywords and the placement to make sure that the brand and the entire placement that we are doing is right, and we lower the risk at the end of it.
I think that's super interesting. I think some of the metrics that I'm taking for you is, obviously, I mean, people keep talking about DSP and, you know, there are so many other ways. I mean, from a DSP lens, you know, the platform, your approach is a little bit different. And I think there are so many filters that you can apply as basics to sort of, you know, get away from publishers. We talk about writing a specific algorithm atop the DSP itself to do that. You can look within the app. What is the load speed of the app? What is the types of ads that are coming on the app? You can check number of ads on the page on one scroll within the app environment.
Absolutely.
You can look at ads.txt or iusellerjson.json verified, IAB verified. These are ways that you can do it. But even for viewability, people don't look at whether it's impression served or impression viewed. You know, these are basics that probably in the scheme of things get lost, but these are checks and balances that within the brand safety environment, as advertisers, you can probably apply, make sure that your partners are adhering to it, and probably it saves you at least 30% of the headache that probably you discover in a post-mortem versus pre-enabling, you know, before the action has been committed. I think Last,
Absolutely.
I think we have another 2 minutes, and I would like to wrap up in the time because I see the next set of panelists. Laveen, you brought a very interesting thing, right? The next set of users that Imami will envisage, Lenskart will envisage, Madison will go deep. We will find more users will be coming from this Bharat side of the story, right? We have seen some publishers which came in, they conquered that Bharat side of the story very quickly without naming who they are. But we didn't see Imami jumping on the bandwagon and saying, oh, you know what, that's where the user are, we'll go there. And obviously, I understand that comes from a space of brand safety. For our viewers today, and the next set of users will come from that side of the world. I mean, internet is extremely well penetrated in the country. We have the cheapest data plan per GB across the world. India is the second highest app downloading country in the world. I mean, simple facts, 89% of time spent on mobile is on direct apps versus 11% on mobile web. So it's all things are in place. But how do you get your brand there, thereby adhering that you are still ensuring that it's going to the right people? Limitations of ad fraud are limited. Every dollar that you spend is for the rightful impression that is being served. Like you already said, you have checks and balances with at least 70-80% across mode viewability. Is there any specific thought? Because a large part of your investments in the next 2 to 3 months will come from there. And we'll move to Surbi on this, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, so one of the questions we grapple with, there is an emerging on what is important is this consumer that we spoke about is largely consuming content, be it content on video platforms, be it content on social platforms, and there also they may consume. So it's the toughest piece of content to monitor for brand safety because of the dialects, because of the languages, because of the kind of slang words or something which may be put up, which might make it very difficult to detect. And this conversational communities and platforms and forums and blogs, which are all UGC, which could be largely UGC generated. We have, to correct you, we did actually use one such platform. Unfortunately, it had to exit the country, and we did have a very strong, a very visible campaign on it using for one of our brands. And so we have experimented. It's not that Imami doesn't experiment. We did put in guardrails to make sure, all the checks were in place, even on that platform, your standard brand safety measures. We also we make sure we work with the right partner. First and foremost, the agency partner, as well as the digital publishers and the websites and all that we work with. They have to be the right ones. And we are okay. Honestly, it's like this. You wouldn't go onto a dubious television channel, or you wouldn't go onto a dubious newspaper. And I think on digital also, it's same. Like, you would want your brand to be in the right environment. So that's something that we are doing as a marketer. Hope that answers.
Yes, it does. It does actually, Loveleen. And Surbi, the question was, the large set of next consumers are going to come from Bharat, right? They are on sites which are not fancy. They do stuff which penetrates, which is to their liking. Vernacular is the way forward. India has diverse languages. People who have understood that have grown significantly in the last few years. From a brand strategy lens, and then applying brand safety on top of that, what would be your next set of 100 users and deploying that brand safety measurability for your platform while you find that growth across your tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities in the country?
So, Nikhil, there are 2-3 things. People do talk about vernacular a lot, but then there are a few things that vernacular might not be for everybody. I'm not saying that whether it is there for Lenskart or not, but there are certain brands for which vernacular might not even work. So there are vernacular might give you a jump But is that the correct way of going about? Is that where you will get your business? Is that where you will get an ROI? What will be your average transaction value over there? So a lot of things actually needs to be done there, because when you talk about vernacular, it's not just about serving them ads and what kind of an ad and a communication that you're serving. It's about the entire user journey, because a customer can come from anywhere and everywhere. It's for us as an omni-channel platform, we have to be prepared at all levels, be it at the store level, be it at a call center level, be it at chat level, website, app, or otherwise on any of our ads. So therefore it has to be there at all levels. So if I'm talking about vernacular for a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, I need to be present not just on an ad point of view, but also when they're landing on the landing page, that also needs to be vernacular. When my call center is calling them, that also needs to be in the same similar language. The chat, the kind of communications, the email, SMSs, all needs to get adhered to. And that is where when you see that jump, because that is where you give that wow experience to the customer. And of course, definitely from a brand safety point of view, because India has so many dialects and so many languages, everybody might not know all these languages. So of course, the right communication through that same dialect is also very, very important, is where I actually come from. That if you're giving any small mistake in the languages can actually cause a big problem, because India is a very emotional country. So people react on anything and everything, any small mistake also. So for me over there, when I go to vernacular, for me the brand safety is that I do not actually hurt anybody's sentiment just by mistake as well.
Perfect. I think I'll summarize this because I see the next set of panelists here, and it's not great to make them wait. I think it was a great conversation. I think brand safety and brand reach can go hand in hand, contrary to what many people think. I think any application on the digital side of the business can be controlled, and I think while people talk about the future of programmatic, I think programmatic is now. And I think most adoptions are coming now, because within a programmatic environment, it becomes more brand safe. You can control the measurability of your campaigns. You can control the viewability. You can control the ad fraud. You can control who sees, when he sees it, how he sees it, and many other factors related to it. Basic certifications, third-party partners. Always remember, we are a mobile first country. Think mobile first. That environment is very different. Ask questions. Is the same logic that applies for web crawling, does it apply for apps? I think these are pertinent questions, and I think that will make our brand safety guidelines more secure. So thank you, Loveleen, thank you, Chintan, and thank you, Surbhi, for being on this panel. Back to you, Namita, because I can see you happy and smiling.
Thank you so much. When I
Thank
say
you,
looking at
everyone.
Namita bumping
Thank you,
in,
everyone.
it means that our next panel is ready. Thank you so much, everyone. I think this one matter needs immediate attention, and I think you all agree to it. I appreciate your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you so much for your wholehearted participation as well. Now we'll move on to our next panel of discussion, which is mobile medium, a route to penetrate rural market. Friends, it is a transformative technology that enables us to put relevant and impactful services into the hands of underserved people. The growth of mobile and internet as well has lit up the eyes of the marketers in the rural market. Now, the question arises that how are brands tapping rural? Let's open the discussion with our esteemed panel of experts. We have with us Ms. Ghazal Bajaj, who is the head media management, Nestle. Welcome, Ghazal, to our discussion. We have with us Mr. Sagar Bokeh, who is the head customer and shopper marketing, food and beverages, Tata Consumer. Welcome, Mr. Sagar. We have another esteemed panelist with us, Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, who is the head analytics and digital marketing. Welcome, Mr. Agarwal. He's from Lenskart, I must tell you. We have Mr. Vignesh Murali Bhatt. He is the head of marketing, brand and corporate communications, Equitas Small Finance Bank. Welcome. So I would request Mr. Naresh Gupta, who is the co-founder and managing partner, Bang in the Middle, BITM, to moderate this discussion. Over to you, Naresh. You're on mute, Naresh.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
It's okay.
And we're starting a little late, but we'll try and finish it in time because I think people have calls to catch up on, and I would not want to keep them from work. Welcome to the panel. And as we are discussing, this is all about rural marketing and how we are using internet to go deep into the country and look at it. There are some numbers which are very interesting. 600 million internet users today. We're looking at this going up to 900 million. So that is like quite a lot of growth that is likely to happen in the numbers. Even on rural market, there are 200 or about 300 million internet users in rural India. The male-female skew is not there. It's almost equal. And there is a lot of conversation that has started to happen on this part where voice and video has started to become the more important and sought after thing when you're going and using internet. So Ghazal, if we can start with you and look at how you are using this entire new age internet connectivity and internet users and driving brand communication and brand engagement.
Sure, thanks, Naresh. And I think you've given a very interesting start point to the whole piece. All of us keep talking about how voice, video, vernacular are key trends when we look at urban consumers, but in reality, I feel it's gonna be a bigger traction when it comes to rural consumers. Voice is actually going to get massive growth in rural, not because it's a fad, but it brings convenience to people. And that's exactly what we want to keep in mind when we're reaching out to rural audiences. While most of our messages continue to be simple enough, but are we prepared to work in audio interfaces? Are we willing to go beyond the Spotifys and the Wings of the world to look at base level voice advertising? I feel that's a huge area of growth on that front. And when it comes to video as well, it's simply taking over from where TV was, where you have in rural setups, you have one TV in the panchayat that the whole village is kind of watching, but the phone takes away that screen and brings it to their hand. And that's where, again, there is massive growth and opportunity for an advertiser like us. But again, the challenge is, are we prepared to talk via that small screen? And I think these are questions that we should really keep in mind when we are looking at the rural advertising opportunity, I mean.
Thanks. So Sagar, because you run a very large consumer group and you are into that whole thing, even today in urban areas, this has started to happen that your local vegetable vendor will send you a voice message in the morning saying, these are the veggies that he has, and this is the rate of those veggies that exist. So clearly people are finding ways of using voice in very interesting ways. And obviously it is done in the language that they are comfortable. So they may find it hard to type, but they find it very easy to record. Is that something that you are leveraging extensively in the work that you are doing?
Well, I think, as you rightly said, voice obviously is an easier and more intuitive medium for rural audience to really begin. In fact, if you look at the statistics, the Google voice search, the voice searches on vernacular actually far exceed the text search, right? So I think that is one indication that voice is going to become big. Having said that, are we using voice extensively right now? The answer is no. But do we have the intent? The answer is yes. We do believe that voice is really going to become be the next thing. I also believe that the ecosystem is going to evolve. I think there are a few players in the voice solution, like the pure voice solution, which are there, and I think they are all learning, and we are working with a few of them to really create solutions. I think as the ecosystem evolves, I do see there is a big opportunity available there.
Cool. And Saurabh, you actually run a brand that's very different from a normal consumer brand. I would assume that in case of Lenskart, it's largely far more intensive search. It's a lot more involved product because you're looking at how you look at and how does the frame look at you. What is it that you are doing to bring in this new set of consumers into the fold, and how are you using all these new age, not new age, but all these new consumers who are coming on to an internet-enabled device and looking at your brand?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. So Lenskart, see, eyewear as a category is a very difficult category to sell online. Okay, online started with simple things like books, internet reservations using IRCTC. These were the days which it started with. There was a standardized product which you wanted to buy. Now, in case of specs, it's a very custom-made thing where you buy the frame, then you get the glasses, and then you assemble them, and then you deliver it, and then you wear it 24 by like about 18 hours in a day. So it's not an easy product to sell. So for us, omni-channel play is a very big thing for us, and internet helps us to discover our presence and try things. So on our app, most used feature is the AR, and it helps people get a touch and feel, and people may buy online or they buy offline. So a lot of our, so Lenskart, just to give you some numbers, we almost like do about 30-40,000 orders per day. And we have about like in 1 year during Corona times, I think so. I joined Lenskart about a year back. We have about 650 stores. Today we stand at about inching towards 900, and another by the time we end up this year, it will be about 1100 stores. So we are expanding very rapidly. But our store presence helps us get our digital presence as well, and vice versa. Plus, what we are doing is we are leveraging a lot of media channels like YouTube, TV, and all to do some digital integration. So we did a lot of campaigns during IPL where we asked people to try AR and they will win free eyeglasses every minute. And we got a huge surge in our traffic. So basically, there is a call out to do an action on the phone. Now, another integration we worked out recently is, which we are going right now, is with the television program called Saregama on ZTV. So people go watch, and that's a program in Hindi, and it's watched very extensively, and it airs on Saturday and Sunday. And then people have been told to go and vote on Lenskart app. And then we use that as an integration to give them experience or coupons and vouchers, and take them into the journey, but it becomes a lead generation platform. So we are also trying something with Marathi, with Tamil. So we are using the traditional mediums and a bit of local to drive traffic, and do something more in an omni-channel way. And what we have seen is people might do first offline, and then they go online, or they will watch us. So the thing is, people who watch Netflix, people who watch Hotstar, people who use Paytm, people who have credit card, very less, to be honest. Okay, with all of those things, and then people who are ready to go and buy something like a specs, which is a difficult category, online. While the opportunity is huge, every family has like almost 40-50% of people wearing specs, and especially with an age of 45 plus, we'll be having almost 70% people wearing. So it's a great opportunity for us, but I would say the exponential growth will come in when people discover us and trust us, and yeah, they are willing to try with the presence which we felt. I hope that answers the question.
So clearly, you are looking at using technology in interesting ways. Vignesh, what internet has done, and especially rural internet, is change the way people interact with money. And in a country where it is very, very difficult to assume that you would trust a device to interact with the money that you own, that has started to happen. What is it that you are doing to drive this new age banking system, the relationship with money? How are you playing with that and bringing people on board?
Thank you, Naresh. Thank you, Naresh. Thank you. So, Naresh, I would like to bring a broad perspective here. I think I want to split the world into two parts: pre-COVID, post-COVID. Right. So today, if you look at the biggest disruption which is happening, is that till 2019-20, yes, the entire banking was anyway moving toward digital. So none of the people used to visit bank branches. They used to do the entire transaction in their mobile app or internet banking. Right. Our entire footfalls walking to a branch is less than 5%, right? This is both in terms of metro, urban, and also the same pattern happens in rural. Now, post-COVID, what has happened is the biggest disruption has happened in the payment space, right? All of you must be aware that when this entire peak COVID happened, you would have seen a lot of data which has come from RBI also. The UPI transactions have gone up, right? So this entire big driver of change has happened from the rural market. For Equitas, to the entire payment cycle is moving towards the mobile. So here for us, mobile becomes a very important driver for us in terms of connecting with the rural customer. Now, there are certain things which we are doing as a brand in terms of connecting people from the rural market. First, rural India is becoming more aspirational. They are, if you look at the consumer segment, they're all now used to the same thing of what called convenience. They're all used to Swiggy's, they're used to Netflix, Amazon's. So they want things to be delivered at a faster speed. So as a banking brand, as a brand in this particular space, we also need to start investing in terms of how are we going to connect with the customer, the entire convenience part. So our more focus is on delivering on the UI UX perspective. How do we ensure they deliver the same content in the local language? See, English is still, most of the brands today use on English, but I think BFSI brands have started accepting the fact that we have to talk the local language. We need to communicate the same, understanding the culture and deliver the message in the vernacular language. So post 2020, post the COVID era, we have started investing quite a bit of money in terms of on technology and also using vernacular as a communication tool to engage and also acquire customers. I hope I would answer this question.
Cool. I'll come back to you, Ghazal. See, at least in the FMCG market, this always know that language works. And so all communication that was created in multiple languages. You will not run Hindi in South India. You will not run Bengali in North India. So you did a bit of that kind of work. Some of the brands even did specific language creatives that were away from the usual creatives that they were doing for the mainline or general entertainment channels and stuff like that. How are you taking this entire language thing to the next level where the content starts to get consumed in the local language, and that is how you create traction for the brand? Now, we were discussing things like the new age apps like ShareChat and Moj and stuff like that. How are you leveraging all of that? How are you bringing those consumers into the fold and making it work for your brands?
Naresh, I had one more aspect to the whole mix that you added. Okay, while there is language playing a big role, I think for rural consumers, the right influence is what we're trying to channel. So yes, we want to speak to them in the language that they understand. And I think that's become hygiene now and not something that people should get a wow out of. While we continue to do that, we're also looking at, when we're talking to them. A couple of minutes ago, one of the previous panelists was mentioning about, the right dialect. And what also matters is the right person. So if I'm talking about UP, you'll need that UP dialect to come in, and you'll need a local UP celebrity to come in to make that impact. While we're talking about TN rural, there will be another set of, I'll call them influencers for the lack of any other word, because this person could be a protagonist from a show. This person could be a local popular celebrity. This person could be just a common local face, but it is a local face. So if I'm talking about TN, the whole persona has to be from somebody who can represent TN. And that's what we've kind of started adding to the mix. So yes, it's got to be vernacular, but it's also got to have that local nuance of who's the right person, what does the set look like. And when we are talking about apps like Moj and ShareChat, these are pretty much pan-India platforms. So when I'm present on Moj, how can I really talk to the Hindi consumer differently? And how can I talk to the, let's say, the Kerala consumer differently, is where the trick lies. We've been trying to do some work with Hello English as well. It's an app that encourages people to learn English, but we've been working with them in very interesting sort of ways. For example, Munch talks a lot about confidence, and that's exactly what English brings to a lot of people still, unfortunately, in the country. But yet it becomes that right platform to talk about, a chocolate brand where there is a massive amount of young talent trying to learn English. And Munch is pretty much the right, brand to go there because it talks to rural audiences. So, and if you notice, even the large platforms that we work with, something like a YouTube or a Facebook, they're coming up with special Middle India packages, which are the right ones to leverage when you're talking about these rural audiences. I do feel it's important to add the content part to it, not just from a get the language correctly dubbed, but actually shoot in the language, actually use a person who can talk in the local dialect, and that helps a lot.
Thanks. Sagar, clearly the language is adding a bit of complexity to the entire marketing mix. So when you have to start doing multiple creatives in multiple languages, in multiple dialects and stuff like that, it does add a lot of complexity to the entire thing. How are you handling it? And is that complexity something that is working for the bunch of brands that you run?
Yeah, sure. I think, as you rightly said, FMCG from the marketing communication point of view, surely because of the reach of the brands that most of the FMCG brands have, we have been adopters of languages pretty early, and and I would say the same thing we have really transferred to the digital ecosystem as well. And my experiences are very similar to what Ghazal spoke about. And no, it's not just about the languages, but about the dialects and also about the nuances. Like, say, for example, for Tata Salt, the communication line always has been Desh Ka Namak. Now, when you translate Desh Ka Namak in Tamil or in Telugu, it doesn't evoke the same feeling as it does in Hindi. And we realized that it was actually falling flat. So we created a completely different communication, which had the local celebrities or influencers, so to say, on a different insight. And so I think the key game in the languages is not to transliterate. I think most of the time, most people, what you get it wrong is that you try to transliterate what you're doing in Hindi or in English. India being the diverse country, and technically, if you really see, so there are two distinct languages which are the most of the Indo-Asian language, Indo-European languages. The mother language is Sanskrit, and most of the South Indian Dravidian languages, the mother language is Tamil, right? So essentially they are very different. So not to transliterate, but create original content there. I think that is one key. Second thing, use the local nuances that really plays a role. And I would say on digital, it's easier because what happens in digital while you are using on the regular print or television, you are creating the content. Digital allows you to use users to really create content. So it is that much easier. And we have done that multiple number of times.
Cool. Saurabh, I would assume that the rural markets have a completely different need from the eye care segment. One thing that exists for them is that the optometrist may not be so easily available. So for someone to go and take a prescription number is not that easy. I'm sure you're using technology in interesting ways to make that available. But how do you do that entire language play? Because two things in this country, the language has been English, is medical care and banking. And there, even after all these years, the primary language has remained English. So how are you playing that entire game, and how are you pushing the rural bit for your brand?
So one of the things, we have, as I was saying about most of our new stores are opening in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And there are two services which we provide. One is definitely eye testing at stores, and another is home try on. So both of them require the optometrist to visit the place and do the test. So, and one of the things which we realize, we don't have enough optometrists in the country. Okay, so the company partnered with few of the education institutions to build a strong pipeline of talent in this area, and nurture them and certify them and walk them along to build that whole ecosystem. In fact, we have established a strong training academy for that also. So that's on the people front to make sure they are done. Plus, we have created our own process for, and everything to scale up requires process. Okay, that's the only way one can do. So we have a 21-step process to get eye test done, which is a very consistent process. And anyone who has the right degree and who understands it, which has been guided with the right equipment. So that whole process has been kind of set and templatized, and it's will digitally integrated. You go through you book an eye appointment, whether on the store or whether online, somebody will do it, and then you will receive at the end an SMS with your prescription for the number, which you can use at Lenskart or anywhere. So, but when you're doing it, you kind of leverage talent from across the country, and they communicate with the customer. unfortunately, technology has not yet arrived at that level where the eye testing can be done with your phone. Definitely, there are pilots happening in Israel, and there are some companies who are working on that. Soon, that problem will also be solved. But the step one to getting to know people that they should invest in this thing is to get an eye test done. So scaling up eye test is one of the biggest levers we are focusing on, and opening up stores with the right amount of talent, and that talent is equipped with the processes to do it. Those are like, it's the three-way loop we're closing.
From your brand that you are seeing, and I'm staying with you, are there differences you are seeing in consumers coming to you from tier 1 towns and consumers who are coming to you from tier 3 towns? There a difference in the way they interact with you, in the choices they make, and how do you make sure that the two are speaking with each other and you are as engaging to them as you are to the other person?
Yeah, so that question is for me, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the thing is the segments of people who are coming to us are very different. Okay, in cities which we see more fashion conscious and styles. So something like the specs which Tony Stark wears in Iron Man, the black frame which has a square, is not very much popular out there. But aviators which Salman Khan wears after Dabangg 3 will become too much popular after some time. Okay, something in US when after every Oprah Winfrey show, you will see that she wears very cool different types of glasses, and then Warby Parker things spark for them. So in our case, it might be KBC, Amitabh Bachchan wearing something will be becoming trendier next day. So the choices are very different, and people get affected by what they see cool. Eyewear is becoming from an essential to a fashion. People used to keep only one, now they are moving into multiples. But they have some things like fashionable things like your sunglasses, plus a lot of contact lenses and colored contact lenses are become pick up a lot. Recently, like in this whole shadi season, this picks up like anything. So the choice in tier 2 and tier 3 towns are more value conscious entry point assortments, wherein cities like Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, especially in the premium segment, you need more assortments of higher value and more fashion and trendier. So by the choices they make, and you're also competing with different people. Okay, out here you're competing with so the eyeglasses will be competing with a Ray-Ban. Out there it might be competing with somebody who's like selling unbranded stuff from China or somewhere. Okay, so your competition of the price points and all also becomes very different, because you can get, you're sometimes competing with the very value conscious like 500 rupees segment. Somewhere you are competing with somewhere else. Interesting incidents, we get complaints in Delhi and all that you don't sell 20,000, 30,000 worth of frames. Where else, and that's something I've seen gentlemen talking about it, and then like our biggest frame might go up till 10,000-12,000 rupees maximum. But in small cities, they will say, okay, I'm getting this frame for 300 bucks. You are starting at 500 rupees or for 300 rupees. So that's where the price points and the value assortments are different in the expectations.
Cool. Vignesh, I'm coming to you. And there is a question that somebody is asking, and I think that is something that you can look at it and see how it works. The question is, how do you differentiate your profile? And if you do differentiate, how do you build the offer? Are you able to hear me?
No. Can you repeat the question?
So I was asking, and it's not me, somebody asking on to the panel, that how do you create these different personas for consumers? And then how do you go about creating conversation with those different personas? Because as soon as you start to go deeper and start to have rural stuff like that, there are different insights that you need to look at. Language is one way of handling that, but the entire ethos may start to change, the insights may start to change. So do you do some kind of work around that? How do you make that work for you? Is there something that you can tell us?
Great. So the thing here is we are in the banking sector, right? And for us, the most important part is of the big data, right? We have close to around 3 million customers of banking with us, right? And there are different personas. The traditional route of classifying these customers would be is he a senior citizen? Is he a woman? Is he from 25 to 30? Is he a millennial? So what we are doing differently using the big data is that we are classifying customer based on this entire digital behavior, right? So for example, a senior citizen who's digitally active, right, irrespective of whether he's coming from metro, urban or rural location, we see whether this customer is digitally active. So we do not straight away bucket these customers. He's a senior citizen, so we need to send only A set of communication. We need to send only B set of communication. We get into detailing of based on digital behavior. So that's one thing which we do using the big data, what be available to us. Now to answer the question in terms of how we are having a strategy in terms of acquiring, right? So once we know these customers are coming from particular region, right? So, and we know what is their preferred mode of communication. We start with English, right? We start with English as the first mode of communication. And then from different locations, we have, for example, Kerala, we start with English, and then we also look at Malayalam. So we do not say straight away that it's only Malayalam thing will work out in a particular location. So we are actually using the data. We are also using the right mix, because the perception is rural India is all about vernacular. It may not be, right? The second generation, the people who are coming out today from rural India are more aspirational. In few of our customers who are coming from rural India also are IIT guys, right? Their family is in rural, but these guys are moved out from rural and they're actually now staying in Mumbai or places like Chennai, right? So we are not doing that entire mistake in terms of bucketing customers only into vernacular. We are looking at English, and then second, third set and fourth set of communication, we are definitely looking at the local communication. So these have actually helped us in terms of big time in the acquiring space. In the last 1 year, we have acquired close to 1 million customers. And this has come only purely through the mobile strategy. Our entire acquiring is through the digital platform, something similar to what you have called in protocol 811. We have our own selfie as a product. So we have acquired close to 1 million customers. And so to my surprise, when we did the entire analysis, 30% of these customers came in from semi-urban and rural location. If not for mobile, if you ask me this question, would I have acquired these customers? Answer is no. So which means that there is a positive trend happening in the rural and semi-urban space, that they are started to accept mobile as a way of life. They are spending close to around 3 to 4 hours in a day in mobile, right? So the consumption of TV and consumption of mobile, if you look at it today, I can see an upward trend happening in the mobile. So people are spending more in terms of personalization. They are spending one-on-one communication using the mobile more. And I think as a brand, we have started realizing that, and we are giving more importance to for mobile as a medium to communicate. Thank you.
I'm coming back to you, Ghazal. Now, clearly a bit of this internet enablement is also driving education, it's driving learning, it's driving this entire people becoming a little more self-sufficient, putting things out. There are too many of these people, village craft and products that are homemade, and all of that has started to go out and stuff like that. Where do you see this entire thing going? I think this is only the start that has started to happen with consumers. From your perspective, in next 2 years, 3 years, as the numbers explode and as more consumers come on to, more rural consumers come on to the mobile fold, where do you see this entire thing going?
That's really a tough one, Naresh, but here's what I think about it. And over time, all of us have noticed how connectivity has always led to growth. The reason why India has been growing is because there is a huge amount of connectivity, and these numbers are not new, but I'll still quote them. With our data prices being the lowest across globally, there is a huge wave of connectivity that you're seeing to the last mile of consumer, and that will always be an upward journey. And this is exactly why when you mention names like Village Craft, it's cross-pollination. Your Uniqlos of the world are going to reach the last mile at rural where the consumer is, and your organic farming is reaching the upper end to the the higher HNIs. And this connectivity, I feel, which is empowered by mobile per se, is really going to take our economy upwards, is what I believe. But it's also going to make the whole media advertising front slightly maybe a lot more cluttered than what it is already. Today you're fighting with the top 1200 advertisers who are able to put out massive bucks and hence giving you tough competition. But with mobile coming into play, even the smaller local household brands will be able to put out their ads, and hence you're not just, maybe as in food FMCG brand, you're not just competing with your, if you're a Maggie, you're not competing with just Yippee noodles, but you're also competing with a homegrown brand vermicelli, which is probably available in one of the local markets. So it's really gonna toughen competition, but it's definitely gonna lead to growth.
Sagar, do you see distribution mechanics changing? Do you see a new way of distribution emerge in India thanks to the connectivity and rural consumers and mobiles?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I think the FMCG distribution ecosystem has been working in a certain way for last 50 years or so. And I would say in the last couple of years, major disruption really happening. And large part of the disruption is happening because of the B2B e-commerce players. So if you look at likes of JioMart or Flipkart Wholesale or Elastic Run, so all these companies, so they're really disrupting the market. And I believe that the customer proposition is much stronger. Most of the FMCG companies, the game really was that if you are really able to service every single outlet, you will win the game. And every company really derived the competitive advantage because of owning that distribution. Now, what is happening to the same customer? There is a guy who is selling every single thing that is there to sell, delivering within 24 hours. Selling at the lowest possible cost, okay, also paying him for loyalty, right? So if you really start looking at every single thing, so what is happening? Your cost has come down, cost of purchase has come down. Second thing, everything that you want, you are getting, so your availability has gone up. So your loss of customer, losing customer because non-availability, that really has gone down. And since servicing is happening, I mean, you can serve. Earlier, the best servicing frequency used to be once a week that every FMCG company would do. In most situations, like if you really are a top class outlet, you will be serviced twice a week by every company, right? Now you could be serviced every single day. So your working capital has come down, right? So I believe that the customer proposition is much, much stronger. Most FMCG companies who I think we will do well by really aligning ourselves with this new trend and not really trying to fight it. I think that is one very, very important thing. To the brands, what it means, essentially the remote control from companies is shifting to the seller. I think that is very, very important. You had, because of your distribution, you had a strong advantage of also selling products which you would want to sell. Like say, for example, if I'm selling Tata Salt, I could also sell Tata Sampann Spices, which possibly had lesser demand, right? If I'm selling a Tata Tea Premium, I could also sell a Tata Coffee, which possibly had lesser demand. So you could build brand basic distribution. Moment an aggregator is going, he's selling what sells, because finally the model is very different. So one of the things that as marketers there are two things as marketers we need to think. We need to think of marketing to these channels, right? And those who are going to do that early are going to win, because finally there is that much. I mean, most of the if I am a retailer, I am dealing with an aggregator, I will maximum scroll twice. Beyond that, I'm not going to scroll, or I'm going to intuitively search what I'm looking for. Now, how do you market? I think that is going to give you a competitive advantage for a company. Second thing, brand building is going to be far more important than ever before. Because tomorrow, if I am an aggregator, I would actually, once I have customer data, once I know that in a certain category, a certain kind of brand, certain kind of pricing gets sold, I would actually want to create my own brands, because finally I'm going to make more money. So having end consumers want your brand more is really going to create a competitive advantage for you. So I think I think the entire space has become very, very interesting.
You see the same happen to you, your brand and your category, sort of more complexity, more data to play with, more volumes to drive.
Yeah, see, we use in my role. Actually, I started off with analytics and then got into working on the marketing side, because that's where growth is one of the biggest areas. So we use a lot of data to figure out which segments to go after, which markets do we open the next shop, and where do we see the customer behavior coming in. And we use a lot of our internet traffic data as a proxy to figure out where the interest is coming in. Okay, and vice versa. So we see wherever we open up a new store, we get internet traffic, or wherever the internet traffic is moving, we get into that. For us also, logistics plays a big part, because like traditional eyewear companies what they do is you buy the frame at the store. They order the lenses come after 5-6 days, and then you assemble it, and then you provide the frames, the final product to the customer. In our case, our stores are more or less like a showroom of items, which are then which goes back into our Manesar plant, and 90% of them get manufactured there. Sunglasses and contact lenses are sold over the counter. So anything which requires you to marry the specs and the glasses, those go back. And for us, logistics is a big thing, because then it does not limit. Okay, if there are like that's why we are able to keep almost 200-300 products at display at the store, and they don't get replenished. Okay, like new styles definitely come in, but you order them. So for us, data plays a part, that okay, say maybe in a Khambam district in Andhra Pradesh, this type of styles will be used. So merchandising uses a lot of that data, which product to go at which stores, and what are the styles which are working. Because at the end, we manage about 9,000 SKUs across, and for a category like eyewear, it's not a small number, it's a big number for us to work, and then many things get replenished. So data is at the heart, and we use data omni-channel to see where the order is coming, who's ordering. And the other piece, the challenge which we also face on the data side is your chief technology officer at the home ends up ordering most of the things, so you don't know who's the real customer. So is your mom is ordering, or you are ordering, and then somebody would have a progressive and somebody will have a bifocal, and then there's a kid. So the household view needs to come us, because for us the customer and the consumer are a little different. So yeah.
So Vignesh, last words from you. Will the speed of internet start to matter, and will that change banking? Are you looking at people coming into the world of money and using internet? Is that going to change the way India interacts with money?
Yeah, I think RBI is very clear, right? So I think if you look at the fintechs which has come in the last 2 years, you see how credit has taken over the entire market space, right? The entire credit card payments has completely changed. You saw how Paytm has taken the entire scan and pay model to a different league. You have seen how Google Pay is disrupting the entire payments market, right? I think so. For the banking to survive, right? For the banking as a category to scale up, adopting to digital, adopting to mobile first is going to be the most important thing. And Equitas, we understood this entire trend, and we started collaborating with fintechs. So if you see, we already have a tie-up with MOBEXX, who's actually, we are partnered with them to source these customers. And to acquire more customers, we need to adapt as mobile as a route to get these customers, because overall it's going to help us in reducing our cost of operation, right? So fintech is one route we have already taken. We are investing quite a bit of money in terms of digital, both in terms of the mobile space and the technology space. So I think this is going to be the way forward. I think when consumers are this, and all these things have happened because of the demand from the consumers. As I told you in the opening remarks, today consumers are used to applications like Netflix, Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, Ola. So the most important thing is convenience. They do not want anything more than 5 minutes, and they do not want any brands to tell them, do it this way. They would only want, hey, I want this, yeah, get me this in 5 minutes. Be it account opening, or be it mobile banking transaction, or if you're looking at upsell or cross-sell or any of the products, they want to do it on their own. Anything, if you want to do it on your own, convenience comes in, and banking is, I think, has already changed. The way people bank has changed, and I'm sure Equitas being one of the forefront in terms of leading this, we are tied up with fintechs, and I'm sure there's going to be, the growth story is going to continue.
Thank you very much. I think there are some interesting times ahead, because clearly the penetration of mobile is not going to stop. So clearly more consumers will come into the fold, and be it packaged goods or be it money, I'm sure the times are going to be far more interesting. And I think we're going to see a completely new way of doing brands and marketing in this country. That's what all four of you tended to suggest. Thank you very much. I think we are much in time. Pleasure having you all.
Thank you so much. And I totally agree to what Vignesh has said at the end. And it was lovely to hear you all, and all the very best to you, to all our eminent speakers, I must say. And thank you so much, Naresh, for moderating this session so very well. And now it's time to move on to our next session, mobile media inclusion. So guys, growth of mobile phones and internet penetration has increased for financial inclusion. Success in financial inclusion entails reaching the individuals and small businesses with the products that go beyond payments and that can significantly improve their financial lives too. Now let's see what our esteemed speakers or panelists have to say about such topic. Please welcome Ms. Aksha Sachdev, who is with us, who is an Associate Director, User Experience Strategy, Fractal Ink Design Consultancy. Welcome, Ms. Sachdev. We have with us Mr. Anurag Garg, founder and CEO of Nivesh.com. Welcome, Anurag. We have Mr. Apurva Chaudhary, Senior Vice President, Head, Online Business and Digital Marketing, Motilal Oswal Financial Inclusion. And we have with us Mr. Kunal Bhardwaj, Senior Director, Marketing at Upstox. Welcome all of you. And I must request Mr. Ashish Tiwari, who is the Chief Marketing and Digital Officer, Future Generally, to moderate this session, please.
Thank you, Namita, and hello, everybody. I think it is a session which at least I was looking forward for, because we are going to really touch upon some very relevant topics and some very relevant stuff when it comes to looking at the journey of mobile. I mean, at least I don't know about rest of you, but I can call myself coming from the era whereas I was born without technology. And I have lived through my entire working life struggling or working with technology. And it is getting more and more condensed on an everyday basis. Today, give and take, depending on which report you are referring to in India, you can look at almost about 440 to 520 odd million of connections you can look at. You can also look at a tele density of almost about 80 to 90 odd percent. You are looking at active internet users, and there are multiple different metrics you can take. But for me, the most interesting metrics is when you look at something getting used, and when you actually walk out in the market and you can actually safely walk into a shop, eat, and pull out your mobile to pay rather than looking out for your wallet, is the proof of pudding. And that is what I think mobile has done. It has actually created a trust economy, whereas people trust more on audio jingle which comes out once you pay rather than actually looking at. I mean, remember those days when you used to give out somebody a $500 and he or she will look at it in 5 different directions and motions. That has completely changed today, in fact. And one of the most interesting sites which I had on this was when I looked, I don't know whether it was real or it was a meme, but I looked at a picture that somebody asking for donation was carrying a QR code on roads. Okay, and this gentleman carrying a QR code seeking a Saturday money or something like that. Okay, that was that actually talks about that we have moved as a country. And we have very interesting panelists today. Aksha comes from, she is a marketer turned techie turned user evangelist. We have on another hand Anurag, and in fact we can certainly call him as a serial entrepreneur among us, who has created multiple businesses. This is like his third business which he's creating now, and he goes to the hinterlands. We have Apurva and we have Kunal. Kunal looks at how country can create more wealth, and Apu basically drives the financial inclusion. He kind of ensures that technology and money reaches out to the last mile. So let's kickstart, ladies and gentlemen, and I would want you to give your opinion on what you think has been the role of mobile in financial inclusion and how it has actually impacted a country like India. In any particular order, whichever way you like. Aksha, Anurag, Kunal, Apurva, anyone?
Okay, I like to start. Yeah. Thank you for the kind introduction, Ashish. And I would say that mobile has really, played a big role in promoting financial inclusion in the country. Simple reason, because the desktop was not really accessible to the masses. While mobile is, it's much cheaper to own and also to operate and carry along, right? So to promote financial inclusion, it is very important that when you want to do a transaction, the technology should be handy, and that way mobile plays a big role, because you could use it on the go. And the surge in the UPI transaction that you can see is thanks to the mobile, right? If mobile was not there, you would not have seen that kind of surge in the UPI transaction. And that is happening all over India. It's not just limited to the urban areas, right? We see a lot of our customers using UPI for their payments, and they ask for UPI enabled payment, which is a very encouraging sign. So, for our venture also, like we see that, mobile is used a lot, the highest share of users versus desktop. So in my view, it's really, the game changer, and adoption has been very good. Though there are some constraints, but I think things will just keep improving from here on.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Akshay? How do you see the role of mobile in financial inclusion in a country like India?
Yeah. I think Ashish and Anurag, you both touched upon really well on how UPI has actually come in and changed the way we pay. I want to look at the other side of the user in this same situation, who's the merchant. And this merchant is an important person as well. The reason we're able to pay this conveniently is because those merchants, the small merchants across our country, decided that yes, they also wanted to be on UPI. And that actually is a great point, an example of lowest effort entry point that we've been able to provide to a user who was not entirely digitally acquainted and wasn't even probably on the same language as the mobile is today. And despite that, just a sticker of a QR code on his storefront is actually enough for him to be on board on this journey with us. So if we had to see both the sides of this coin, which is the user conveniently paying using a tool and the person who's receiving also conveniently entering this new era, I think UPI is one amazing example where we've been able to use actually smart design to bring the two together. So with both of you, when we talk about removing barriers with the help of good design for our users.
Mm-hmm. Apurva, do you also think that it is only limited to UPI, or is there more to do with mobile and financial inclusion than just the UPI? To your view?
Well, UPI has certainly enabled the companies and the brands and even the audience to transact flawlessly. I mean, from our perspective in the investment space, I mean, yeah, definitely UPI has helped. In fact, the exponential growth which you have seen in the broking and investment space, at least I'm talking about my industry, it has actually coincided with the whole data revolution which took place, post 2016. The client acquisition has been huge. I mean, we were at around 25 million accounts at the industry level, and today we are over 85 million accounts and still acquiring at a rate of 2.5 million accounts a month. So what mobile essentially has done is it has made easier for the broking players to. There are two aspects. One is from the brand perspective and one is from the audience perspective, right? So from the brand's perspective, I think it has become very easier for the broking players to reach out to these end customers who are actually sitting in this tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and that too at a very lower cost through digital marketing. Now the brokers are also able to educate these clients through videos which are consumed through YouTube. They are able to create a desire in the minds of these audiences, to try out new kinds of investments in new segments through influencer marketing, and finally onboard them at a very low cost through this whole Aadhaar-based eKYC. And because of this low cost of acquisition, now these brokers or these brands are able to provide them with a low ticket size product, which wasn't earlier possible due to the whole business model or the profitability matrix. And from the audience perspective, with this easy and cheap access to mobiles and mobile data, we have seen I would say a convergence in the behavior of the whole audience, especially the rural population, the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We see a lot of eagerness in the audience to consume branded content, which normally is aimed at educating them before actually taking the final plunge, into the stock markets. Because of this, mobile audiences now become more self-driven. They also expect the brands to serve them in a manner which suits them, instead of the other way around. So the audience, and because of UPI, obviously the audience is now comfortable transacting online. It's not only UPI, when it comes to experiences, I mean, the e-com giants like Amazons and Mintras and Ubers and Zomatos, whatever, so people have now got used to that. They expect that kind of an experience. So, and looking at all those things, I think when it comes to mobile, I think the UI, UX, ease of transactions, these are, I think, of utmost importance. If at all a brand wishes to build that customer stickiness or loyalty or.
No, I think Apurva, you have touched upon very, very valid points, and we will touch upon some of them later in the conversation. I would want to go to Kunal because of he actually is at the helm of driving the entire financial inclusion, and that's what he does on a day-to-day. And let's hear him out. Let's hear his views on, has mobile actually kind of delivered the job? Is it been the game changer in the entire financial inclusion journey? Kunal, over to you. And you are on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I was patiently listening to all the eminent speakers here, so I didn't want to interrupt in any way. But okay, so I'm going to answer that by taking one step back from what I'm doing right now and talking about mobile phones as a tool. In the last decade, I've worked primarily in companies that are driven by mobile phones. So everything from a ByteDance to my own startup in gaming, it was all mobile phones. That being said, still these, and this is all, I'm talking about smartphones. I'm not talking about feature phones right now. Now, if I have to break it down and at the base level, define what a mobile phone does for either a business or a consumer is to offer convenience. Now, if I layer that convenience with trust, especially important in financial transactions, and give him solutions which he would generally have to travel to a location, go through myriad number of forms, speak to at least 67 people and spend close to about or minimum 30 minutes, then I think mobile is the only answer to all the problems there. That being said, looking at the numbers that we are kind of gunning as Upstocks, and we are a mobile only or mobile dominant kind of a platform, the numbers that we are getting, especially from non-metros and especially from non-male, so female category, is insane because people are understanding the fact that, look, at the end of the day, this is something that's lying with you at your home. And with the assurances built in, this is a viable and a feasible form of conducting any and all your financial transactions.
Okay. Which is very, very interesting, I think. And you very specifically mentioned females because of, I understand after coming to BFS, I understood how skewed the categories towards male and how they look at it. So I'm sure that there is something which the device has certainly done.
I see it at home, right? My dad can still experiment with money, but my mom, she's going to be super serious about where she's spending and who she's spending. And plus, telling that category of of my consumers, and I'm being very dispassionate about it. Okay, so telling that category of consumers to trust a faceless AI-powered device with their life savings is the most difficult task that's there out there.
In fact, Kunal, you touched upon a very relevant topic which I wanted to kind of pick up next. See, the category code for entire financial industry is trust. That's said about, and I think all of us as marketers understand that. And I would want to probably go back to Aksha once again because of she's, and I would want Aksha you to kind of don the hat of your earlier era avatar of being an advertising person. What kind of a user experience do you design today, and what kind of a learnings can people take from that design, which has helped building trust on what Kunal just said, a faceless, nameless AI, so that people can actually trust with you with their money, or people can trust the institutions with their money or with their future earnings?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, one of the biggest parts of what we do as experienced designers is to put ourselves in the shoes of the user and look at the worries that they go through, look at the pains that they go through. And one amazing example that came out of that was, as cancer as India can be, we had found multiple and sophisticated ways of cheating UPI payments as well, right? Like we have ways of actually displaying a confirmation screen of payment when actually you haven't made the payment. And that also led to a new innovation in the area of UPI, which was a voice enabled POS system, which actually intimates you that X amount of money has been credited into your account and it can come in your language. And that is again amazing design, right? Because it did not stop at telling the customer to go open the app and show a proof and send a page, but it actually took care of it at the merchant's end, and at the same time assured this merchant who had never before taken a digital payment that actually, it is possible to get on the bandwagon and not be afraid of the fact that you're going to get cheated if you go down this route. And similarly, when it comes to investments online, a big driver has been our new recommendation engines, and data science is about to start playing a huge role in the way we're going to start investing. It starts in smaller formats of micro investments, and it sort of brings you in at a very early age. It was a great example, Kunal, that you gave, that the female audience are now starting to actually grab on. And that is also seen in younger female audience who are just out of college in their first jobs, thinking about how to save their money and thinking about those small SIPs and smaller investments that portals are now allowing them to make, and sort of helping them stay risk free by profiling themselves first. And that is the power that we did not have before. And that level of advisory that AI is able to offer today is something that is very promising and powerful in the hands of a user.
Yeah. In fact, you very rightly said that it is about, the revolution is not about technology. It's about bringing that entire habit change or reassuring the customers that their choices are going to be right and technology is going to just play the role of the enabler, will actually help connect with the consumer. And that kind of brings me back to you, Anurag, because of you work into a category, whereas, you are into a B2B2C kind of a business, okay? And you enable the enablers who then go and probably get really large size investments at times, okay? Why should somebody trust you to run their business, okay? And how has mobile helped you in reaching out and in creating that trust with this person who is actually running his own business? Yeah, would you want to throw some light on that?
Sure. See, trust is very, very important. You're very right in that. And see why the trust deficit was there, because there was no visibility to the investment, right? One would make in the earlier era, in the offline era. And what is happening to that? And if I want to transact today, can I transact, right? Or am I dependent on certain other factors? So, mobile has really helped in taking care of these factors. So through mobile today, our customers can track their portfolios every day. And we see people logging in just to check what is happening to their portfolio. And also what it does is it, automatically creates investor awareness. Because if you see that movement, you are able to understand how the portfolio is behaving in sync with the market movement, right? Over a period, it helps in really, bringing in that expectation that, market value will keep going down, but it'll ultimately come up also. In fact, we were told initially that, if you give this on mobile and people see value going down, there'll be a lot of impulsive reaction. But I said, see, it's very important that people should understand what happens when there is a market volatility, right? And then ability to transact whenever they want to transact is really a great feeling. So we would encourage them to, okay, put redemption, money will come into your account in 3 days. And there's a big factor for people in tier 2, tier 3 town. Right. So all of this combined has helped, create a huge trust factor, and we see a lot of repeat transactions because of that. And we are enabling intermediary also. So initially, even the intermediaries were circumspect that, why should you be managing my business? But see, ultimately, it's a, win-win for both. because intermediaries also need to be digitally equipped to offer the same experience to their customers, because if they don't do that, they'll ultimately lose their customers to somebody else, right? And then we also enable them to be able to transact for their customers on real time. So let's say 2:30, 3 p.m. is a cutoff time for mutual fund redemption, and 2:30 customer wants to redeem something, and if they are not in front of their desktop, or let's say the offline, they cannot place a transaction, they're stuck. But here, even if you have a few minutes to go, you can go ahead and place transaction for your customer. Right. So overall, it becomes a very compelling proposition to be on this kind of platform and to use the mobile app. And we see the uses, continuously increasing. And of course, the lockdown was a big enabling factor when people could not go out and they had to be dependent on technology to be able to transact.
Yeah, I think lockdown certainly accelerated, and we were, I mean, it's a case study for the word, the India stack as they typically called, or the jam stack as it has been typically called as Jandan, topped over with the Aadhaar and topped over with the mobile. This is a case study for the word to pick up, whereas you have, so what was the India's challenge? India challenge was about having India created one of the largest identity program where you can identify the last mile person. Okay, the technology stack with the government and public private partnership created a tech stack where the data can flow openly and in the real time, and information and data real time, topped over with the security layer and the experience layer, built it up. That kind of brings me back to you, Kunal. Okay, see, if you look at India, and especially to you because of you drive financial inclusion, if you look at India, I mean, currently we have three different very, very distinct Indias in one. Okay, and I'm not talking about India and Bharat only because of urban and rural divide. You have people who were born without technology, lived their life without technology, who are somewhere around 50s, who have kind of continued major part of their working life was without technology. Okay, and then they became Facebook, suddenly they came on Facebook. You have second generation, which kind of was born without technology, but grew up and kind of adopted it and studied or started working with technology. And the third, which has probably been clicked on a mobile phone, their first picture, and they have grown up with the technology. And all these three people today have the power of investing. Okay, all these three have money in their hands. Is there a differentiated role, or is there a differentiated role brands have to play to include these three different generations, or there is a different penetration of inclusion, or is there a different role which mobile plays in terms of financial inclusion to these three generations? Kunal and Apoorv.
That's, I think, a great question. That's a very broad question, to be honest. Okay, let me start off by saying, okay, some facts. So about roughly 96% of our country's population either does not, or is unaware, or is afraid of these new financial instruments, the segment that we operate in. Okay, so that's, in other ways, 96% of the public in our country is still dependent upon fixed deposits, physical gold, and bank savings accounts. Now let's go back and talk about the lockdown and the pandemic. The biggest challenge for any brand or any marketer is to occupy that half an inch and by half an inch of a space within somebody's mobile phone, which is your app icon, right? And while we were in the lockdown, we did not just see financial brands quadrupling their business. We also saw games, PUBG, for example, right? So therefore, there is a definite mindset towards creating wealth that is kind of coming into the Indian subculture. There is also a mindset of exploring new avenues and new options, because look, like I said, 90% are not even aware or are afraid or not doing it. So now let's talk about the three Indias that you spoke about, right? So the India number one, which is the guys who click the first picture on the mobile phones, they are the most aggressive lot, right? Because this is the environment where they've been in ever since they've opened their eyes. So they understand how to operate, manipulate, live in, breathe in this environment. So therefore, this lot is the most aggressive one, and they all have certain expectations. Similarly, people like me, when I started working for and with mobile phones at a time when Sony Ericsson X3 and S4 used to come, where if you hit somebody, it's a cause for concern with that phone. So from that size of a phone, we are back to that size of a phone. So I think it's this thing. But again, to get people like me involved, and look, I would not call we are a very mature financial audience, but we are a very maturing financial audience at this segment as well. They also have their own set of needs and wants, and similarly are the final India that you're talking about. Now, one thing which is common to all, right, is the UX, is the design, is the how easy it is to navigate within. And this I'm saying, assuming that you manage to make them download the app or log on to your app, for example. So number one is that. Number two, of course, that again then percolates to time spent, because I'd rather spend time thinking about where I want to invest than trying to navigate and figure out where I am and what I want to do. So of course the design, then the time spent, and therefore the navigation and part of UX as well. And finally and the most important for newcomers is, how soon do I get my money back? And therefore the tie-up between the the banking institutions and brokers like us, wherein so that kind of, I think, are the three common things that could be more, but I think these are the three most important ones.
Apu, do you also see it similar, or are there any difference for your?
No, of course it's similar, but I would like to add something to what Kunal said. I mean, these three categories are completely different. I mean, they're poles apart with each other in terms of their behavior and even their approach towards mobile or the data consumption and all those things. I mean, if you take a look at the first generation, the ones who are born with the mobile. So now the behavior of them is very different. They expect their apps to understand them better, even better than themselves, to be very frank. And they rely on these apps to provide them the best recommendations. This is what this first generation wants. They want to be very quick as possible. They need quick transactions. The operation should be very fast. The third cohort, which probably is, I would say, above 50 or now, that this segment is completely different. In fact they get shocked if an app delivers them some kind of a hyper personalized message. So that's the difference between the behavior of all these things. And even after that, they're actually skeptical to follow the recommendations which the app gives them. So I think the best generation is the one who has adapted to the mobile revolution. I think we are a part of that. At least I am a part of that. So there are different approaches which I think a brand should be taking. I mean, the first category, I would say for them, as Kunal rightly said, UI UX matters a lot. Quick transactions, focused recommendations. These are the things which these guys are actually looking out for. The second category, which probably I fall into, this category looks out for an educative approach. You need to educate them. You need to have patience with them. Let them navigate, discover your app, services, all those things. And the last one, who's the older generation, I think the brands should take a little bit of laid back approach, nudge them enough just to take the right step, guide them in navigating the app. So there are very different, probably vernacular language, usage of vernacular language. So these are the things and the approaches, difference in approaches, which I think should be taken for each of these different categories. Because the behavior is absolutely different. And that's actually a very big challenge for all the organizations, because I'm sure everyone has all the categories of clients. So it becomes very difficult to personalize your communications, your nudges and whatnot to such different categories of clients.
In fact, Apu, you touched upon a very, very relevant topic when you spoke about vernacular, and that was my next. Whereas I wanted to check upon and say that in a very quick reaction from each one of you, okay, despite all we talk about, okay, I personally feel that we have yet not been able to figure out the experience to n to the power of 1. Okay, for an individualized customer, because of mobile is a very, very personal device. Okay, and while it has driven the inclusion, I think there is a lot of scope, and I think the voice in vernacular if we are able to take if brands are able to take the right route to that, I think that will create much more financial inclusion. You can see a second wave coming up. Now we talk everything in numerical waves after what we have gone through. I think it can actually create a second or a third or fourth, I don't know which number of wave that will be. Very quick reaction from any one of you, if you would want to pick that up. Aksha, Kunal.
I think Aksha gave the best example of voice and vernacular. The Paytm thing which he said, that's a brilliant thing which these guys have done. Merging these two things, where the speaker it comes out through a speaker, as to what amount has been credited, that too in the local language.
Yeah, no, I'm
apart from voice, I think there is more actually. There are more visual ways of actually depicting, whether it's money coming in, money going out. Like a language of symbols actually cuts across languages, right? So when we move to iconography, or we move to a language that is universally understood, everybody knows this is thank you or welcome, and everybody knows what certain movements mean. So the use of haptic, the use of symbolism in our design and our screens, and reduction in words will also include more people, because they will feel more included. Emojis have done a great job at that, where just showing a thumbs up and a thumbs down easily tells somebody if the payment went through, payment didn't go through, or a tick mark or a cross. And symbolism along with voice together is going to play a huge role in how we start thinking about our audience, and not just restrict them to 10 languages or 12 languages, because coping with languages even for a brand is huge, in terms of how many can I have, am I going pan India, and how long will it take me for getting that going. So in that, the absence of language and presence of more numeric and symbolic data can really fill in the gap over there. And of course, we're all hoping for natural language processing to only get better in the coming years. And the likes of Google are investing in markets like India for the same, and hoping for that to actually become mainstream very soon. And hence, yeah, I'm totally in the direction of voice being one new big aspect in our digital ecosystems.
I completely agree with you.
I want to second what she's saying, because look, at the end of the day, we live as marketers and as brand custodians. We live in a country which has the biggest challenge that nobody else in the world has. Every 100 meters, this country changes. Now, if that happens, if I start personalization and changing my UI UX for every behavior and wills and wants, my app will be taking space more than what a phone can give. So therefore, I completely agree with what she's saying. I mean, symbolism, and that's what symbolism is the universal language. I mean, you go to any country on the planet and you say this, it can only mean one thing. You want to drink. Now, of course, depends on what time and what you want to drink, but it is what it is, right? So therefore, and especially, look, I come from ByteDance, right, where personalization was a big deal for us, because we wanted every consumer to come in and see exactly what he wants. It doesn't really work in this segment, because I can't keep changing my UI UX just because I'm talking to somebody from this region, that age groups. Therefore, there has to be a uniformity and this thing. So I completely agree with what she's saying. Bang on point.
Kunal, I wish I could completely agree on that, because I personally feel symbolism also have limits. Okay, now this means yes, or this means yes. I mean, we can all chat about it. Both means yes and both means no, depending on where am I standing.
You don't have to use all of them. Just use some which are easily and commonly understood.
Yeah. So I would probably one last very quick. If I were to ask you guys, I mean, you guys at the helm of it, where do you think this is all taking us, and what do you think the future is? Any use cases which you want to leave us? I mean, UPI certainly has been one very huge use case. The Jam Trinity, giving out access to people, giving out the digital money. I think that certainly mobile certainly has helped there. Okay, it has helped people to be able to connect better with their money and experience their money better. Any other quick use cases for future which you guys are thinking, which you guys think that are going to involve people and their money and can evolve using mobile in no particular order?
Yeah, see, I feel.
I'm sorry, I'm bumping in between, but we need a quick reaction from all of you as we're running short of time.
Okay, sure. So I feel, see, personalization will happen. So yes, personalization is a challenge right now. But ultimately, as the technology improves, more and more personalization will happen. And lot many more products will be available to customers through the mobile app. So today, we have stocks and mutual funds. So for example, fixed income, nobody talks about, but it's a big market, right? 150 lakh crore of money lying in bank deposit, which is because Indians have largely the, fixed income oriented mindset. So a lot many more products will come. It will become much easier, to transact, buy these kind of products. I think that's the direction the industry will take.
Apurva, Kunal.
Well, I think mobile-based analytics can help a lot of institutions. It can help probably, just for an example, say banks or lending institutions. It can help them probably determine the credit worthiness of these people. So nowadays you see small financing apps, right? They finance with as low as 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, and whatnot. So and they finance these daily wage earners. So I see the future where the technology can be where, for example, a bank can actually estimate a daily earning probably of a tea stall owner, based on the footfall at the corner where he's standing at, so can actually just that and have some kind of a. So I think that's where we are heading, and it's endless. The future is great for mobile.
Kunal,
just going by the question of the use case, what's happening right now, at my fingertips, sitting in my home in my pajama or my bathrobe, I can transact in global markets. I can send, receive money anywhere. I can actually do anything at all with my money at this point in time. And the future, yes, especially for our country, if going back to my point, if I can customize my product for that every 100 meters of India,
okay,
and give him a feeling.
I get disconnected or?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think Ashish.
I think some internet issues is there. Yeah, I'm fine now.
No, so I was just concluding my point that I said my dream is that if I could customize my product for that every 100 meters of India and give him a feeling of utmost confidence when he's on my product, be it a language, be it a UX, be it a design, I think that would be the penultimate thing for me. So, yeah.
Akshay, you want to add something before we?
Yeah, just one very small one. I think want to be able to design for the lowest denominator in the market and hence make interactions which are extremely low skill for the user but high in operation when it actually comes to the transaction. So that is the hope and the aim, and I believe that there is a lot of scope there.
I kind of agree, and I think it's been a very, very insightful discussion for me to learn from B2B to B2B2C to from how the designs are being done, and also looking at from how mobile has been interacting and delivering personalization without getting too personal and too intrusive. So thanks everyone for your time, and over to you, Nita. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if time was not one such concern, then with a symbol, I must say, मैं तो आप ही लोगों की तरफ हूँ. Now you understand.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. I totally agree to what you all guys have said. Loved your thoughts and insights on the matter, and I must say, big thumbs up from our side. Now it's time to move on to our fireside chat or our discussion on fireside. We must say, creating client value in a mobile marketing era. Now, there is a great opportunity for clients to create value for their brands in the mobile marketing era. To chat over this, we have been joined by Mr. Sid Mantri, who is the Senior Vice President Product at MX Player and MX Takatak. Please welcome Mr. Sid Mantri. We have with us Mr. Subhashish Gupta, who is the Managing Director, Sales Brightco. Alongside, we have Mr. Balaji Venkataraman, who is the Director, Deloitte, and he will be moderating this session for all of us. So all of you are very warm welcome. And Mr. Venkataraman, can I please request you to proceed further?
Sure. Thanks, Namita. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Sid. Good afternoon, Subhashish. Hope you're doing well today.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
So guys, excited to be part of MOBEXX 2021. And today we are here to discuss creating client value in mobile marketing era. So we have the best two in Sid and Subhashish who can really give their insight in terms of this particular topic. I'll directly get into it. Let me say, Sid, I'll start with you first.
Sure.
Recent data shows that average time spent on mobile is 4.6 hours a day, which has increased in the last 1 year from 3.6 to 4.6, and definitely is going to go up. Indians are really hooked to mobile, right from entertainment to education. I will start with your initial thoughts before I go to Subhashish.
Yeah, hey, it's great to be here. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I think it doesn't come off as a surprise to me, to be honest, at the risk of sounding like Mr. Know-it-all. I think the penetration of mobile and data connectivity, after what Jio has done to the market, has disrupted the market in such a big way. The access to data has increased. Affordability of data and connectivity has become significantly better. Data is getting cheaper every year. And, traditionally, India has always been a single television household. And so that creates a situation where, on one hand, the Indian users are severely parched for high quality premium entertainment because they're forced to watch whatever is being watched by the person who wields the remote control. I mean, and it's been the same for years and years and years. I mean, I remember growing up in the 90s in India, and I used to have fights with my mom if there was a World Cup match, coming live, and she wanted to watch her soap operas. So that continues to be the case. But then what's happened now is that's created this high pent-up demand for high quality premium entertainment on one side. And on the other side, the pervasiveness and affordability of data and connectivity has just given a vent to this incredibly high pent-up demand. And I've always maintained in India, there is unlimited demand for high quality entertainment, video over the top. It doesn't matter if we have 10 OTTs or 15 OTTs or 20 OTTs. If you have content that connects with the audience, you will find the viewers. And I think it's these two phenomenons coming together. This high pent-up demand, which is suddenly getting serviced. And I think we're still scratching the surface. There's about, give or take, 500 million mobile internet connected users in India. And very few of them have the ability to pay for an OTT subscription, either from an affordance and liquidity and purchase power point of view, or from an access to digital payment instrument point of view. Kind of take your pick. Intersection of those two is probably like 50 million at best. So what are the rest of the 450 million users doing? They're going to YouTube for entertainment. It's a terrible source of entertainment. And I think that's where we found our niche at MX, where we've really found a connection and a content product market fit with those users. And then that's where we are experiencing our hypergrowth. So I'm not surprised that consumption of mobile has increased, and I think it's video led.
Oh, in fact, I can't agree with you more. I could see everywhere where I go across the country, everyone glued to their screen in terms of entertainment. So entertainment, said you talked about entertainment. Now, Subhashish, I will ask you on the same topic. It's one side on the entertainment, other side, you serve a lot of corporates through videos, as well as there is a lot of education, and in terms of commerce, a lot of things happening over video. Okay, India is one of the top 5 countries where there is the consumption of video is the highest, either it's entertainment or education. What you see and where this trend is taking?
Thanks, Balaji. Thanks, Adgali, to bring me as a panel discussion member here. I think there is a lot which is happening in the mobile market, and globally we are seeing that the kind of money is being spent on mobile advertisements is close to $230 billion, supposed to grow to close to $500 billion in the next 4 years. Now, that's a huge amount, right? And as Sid and you rightly mentioned, there is a huge prevalence of video, and with data becoming cheaper and cheaper within the country, and the like the penetration of bandwidth, or I would say 3G and 4G services in Class C, Class D cities, it's really opening up right the markets. So coming like what is beyond entertainment, I think there's a lot more. Entertainment becomes one of the primary platforms, and there is huge usage of like the mobile devices in the smaller cities also. What we are seeing is also a strong revolution, more so in the last 2 years of pandemic, where like my wife would have never shopped or done her grocery on probably one of these portals of Big Basket or anything 2 years back, right? She always used to prefer to go and press the bhendi from the tip and see which is stronger, which is a better lady's finger, right? But today, that entire thing, so it is gone beyond entertainment. It's like household usage. When we buy electric equipments, stuff like an electric oven, how to use. From there, it has gone to let's say today, with everyday new information coming on about COVID, right? COVID norms. So what kind of utility services can be used on this platform? So from a marketeer perspective, I think there is huge amount of like thinking which is happening. Video as a strategy is already there. Advertising on mobile is already happening. That is where probably platforms like us come in, where we offer the highest of scalability on streaming. We offer the right, I would say, assimilation and integration through our APIs on typically Android and iOS platforms, as well as web, right? So, which is where we see high growth in the edtech space also. Today, it won't be wrong in saying that most of the people are getting onto a hybrid mode where e-learning is becoming a big market within the country. We have customers who have got probably paid subscribers in the regions of millions. No?
Oh, that's in fact, there are a lot of things that the video as a part in terms of mobile and mobile marketing has democratized. Okay? Sid on one hand said there is a pent-up demand and there is no dearth of demand in terms of quality entertainment in India. On the other side, there has always been a longing that everyone want to have the best education, and the best education is now served on your palm, on your mobile. Okay, so on both the sides, when there is a demand and everything is delivered through your videos, there is another trend which shows that a report. The most of this demand is not only on tier 1, it is in tier 2, 3, and 4 cities. Okay, it is when we have entertainment, education, everything done through this, how brands can capitalize in terms of reaching to the consumers in tier 2, 3, and 4 cities using mobile marketing and video as a medium in terms of taking them to them. The brands can take them to the consumers. What are your thoughts on this? Sid, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I agree with you that the growth in mobile penetration and mobile usage in India, I think is probably saturated or has reached what it could reach in the metros and the tier 1 cities. And the biggest headroom, which is starting to get filled, is coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities, the smaller towns. And what's interesting over here is that the users in these parts of the country, they've basically skipped an entire generation of technology. These users, the first connected device these users have ever used is actually a mobile device. They skip the computer, they skip the desktop, they skip the laptop, they skipped connectivity through I remember the days when I used to pick up the phone and my sister used to be on the internet and I had to like yell at her and ask her to disconnect and make a phone call. These users have completely bypassed that entire generation of technology. And so, their first experience with connectivity is directly through the mobile device. That's the only device they have. And that creates a very interesting dynamic because that thing of that one entire generation of technology starts reflecting and manifesting in other dimensions. Most of the internet revolution, if I can call it that, in India has primarily been e-commerce driven, and that's a tier 1 cities or a metro phenomenon. I think logistically, infrastructure-wise, last mile connectivity hasn't quite made it to the tier 3, tier 4 cities. And so the way these users behave, the services they consume are very different from what the traditional, metro and tier 1 users, the journey they have traversed. And so I think, reaching these users, there are very distinct differences in their preferences, in their patterns. They're probably not super e-commerce friendly or e-commerce savvy because it's just not reached them. I think that's one part of the equation. I think a second part of the equation is because of what I said earlier, that there's this pent-up demand for premium entertainment. These users spend a lot of time watching video, whether it's on YouTube or MX or wherever else it might be. They're not necessarily digital payment literate yet, or don't have access to it. And so there's still a fair amount of distance away from being able to subscribe to any SVOD or any subscription service. So they're still away from, getting their hands on a Hotstar or a Netflix or whatever. Not to mention the content is not quite the right fit anyhow. And so I think the way to reach, these users is really through video as a primary mode of consumption pattern that they provide. And also, taking into consideration their lifestyle and their, habits of, what they're doing, which is very different from what we see in metros or tier 1 cities. I think that that gap will get bridged very fast, but, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, thanks. And what in terms of brand opportunities, Shubhashish?
So I feel, I feel, one of the points which said brought out earlier during the conversation is YouTube, the usage, right? Meaning it's a great platform or it's a good platform, but then brands need to look at their own platforms. I don't have any doubts. If the brands need to look at their audiences, how do they get their audiences to get into e-commerce kind of transactions? Probably tier 1 is where e-commerce is happening, but it's not too far. So one of the very important points, and again related to mobile marketing, is how do brands start looking at beyond the social media's good feel? Every brand eventually wants to percolate and penetrate into a bigger masses, right? Depending on the brands, right? So your own platform becomes extremely important. That's where you should have your own apps. And probably the second point I would like to bring about here is how do you use regional OTT players or media players, and how do you get into using the regional content? Meaning the same advertisements could connect much better if you are using the regional language, right? And that is something which again is catching up. And I think platforms and brands like us, we've got a lot of AI built into our platform, which helps brands to build such kind of platforms where the connect is much better. If we are looking at a Tamil Nadu or a Malayalam kind of a base of profiles of customers or target customers, right? Or anywhere. I'm sure that Hindi connects very well in the northern states, right? The same ads impact and the connect could be much better if the communication is happening in Hindi.
Okay, so you segue to the next question that I wanted to, by your answer. Indians spend a lot of time on mobile, and Indians like video. There is a pent-up demand, tier 3, tier 4, and everyone is consuming videos. However, how the technology today, in terms of helping us to take this, to satisfy the pent-up demand, to help Indians to consume what actually they are looking for. What is available today and what is the gap? And if we fill this, where can we go from here? So I'm sure no one wants to, initially when folks would have watched a lot of content on their player, they would have got adjusted to the buffering. Then they would have, once they started getting into the experience of, okay, there is zero buffer, they would have been fine. Then they would have started talking about bit rate. So how you constantly bring in technology to bridge this debt that is brought in terms of rendering those content. Because that's important for the brand also when they target their ads.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and it's one that we spend a lot of time on and kind of invest a lot of our energies into. I'm going to try and split the answer to my question in three parts. And I always like to think about product development as optimizing and bringing together the B, the X, and the T, the business and the experience and the technology all put together. So I love the BXT framework. So I think number one, I'll start with the business. I think it's because of technology that you mentioned this earlier, Balaji, that premium content has gotten democratized, and it's no longer the fiefdom of the users who have a credit card and can spend 2,000 rupees a year on Netflix. I think technology has created the democratization of access to premium quality entertainment. And what I mean by that is the feasibility of a business model run with AVOD, which we're an AVOD platform at MX, which is what gives us the ability to connect and get extremely high reach, more than 160 million monthly active streaming users. So we're able to get to that kind of scale in less than 3-4 years of being an OTT service. Is simply because we think of ourselves as a tech organization. We're not a media organization. We don't have any rich media legacy or history. We don't have the baggage either. And that technology has created the opportunity for us to be able to go and provide this entertainment to every single user who has a smartphone and connectivity in their hands. Doesn't matter, what their financial standing is, because it's free, it's ad supported. And that has been the secret sauce behind our scale is the fact that we think of ourselves as a tech company. We operate like a tech organization, which is in the media business, rather than the other way around. So that's the B, the business. I think from an experience standpoint, while one can celebrate the fact that India has this deep penetration of network and connectivity, and data has become affordable, or it's getting cheaper, I'm going to contradict that exact statement. I'm going to say actually data is still very expensive for a large part of India. And we have lots of users on our platform who actually ration how they consume their data. They actually have they're limited to a cap per day. So, they operate on 2 gigabytes a day or 1 gigabyte a day. And they actually have this mental mapping of, I'm going to spend so much on WhatsApp. I'm going to spend so much on YouTube. I'm going to spend so much on MX. And they keep checking where they are, and they keep trying to ration, to make sure that they don't run out by the end of the day. And that's where, again, technology has made a huge difference. We've invested a lot of our energy into the most advanced compression codecs. We're the only OTT in the world. We're very proud to say that's deployed H.266, which is arguably the most advanced compression in video codec standards. And it cuts down your data consumption by approximately half. And so if I had 1 gigabyte to spend on video streaming, now with H.266, I can effectively double the amount of content I watch in the same data cap. And then separately, there's, the connectivity quality of service is not necessarily at the Western standards in India. And that actually is an opportunity for homebred OTT platforms like us, because the Netflixes and the Prime Videos of the world, they've never had to deal with, a weak network connection. Like that doesn't happen very rare. It doesn't happen very often. It's very rare for, the main markets they serve. And so we've put in, again, a lot of AI tech behind cutting down on the network bandwidth requirements. One of the reasons I like blurring my background image is because We kind of do that with our video streaming. We have AI tech where our artificial intelligence technology automatically detects the most important element in any video frame and focuses on that one, and then just drops the resolution on something that's not important. And with naked eye, you're never going to know. And then we call it a data saver mode. So if you use MX, you have an option to turn it off if you want to turn it off. So I think India is a very, very bandwidth sensitive market. We do have challenges on network latency. We have challenges on a highly unreliable network bandwidth that can go up and down. And adaptive bitrate streaming has been around for a long time. It's gotten commoditized, but there are pockets of efficiencies, such as I give one example where we drop the resolution on the unimportant parts of a video frame. I think these pockets of optimization really make a huge difference to the Indian customer. I think in terms of challenges and then opportunities, I think the network cost continues to be a challenge as it improves in bigger cities, maybe, but you get penetration in smaller towns, and then you have that continuous challenge. I think while we invest in codecs, there's hardware support for codecs that is required. That's going to take time. We're already seeing about 20% of our install base capable of decoding H.266. And so I think infrastructure is probably the biggest challenge, whether it's hardware or whether it's connectivity.
Interesting point. So, Shubhajish, do you want to fill up? Because what you see is totally different on the other side when it comes to.
Yeah, well, Sid covered a couple of very interesting points from a platform perspective, right? So I would like to pick it up from there. Today, there is content-aware encoding, which is happening, which helps to optimize the bandwidth, right? And we have the platform is already there. Brands need to look at how they create their own platform so that they can customize the entire. The entire logic from here on is not about doing generic marketing. How do brands use marketeers to build their own platforms? How do they do targeted marketing, right? Wherein there is a lot of relevance of AI and ML, meaning the kind of roadmaps we have, what we have brought in the last 1 year on the platform is humongous, right? Without naming certain things, the platform scalability, it scales to 15, 20 million simultaneous streams. So it's all there. Brands probably are looking at it. There is a nascent requirement or demand. And I'm referring the demand from not only a e-commerce or a retail point of view. E-learning has become a big platform. But if you look at BFSI, if you look at healthcare industry, everywhere there is a very, very strong use case. It's all about how the brands use. One of our customers, Dr. Reddy's, they do almost 250 events in a year, right? How do they create their own brand to use social media through the brand to pull traffic back onto their websites, on their mobile apps to get the right audiences, right? And of course, what they want is increase in their audiences and their product sales, right? So from that perspective, we see huge amount of relevance, a lot of use cases which are coming up in this space. Technology is there. There is how do you optimize bandwidth tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities? I think we've got multiple renditions which the customer can create on our platform to not have a lag, right? The video quality might deteriorate, but there is a continuity, right? Video, you don't want any buffers, right? Or buffering. So those primary technology is there. One more important point which I would like to bring out is how do brands use analytics that we offer? We offer very, very deep dive analytics, and machine learning is also building on top of that. Your user profiles, what kind of videos are really working for the brand? What percentage of videos are working? What percentage of videos which have really become popular? How many minutes out of a 3 minutes video have they seen? So a lot of corrective actions marketeers can take for the brand. Now, strong analytics again becomes very, very key. And thirdly, of course, your content security, which is a subject matter which is more relevant to probably media industry and probably in the e-learning space, in the tech space, not maybe for marketeers, right? Here, lastly, I would like to bring in quickly a point. We see for brands, for large business houses, if they have to build a Netflix kind of a like 24/7 kind of a experience, we offer something very unique called corporate TV, right? So that gives the brands, look at Tata's or Godrej's, they have everything from probably salt to like they're making aircrafts and all, right, or bits and pieces. So how do they? So which means they have got different products, different brands, their clienteles are different, audiences are different. It could be B2B, it could be B2C. How do you create a 24/7 channel experience, like a Netflix kind of an experience, right? We've got a off-the-shelf kind of a solution there.
Yeah. So we are nearing top of the hour, but I have a couple of interesting points to touch upon. One is on Subhashish, you touched upon this analytics part of it. There is data.
Right.
I want a real 30 seconds view from you and Sid. When we get into T3-4 cities and towns, there is no much of literacy in terms of this privacy and the data behavior analytics, all this. So what is that particular point which really we need to address? Because we serve ads, we get data, we understand the behavior, there is an element of privacy. So I just want a quick 30 seconds before we wrap up on the privacy part.
So if I need to answer that quickly, I think the analytics part becomes crucial for brands and marketers more so in tier 3, tier 4 cities. Probably when I was reading a report, there are 300 million millennials in our country, and to a great extent, the 60% of the million or 70% belong to the tier 3, tier 4 cities, right? Analytics, I would say, brings in a lot of inputs, very relevant inputs to brands and marketeers, because that's more of an untapped market when we are using the power of internet. That's where the penetration is happening of internet today, right? So that could be a pretty much my input from a 30 seconds perspective.
Yeah, because always there is a saying that the more I give, the more I get myself known to the brand can give more to me. Okay. So
yeah.
Sid, what are your quick thoughts on this before we wrap up the session?
Yeah, I think because of the socio-economic dynamics in the country, I think the Indian market is going to be a lot more friendly to giving, so that they can get. Like I said earlier, India is probably the one market where the AWOD as a business model is very, very feasible. It's very hard to break even on advertising revenues alone anywhere else in the world. Certainly the Western markets, very hard. And so the Indian customer tends to be very friendly to advertisers in general, especially the deeper you go or the lower you go in the socioeconomic strata, because their ability and willingness to directly pay is very limited. And so they love indirect payment and effectively monetizing time spent on a service. And so I think while the GDPRs of the world will keep happening in the Western part of the world in Europe, and we need to be responsible about how we use data and maintain our customers' privacy from a, are we doing the right thing, kind of lens. But I think the customers and the users in our country, and especially in the deeper tier 3, tier 4 markets, they're going to be significantly more open and friendly to giving, so that they can benefit in return. I think communicating that benefit and delivering that value is key to being able to get more information from them.
Indeed. Okay. In fact, great points, Subhashish and Sid, on privacy, because at the end of it, there is a trust equation that a consumer builds with the brand in terms of what he can share and what he can get out of the brand. Okay, that's the true value with which this particular opportunity brings in. Thank you so much. In fact, we're on top of the hour. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Namita. And Sid, Subhashish, great inputs and insights. Okay, have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
And I absolutely agree to what you all have said. Thank you, Balaji, for conducting the session so very well. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Subhashish, for giving your precious time to us. That was really quick and useful session, people. Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Now,
Thank you,
moving
Rishi.
on to our next panel of discussion, seamless in-game advertising, opportunities and challenges. Now, seamless ads is all about quality for a game developer, but also for the brands, media agencies, and in the end, if we say the user that sees the ad. The ads look great in game with many options on how, when, and where the ads are shown to make sure that the ads are non-intrusive. For deep diving on its opportunities and challenges, we have so many eminent speakers in our list today who have years and years of expertise in this field. So please welcome with me Mr. Arindam Das, who is the head digital Imami Group. Welcome, Mr. Arindam. We have Mr. Arpit Awasthi, Vice President Growth Marketing. Very warm welcome to you. He is into MPL. Ms. Bhavna Mittal is with us, who is the Vice President, Head, Media and Digital, RPSG. Welcome, Bhavna. We have Mr. Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Head, West Wavemaker India. Welcome, Shekhar. We have Mr. Yash Desai, Media Manager, Chocolates Mondelez International. Welcome to you as well. Now, to take it forward, I request Mr. Vaibhav Odhekar, the co-founder and Chief Operating Officer, Pocket, to please moderate the session. Over to you, Vaibhav.
Thanks, Namita. And, hello, everyone in the panel. And, thank you, even audiences, for joining us today. So, on our topic, which is sort of in-game advertising, but maybe before we start, very sort of quick intro, from each one of you. So maybe we can start from, the lady in our panel, Bhavna, if you can introduce yourself.
So Vaibhav, I'm having some difficulty with my video, so maybe I'll wait for the AdGully team to fix it. Okay, it's been fixed. Sorry. Hi everyone. I'm Bhavna Mittal. Got about 2 decades of experience in advertising. Currently working with the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. I lead media and digital for them. And good to see Vaibhav here. We were just discussing that we've been a part of a fireside chat a few years ago. So it's good to see some familiar faces. And happy to be here. Happy to be talking about a very interesting and an upcoming advertising opportunity. So over to the next one, please.
Maybe Arindam.
Hi, so this is Arindam. I head digital at Amani, currently based out of Calcutta. Before that, I was with Airtel and ITC. So looking forward to engaging discussion in something which has been growing very fast, especially post-COVID times.
Thanks. Arpit.
Hey, hi everyone. I take care of the growth marketing globally for the MPL business, Mobile Premier League. And by growth marketing, I mean the overall digital acquisitions, digital marketing, CLM, SEO, content, and data analytics. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what we do for India business, US business, and the Indonesia businesses that we have.
Thanks. Shekhar, most of us know you, but still for the larger group.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Office Head for Wavemaker West. And I'm so happy to see this group because wherever we work with you in this space as an agency and a partner. I have a client on the call. I have a competition client on a call. It's quite interesting group. So yeah, being at Wavemaker somewhere, I'm uniquely placed to work with a very wide range of advertisers like Mondelez, Yash is there on the call, or Red Bull or ITC or V, who are taking leaps on using gaming as a media platform. And then on the other side, I have clients like Dream11 or Netflix, who are looking at looking at gaming as a serious business. So happy to be part of this discussion.
Thanks, Shekhar. Yash.
Hi everyone.
My name is Yash. I work with Mondelez as the media lead for the chocolates portfolio, but being a part of the advertising industry from the agency side for more than a decade now, worked with Group M for the longest time, and that is where I work with Shekhar also, who's been a good mentor for me.
Okay, so yeah, thanks everyone, and welcome again. As a starting point, obviously we are talking gaming largely in the digital sort of space. Just when I was doing some work for this, and I recall almost, if all of us go back the last decade, today digital is pretty seamless, but at one point of time, digital pe kitna paisa jayega used to be one of the sort of big discussion. Mobile used to be a small part of digital, especially for us oldies who've been there since quite some time. So that used to be there. And sort of a similar thing few years back on gaming as well, when like pretty much hard sell, as a category or as a medium. And today, when we look back, it's sort of almost recognized as everyone is gaming in some form. I think the whole casual gaming arena, my mom used to game with her, siblings and sisters and all of that. So I think from where it was to where it is today, we've come a long way. But obviously it's not been easy, and nor so there are opportunities. Obviously there are challenges, and the good part being, I think, as Shekhar mentioned, couple of apps, even we have MPL here. There are standalone gaming businesses having done IPOs and large businesses being set up. So I think that as a overall industry is pretty well established. Millions of users, rather even DAU numbers being in millions for quite a few. So I think that's the positive side of it. And obviously for all of us, we'll love to discuss this. So I think first of all, as part of panel, we'll go to Shekhar, as Wavemaker, which is one of the leading agencies today. You said multiple local, global clients, both small, big. So I think you have a fairly wide perspective on how the advertisers think, what are clients talking. So Shekhar, from your point of view, gaming, in-game advertising, this as a category, how do you look at it? What are brands saying?
Yeah, but means first of all, Vaibhav, actually the topic is very wide, and honestly, according to me, it's barely getting advertisers' attention than it deserves. That's my first submission as an agency. When I go in, this is my feeling. And let me break it down. A long answer, but let me break it down. Some numbers first. We are talking about roughly around 365 million players in India right now, give and take different data sources. 10 million here and there, but roughly around 365 million players, close to 100 million plays daily. That's the estimate. Players daily roughly is what the DAU stands at. And just to give a perspective to the audiences here, means if you look at people who watch gaming videos on YouTube, you'll be surprised to know it is almost the size of number of people who watch cricket in India, TV and OTT put together. I'm sure this gives you enough provocation that how big this space is. Now contextualize it with the annualized growth that this industry is seeing, roughly around 28%. That's the quoted number in the industry. That means it's lesser than the speed at which digital addicts grow in the country. So it means it's also under leveraged. So when we see from that view, I think it's not getting enough attention versus the size it's sitting at. Means, and now coming to Wavemaker, when like where you asked for, this is a serious agenda of growth for us. Means honestly, we break down this ecosystem in three parts. One of the topics that we are talking very deeply about today is the gaming, is about the in-game part of it, so which is linked to the gaming audiences. We are using a proprietary audience platform like Insights, which has close to around 375 million audience base in India. Top priority is actually to first break down this huge base of gaming audiences in this country into much more sharper cohorts that can be targeted, and also build them as archetypes, because there are personalities behind it. That is one area of focus and the most important one. Second is about consulting on gaming, because clients are quite raw when it comes to approach to game. Is it about putting ads or something? But it's more complex than. It's not just about buying inventory. We are consulting clients on building distinctive gaming strategies in terms of whether it comes from in-game ads and integrations to content collaborations, and then taking it up to tournaments and expos like the way Red Bull does in this country. So it's quite a variety in this. And the third most important space is the measurement part of it, from uplift to attribution. And there are some very hard metrics to measure here. It's not like just you did a campaign and it's over. And super critical on top of it is to look at the brand safety part. That's net in a way summarizes the journey that we as an agency doing. And to close it, I will say that our clients are at a different stage of evolution. Most clients have not started this journey also. There are only very few. It's under leveraged and it can be very nicely leveraged. Back to you, Evo.
Yeah, sure. No, I think Shiva, you touched some very important points, and that definitely covers the perspective from different clients, because as you rightly said, at various stages of evolution, and lot of them are maybe still experimenting with certain concerns.
Yeah.
So on that, I'll probably go to Arindam, where Arindam, sorry if I'm wrong, but at least by perception, we look at Emami as slightly more traditional. But you personally have been, with Airtel and other companies, so you have an understanding of how, different brands look at it. The approaches may be very different. So how do you touch this, especially as a category, and, challenges if you have to highlight?
I think the perception, what you talked about, is something that we are trying to break out of, first of all. Having said that, the definition of gamer has changed significantly. I think Shekhar touched a couple of numbers. I think in 1 or 2 years, we will be touching around 500 million people who consider or can be considered as gamer. There are a lot of stereotypes around gaming. For example, there is a stereotype it's primarily a male-dominated phenomena, which is not. Almost 50%. I think the latest InMobi report, which they try to do a very wide survey, covers is almost 47% of the gamers are female. While it is true that in India, casual gaming and mobile gaming is the primary mainstay when we talk about gaming, in last couple of years, the graphic power for mobile phones has increased significantly. So the experience has increased manifold. That gives us opportunity as advertisers, be it Emami, be it Airtel or anybody else, to experiment with different kinds of ad in gaming. So while we hadn't tried a lot of gaming inventory here, but in my earlier stints, we had tried different types of gaming advertising techniques. One of the, I think, most popular and more or less everybody has used it some point in time is the rewarded video ads, which gives a very, very good result versus any other kind of video ads that we have seen, and we have measured it through not only in terms of what is that recall or the viewability, but also what kind of responses we get from those audiences. So that is something has been something that worked very, very well for us earlier in my earlier companies, and we have been trying to get into that space here as well. However, we have to be careful when we get into the gaming inventory. There are a couple of challenges which we are emerging for, but not completely out yet. So in India, the mobile devices are still very, very rudimentary versus any other market. So that creates sometimes the problem when it comes to experiences of those ads, because most of the times that game itself is more of a memory hog or it's a bandwidth hog. So that creates the internet speed. India, while it has changed significantly post Geo, but still is not the fastest in the world. And most of the people rely on 4G when they play their games. So that is something more of a challenge. Over time, we are emerging out of it, but I think it will take some more time to get into a place where we can give a better experience. Having said that, definitely this is something that had worked. Generally, when people think about gaming, they consider in-game advertising, things like rewarded video ads or interstitial and all. But I think advert gaming itself is also something that is emerging big time. A lot of brands, I think, is now engaging and creating their own branded games in India as well. I think Arpit would know that this has become a little bit of a growth hack when it comes to user retention for apps which are non-gaming apps. For them, instead of distributing some kind of a coupon just like that, make them play some game, make them come back and spend more time, is something that is has become a mainstay. So that is, I think, another area of gaming advertising, which is through advert gaming. Generally, we don't really talk of. And that is one area I think people need to take more seriously, and that sometimes give much better result just versus simply putting an ad somewhere, which obviously has its value, but requires a more holistic approach maybe.
Sure, and I think very valid. Obviously, rewarded videos and gaming go like pretty hand in hand, but the whole advert gaming, as well as sort of the even a sort of native form of advertising, which is pure like placements in a very subtle way, I think is one area, because the user experience is so seamless and you're not sort of shouting it out. So that definitely enhances. And now with technology, even server side serving of those ads are possible, so you don't have to do the full game change as it was earlier. And actually on that topic, go to Bhavna, where I remember back in the day, I think it was Dettol in the RB time, Bhavna, where we tried doing something very similar. And yes, so I think the larger issue, Bhavna, from a user experience, I'm sure publishers and developers look at it, but how do you as a brand marketer look at user experience in the gaming environment when you are spending?
So Vaibhav, you're right. Like we've done the Dettol game with Chhota Bheem, and before that, in fact, even before that, when I was in GSK, then we done something with Horlicks and Boost as well. And so there have been sporadic forays into gaming, but it's not been a kind of a consistent medium for the brands wherever I've worked because of certain restrictions, certain things. So I think from a user experience point of view, like any form of advertising, be it a TV ad or even the audio ads you now listen on the audio platforms, the advertising has to be relevant for the person, right? And especially in terms of gaming, when you're in the middle of a game, then it's almost like a norm that, okay, if I use a reward and then I can get a life or I can get a power up. So those things become seamless, and the challenge is, of course, to make sure that the right ad is being served in the right context. So that's one thing which, of course, needs to be taken care of us by us as advertisers. The other thing is, on the whole, also trying to get the real time uh, and the online thing kind of together. So let's say if there's a football game and people are used to seeing perimeter boards in cricket fields and football fields. So if that's something which is put onto a game, then it becomes a seamless experience because it kind of replicates what you're pretty much used to seeing and watching in your in your drawing rooms when you are there. So those kind of things become quite easy and become like a seamless experience. But the moment you start becoming intrusive or you start becoming repetitive, that's when it becomes a difficult. Then it becomes difficult for the brand to sustain the levels of interest with the consumer. And I think some norms are there. Some people are pretty much, if it's like a dynamic advertising where, it's like placed in context to the person who's playing it, those kind of things are there. If it's a product placement, which is done at a strategic point, that's fine. But largely when it becomes like, you keep on, and I think the one very important thing is the kind of ad length, right? So if you have the same ad being repeated after every level for 30 seconds, then it becomes again a bit of an irritant for the consumer. And more often than not, they will become pretty irritated with your brand by the end of it. So that's the point you have to keep in mind. And of course, Shekhar and Arindam kind of touched upon it, but there are different cohorts who are there in terms of gaming as well. So one is the casual gamer, which typically is, now we are seeing more and more women coming onto it. So these are people who are playing it on their mobile. So there, it's a different experience versus somebody who's playing it on the PC consoles and kind of, have the whole paraphernalia and are actually in the middle of very serious heavy duty gaming. There, it's going to be a very, very different context and a very different kind of advertising, which will need to be there.
Right, Bhavan. I think you touched a very sort of important topic, and I'm sure all of us, which is sort of linked to targeting, because relevant user, and I'm sure everybody in a as a brand want to reach out to their sort of TG, and as a digital medium, obviously we get the absolute end user information. But again, then on the other side, there is this whole privacy challenge and newer norms and so on and so forth coming in. So I think as an industry, there will always be this privacy versus personalization, and how much can and should you know. So on that topic, maybe we'll go to Yash in terms of having both local and a sort of global brand experience. How do you look at this? Is there any global mandate you follow, or is it completely locally accepted? How are you looking at, if any norms coming in from an Indian context?
Yeah, so Weber, what I think is India is progressing with the same intensity as we see the global fraternities or markets moving into the privacy direction. And the recent news of 2018-19 Personal Data Protection Bill, amended and renamed as Data Protection Bill, provisioning inclusion of non-personal data as well, right, is the live example of how critical and important privacy is going to be. So I think from a consumer centricity lens, these are undeniably the steps in the right direction, especially in a world where data is evolving as the key raw material, if we can say so, or the core engine that runs the digital economy and the ecosystem. So I think it's of utmost importance, and for us also, we have certain global norms and stringent data privacy, brand safety guidelines and we ensure that we find ways and means for the visibility of our campaigns accordingly to feature in the right environment. I think with regards to gaming, which is like how Shekhar has called out the numbers, it's so big, right, and so underleveraged. I think for us, at least, what the way we approach it, keeping the balance of brand safety, privacy, all of that, is we have certain genres within gaming which are green spaces for us, and certain genres within gaming which are not, green spaces for us to operate on. And to top all of it, I think the agency partners feed in the right consumer trends, etc., that are evolving with gaming. So gaming live stream being another interesting way to connect with the gaming audience and still build an effective campaign along with brand safety. So I think those are the views, but from a privacy, brand safety point of view, it's going to be more stringent and very important for all of us as advertisers, as publisher partners, agency partners, to be on top of and find the right way out of it rather than try to avoid it.
You are right. I think brand safety definitely is a big area and cannot be compromised. Somewhere I think privacy is a bit of a gray area, because somewhere the users are also by and large okay to provide or give certain information, as long as it's a because advertising becomes a sort of a pseudo medium for content cost, because so free content will always get some form of advertising where targeting will be there. Obviously we'll wait to see how it really evolves.
This bill definitely has few interesting updates in it, but I think overall at a larger level, I agree with you. Consumers becoming more and more aware, and therefore opt-in becomes the key.
Correct. So moving, I think, to Arpit, you have perspective from both sides, obviously right now at MPL, and even there I assume you're a publisher but an advertiser, so you look at users and gamers from both sides. So Arpit, on this category of gaming, obviously we'll come to advertising, but what are your views?
Okay, so first of all, though, I will be sharing my views more from the advertiser point of view, as we have not become publisher yet. Once we get into that domain, once we have the experience of the other side as well, I'll be happy to share my views on that. But being in the industry from last almost a decade, so I've worked with the advertisers and both publishers very, very closely. And if I tell more from the MPL side, so I couldn't agree more with Shekhar. I will continue from where he left off. Yes, it's a very huge industry, almost equivalent to our social media industry in this country. Even not just in terms of the numbers, but also in terms of the demographic distribution of users as well. Gaming also attracts more tech-savvy, more younger audiences, which are predominantly the larger audiences in social media. But yet, this industry lacks in monetization. And I think the monetization problem comes because of the lack of the ROI or the value advertiser can generate out of it, which can be the lack of stronger targeting or better ad networks or more robustness in defining our user comms as well, which I think social media platforms do put a lot of focus on, that what kind of ads a user is seeing, and if you're particularly complaining or if you're filing particular complaint about a certain sector of ads, or at least they stop showing those ads to you. So I think all in all, it's a mix of multiple things which can actually help in improving the overall quality between what user sees in the advertisement comms and everything. But yeah, if I tell from the MPL perspective, which is itself a gaming company. So yes, this is a very huge industry that we tap into, and we advertise almost 12 months a year continuously through performance, through branding, even for re-engagement, for all the possible reasons. Like, we are always on in this inventory. there are multiple reasons as well that why we prefer it as well, like through programmatic channels, why we keep on tapping, even if the quality of user is less, even if it's slightly expensive, even then we keep on going after these users. Primarily, it's slightly decentralized. Okay, so there are a lot of ad exchanges which are running these inventories across the country. So hence, there's a price sensitiveness, and it's much more economical compared to, if we compare with, say, Facebook as a monopoly in social media. It's also slightly less cluttered. It's slightly less possible that you are playing a particular action game and suddenly an ad of pickle will come and show it to you. So primarily more gaming advertisers come forward in those particular types of ads. So hence it becomes much more relevant as well for advertisers to use and promote our product in such applications. But yes, the quality of targeting and the ROI remains the continuous challenge. And I believe that it is not a one company's or one person's job to solve as well. It is overall ecosystems that will be needed to improve and use it to its full potential.
Vaibhav, is it okay? Vaibhav, is it okay if I can come in quickly on what Arpit said?
Absolutely. It's open for all.
Yeah. So, see, especially what Arpit made a point, and I just want to put it back into the ring, and for the audiences, is that look at MPL as a business. If you have any doubts about the potential of gaming and this thing, look at MPL as a business, or I have a client, Dream11, as a business. I'm not quoting anything which is very confidential. It was an Economic Times report on Dream11. They had a financial year 20, their profit was 180 crores. Profit was 180 crores at the top line, or 2000 crores. That was the published report in ET. Now think about it. How many brands the advertisers have built a 2000 crore top line or a profit margins of 180 crores? That means it's serious business. If somebody can build a native brand within that ecosystem, and bulk of the audiences they have built is already existing base, and obviously they have built on top of also other ecosystems which are there in this space, but means it just says what you can actually build using this platform and by advertising on this platform and talking to this audience.
Yep.
No, you're right. But I think, yeah, and maybe at least my personal view is, from an advertiser point of view, it still matters as to where the ads are getting shown. Now there is no one definition of gamer left. With whatever 350, 400 odd and going to 500 million, there are these categories, and then every brand tries to associate with someone or some category within that. So and then all questions in terms of where my ad is running, in which context, is it always being thrown on, or is it seamless? I think those are pretty deep questions which gets asked always. But I think on that perspective, we can keep it open to all, and anybody, how do they view in terms of where it is running to the to the details, and sort of much more one step below, not just gaming, but genres of gaming maybe. So if Arindam, Bhavna, any of you want to give a perspective.
So I'll go here. Maybe Arindam can add later. See, the genres are vast and very, very fragmented now. So, I mean, initially it was like you knew that there's a kind of a Angry Birds or a Candy Crush which came in and took over everybody, or maybe even for that matter, the which one, I'm forgetting the name, sorry. So yeah, so most of the games were like they would come and everybody would be playing it, but the serious gamers would keep themselves away from these. So you had games which were like a Call of Duty or those kind of games which is a very different kind of a setup, and which requires far more involvement than maybe clearing a Candy Crush level or an Angry Birds level at a point in time. But having said that, you find all kind of audiences in all gaming types. right? So it's not that there are women gamers as well. There might be lesser in numbers who are into really serious gaming. And I have seen men also playing Candy Crush with equal fervence as, as the women would do. So I think in that kind of thing, it's difficult to kind of categorize. And of course, then you have these games like you have a copy of cricket games and football games and all those where people who are playing it offline are coming online as well. Something like Ludo, which came in last year during the whole pandemic time, is also actually a game which again caught the fancy of people across generations and across geographies. So it's difficult to kind of create a genre and say specifically this is the kind of genre which is there. Having said that, of course, it's important for us to make sure that the brand safety agenda, as the other panelists were talking about, is taken care of, especially if you're looking at children, then there should be lesser violence. I mean, there should be no violence in the kind of games which are there. So you will not have those kind of advertising there. And then I guess then you have this whole thing of esports coming on, where it's not only becoming a gaming, the gamers are there, but it is also becoming like a spectator sport. So people are going to stadia, going and watching these games. And there was some ET report which said that about 17 million people were watching it last year, which is 2020. But whatever projections I have seen, those numbers are going up far higher, and the prize monies are increasing. Of course, with it becoming a medal game, medal event in the Asian Games, and talks of putting it onto Olympics is also now taking the whole gaming stream onto a different level. And that's something which, even as advertisers, we can't stay away from for too long.
Sure. So I think Bhavna has already captured. So it depends on what kind of product you are trying to put in front of the audience, and that should define that what kind of gaming strategy you should have. If you are trying to build something which requires a lot of visibility but not a lot of interaction, maybe in-play game ad might be the best thing for, and that can be come across different types of game. Whereas if you are trying to build any product where action interaction is required, maybe an adver gaming or some kind of an interaction based game where you are unlocking something or rewarded ads kind of thing might work better. Brand safety is becoming to some extent over time as a concern area, because with everything as systems grow, there are malicious players who tend to come in. So that is something as overall the gaming audience, gaming investment goes up, there will always be people who would like to get benefit out of that, and those malicious players will start coming in. And so that is one concern area maybe we need to look forward to how to solve. A lot of the publishers and the gaming inventory providers are taking right step in this direction through mode certification and other certifications. So which hopefully will ensure that the brand safety and the content moderation would be in place, and so that we don't end up in a place where safety basically restricts advertisers from investing in the gaming space.
Just had one more view to add, Weber, if we have the time. I think more than where will the ad run and the type of placement options, the scale of gaming as a genre is so huge that it deserves to have a full-fledged campaign built around it, rather than just being as a part of one of the legs of the campaign. So I think more when we start looking from that lens, it gives us various avenues that open up beyond just placement of the ads and the type of ad formats from various perspectives. So I'll just add that bit because that's becoming more and more important and what we can learn from various case studies we are seeing that are winning around this genre space.
Yeah, if I may just add to what Yash is saying, is a very valid point he has talked about, and we have often picked it up many times in our discussions also as a client agency, is that see, the point is means it's in itself a medium, even though it's resting on digital, in itself it's a medium. So if suppose we are planning to think that I'm going to put the same toothbrush ad on in-game and expect a great results, then you're obviously going completely bonkers. So obviously then that means the starting point is wrong. The way you're approaching the platform and the medium and starting point is wrong. So that's where personalization comes into the play. There's a relevance to it. For example, Arindam, wear your Airtel hat. Suppose you talk about data speed to a gamer who is actually working on a multiple user game. Imagine an MNP story there. Imagine the game that you're playing then. On means it's same means you pick up a platform, and I'm just rattling just on off the shield of my sleeve. If you just sit down and start planning it, this platform can be used very differently and at a very different scale. So that's another thing to note. So personalization from that lens, contextualization from that lens is absolutely possible, and we should be leveraging, because this kind of the base is so big that you can create micro segments like that. Means I know you have extensive segments on your platform that users can means leverage. So
Yeah, I would just like to add completely from a brand perspective that, given again the scale and size of the gaming community, it's not far that we have specific, like obviously merchandise is there, but what stops brands from creating products which are actually catering to the needs of the gamers? So, those kind of things in terms of snacks, in terms of usage of products. So those things can actually be innovated upon, because the segment itself is so huge that we can get those kind of scale. So, something like, let's say for a snack, you have lesser things coming on your hand, so it doesn't kind of make your hand sticky, and you can keep playing because you're playing for such long durations that you can't get up and go and eat or wash your hands. So those kind of things are also things which brands can actually look at and do for this kind of a community.
I'm so happy to hear these things, both from Yash and Bhavna, in terms of the scale you guys are looking at.
Vaibhav, can we just wrap up the session, because we are running late and we are running short of time.
Sure. So
Fun
I think
fact, Shekhar, what you said, we actually did that in Airtel.
Arindam, I know about it also.
No, I think time always becomes like the enemy, and happy that we had a sort of free-flowing discussion. So maybe just if we have a couple of minutes left, and because there is a larger audience, who look at all of you guys as marketeers, and so just maybe a one word answer. It can even be beyond gaming, but especially on 2022, how are you guys as marketeers? What's that one thing you would look at from your larger marketing plan, you want to achieve for 22?
Should I go first?
Yes.
While others think, I think according to me, gaming as a space will change radically with metaverse coming into the space. With metaverse space coming into the way people engage with the platforms will also change, and so will the advertiser avenues. Engagements and the way users will behave on those platforms will be different. So there's a lot in action in store. So 2022 to be watched out for that. And I'm not saying metaverse because of Facebook. It's just simply the sheer basically crypto, metaverse, everything coming together. The way exchanges will happen is going to be massive, and gaming exploding. Some cryptocurrencies which are actually providing tech to gaming platforms are skyrocketing at 100% plus. So it's amazing space people to watch out. Yeah.
I'll go next. I think for me the key for 2022 that every brand can think of is keeping gaming as a distinctive genre, for which you can build an entire campaign, including comms, media, customized for it. It does not have to be a part of the ongoing campaign as just one of the areas to put your ad on. It deserves to have a campaign on it.
So I'll go beyond what Yash is saying. I would say that it has to be a long-term strategy for brands. You cannot do like a campaign and get out of it. It has to be well thought of project for brands to see what they want to achieve from gaming in the next few years, especially with the whole explosion which Shekhar was also talking about. It can't be I did one game and feel happy about it. It has to extend long term. And I know wherever we are smiling hearing this, but that's what brands need to do. It's not a tick in the box any longer.
Yeah, I agree with Bhavna. It's a long game. It can't be achieved in 1 week or 2 weeks campaign. So it's a long-term commitment from both the sides. I also hope that in this coming years, we get more personalization options, more brand safety, and more automations built on top of it to make it more seamless for everyone to use it further.
Cool. So I have the opportunity to hear everything before I say anything. So, however, I just want to add something I think nobody has touched upon is we are at our end is trying to use esports as an opportunity to build on. In India, esports, sports streaming, sport influencer is something is very, very national stage. And if somebody can catch on this trend and build upon this, it would be a niche area where it is very easy to associate brand and grow your brand on. So that's what the focus on the gaming for us would be, apart from regular in-game advertisings and all, which will continue as campaigns come.
Cool. So I think, thank you everyone. Great having all you guys, from agency to brand to, sort of publisher platform. Thanks everyone. I think we had great time together. Namita,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for one such wonderful conversation that you all have had. So much knowledge we have got from this. So with this, we have come to an end of this discussion. Heartfelt thanks to all our panelists for present here once again. Okay. Now we'll move on to the next keynote, which is trust and transparency in the digital ecosystem. So trust and transparency have become a key foundational currency for both the consumers and business as well, participating in digital ecosystem. To know more about the subject, I would like to invite Mr. Arvind Mathur, who is the product head, M-Filterit, now to please join us and share his enlightened vision with all of us. I'm profoundly elated to welcome you, Mr. Arvind. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Namita. Hi, guys. My name is Arvind. I look after the product at M-Filterit. I'm just quickly trying to probably share my screen. Just a minute. And I want to quickly cover what we mean by trust and transparency in the digital ecosystem. And I've spent about 14 years in this space, trying to work across multiple forms of digital media strategies, media pieces. Started off early when we started selling media in India on impression basis. And we've been throughout seeing the evolution in this space coming through. One of the biggest pillars of success for digital media as a landscape was the measurability aspect of it and the trust that it had in the ecosystem. Unlike a television or a print or a radio campaign where measurability was questionable or goes unattended or unaudited, digital brought a new life to measurability within marketing. But as the years grew, measurability within itself can be faked. And there's an emerging need today for brands to look at building the trust and the transparency within this ecosystem as well. So from about 20,000, 5,000 crores estimated to be the size only the digital ad media industry within India, it's growing close to about 40-45% on an analyzed basis. Globally, again, digital would be close to about 450 billion industry. And it's growing at a tremendous pace, probably poised to become one of the largest industries. And Fraud, on the other hand, also as a metric within the same industry is also growing at the same pace, or probably actually larger. So today we already have about 2/3 of the traffic on the internet is already generated by bots and softwares, and is not actually intended human traffic. However, the same traffic actually contributes to a lot of campaigns that brands do today online. And by virtue of that, there is obviously a lot of ad drain that happens on the budgets. At the same time, there's a risk to the brand as well. So probably 1 out of 3 customers who are potentially going to convert for a brand do not convert because they either see the brand in the wrong light, or they believe what the brand is doing is not safe, and hence they don't want their child to engage with the brand, or they don't want their family to engage with the brand. Also, they believe that the brand is completely responsible for where the ads of a brand get shown across, which actually is not the case, because when you're buying media, whether it's in a programmatic platform, on impressions, or it's a Google-based campaigns, most of these campaigns get delivered out through a aggregated partner channel, which means it could be a network, it could be a programmatic platform, which happens to partner multiple exchanges, and those exchanges have multiple sites who are linked to those exchanges, and the entire ecosystem is very well interconnected. Hence, who owns this space for transparency, or who should a brand look to for transparency? Unfortunately, this goes unaddressed, and a reason why a lot of this goes unaddressed is because brands, when they start adopting digital, they actually believe this to be probably a fraud-free or a brand-safe environment, which essentially is not the case. So if you look at on this specific slide, what you see is that how is ad fraud as an industry compared to other forms of organized crime? And unfortunately, for a small publisher who's probably intended to do fraud, can be operating out of a small city, let's say in Cyprus, also probably anywhere in the world. It could be probably in Indonesia, could be a small setup, and could be doing billions of impressions only from those particular devices or machine farms, which are then actually contributing to your campaigns. And it's a highly unregulated market. And the victims of this are not just the advertisers, but even publishers who today hold genuine traffic. So a publisher who's got great inventory on his own side, an extremely good targeting an audience that it could describe on how do you, on all the right metrics that a brand wants, that they would actually lose out to anybody who's impersonating a similar inventory. And that's easy to do. You could create fake profiles. You could actually use the same device to impersonate multiple users, and so on and so forth. So whether it's a brand campaign or a performance campaign, brands today have a challenge in understanding where to start and who to trust on. And that's where a lot of trust needs to be built up. So from publishers who are representing fraudsters to brand representations on the web, it's an ecosystem that needs transparency today. And this challenge is ever growing for brands. What this specific piece I wanted to talk about was to also understand almost 10 to 15% of budgets that a brand spends is on marketing from their overall expenses. And of that 10-15, significant amount, about 30 plus, is now going towards digital media spends. Now, it doesn't matter how you want to target your customers, whether they're buying on impressions, whether you're buying on clicks, whether it's on a visit or install for your app, whether it's a lead or a purchase. However down the funnel you go or up the funnel you remain, you're always challenged by an opportunity for fraudsters to steal your money from your campaigns. So while at the top of the funnel, you're looking at were those impressions served to actual customers or to bots. In clicks, you're again kind of compelling on whether these clicks were by actual visitors or they were again bot driven. In terms of leads or installs or events, again, you're looking through have these leads been punched genuinely by actual customers, or have they been punched in through by a bot? Or there could be scenarios where an actual customer's lead has been hijacked and has got attributed to a paid media source. Now, all of these are scenarios which today brands deal with, and we work across with a lot of brands where we help them eliminate these challenges as well. So who's actually impacted? It's the walled gardens. It's the when I say walled gardens, I essentially mean platforms such as Google and Facebook. There would be YouTube, Display and Video 360, which is the Google's own programmatic platform. There would be direct publishers. There would be affiliates that they work on. So all of them get cannibalized due to these leakages, but they find an impact on all of these challenges of this brand drain, or the drain of budgets actually lands on the advertising. So to clean this up, you need to kind of understand the ecosystem on where this money gets leaked at multiple stages at. So advertising dollars get invested. Advertisers lose money when these bots hit in. Publishers get impacted because good publishers who have good traffic, they will try and mix their traffic and try and improvise the ROI. They get impacted when bots hit their campaigns, and publishers loses trust. Advertisers loses trust on the ecosystem. They would move budgets from one publisher to the other. There again, the decisions that a brand takes on in terms of the matrix of how many clicks did I come in, how many sales did I make based on those clicks, what's the engagement on my platform. That again, matrix is flawed because there's a lot of pollution on that matrix that happens due to invalid traffic. So decisions that a brand takes on whether to run a business, whether to start a new product line, what route or trajectory to take in digital campaigns, all of that today actually gets mixed up with bad traffic, and that leads to bad decisions. And while you're pumping money into the ecosystem, all of that is actually being as an opportunity. If there's more money on the table, there's more money to be stolen. And the risk is imminent out there. Here's a quick understanding of what we mean by, what I mean by fraud or non-transparency. Now, for a brand, what you see each line item here is actually a click that landed onto the customer's or the brand's website. But the website of the customer actually opened in a 0x0 frame, which means the website was not even visible, but the brand ended up paying for all of these bits to the website as well. And all of these are examples of how bot would actually come and engage with your platform, but the brand would actually end up paying for these visits, and these would actually not have any sale. So from a matrix perspective, there could be a lot of visits, but the brand would wonder why there's no sale, why there's no engagement, and why there's no conversion. It's because that traffic was actually bot generated and it never actually moved to a level where it could convert. Similar examples, the same cookie gets repeated back. Essentially, it's the same device. It's refreshing itself before it hits you the traffic back. And because of this reason, through a single device, you can actually have multiple engagements on your platform that might look good, but they're actually not going to convert for you. So these are the kind of scenarios that today brands are dealing with, right? In terms of leads, as I said, down the funnel, even if you go down the funnel. So there could be usages on the web page wherein for an actual human, you could never replicate your mouse movement behavior on the page. But when it comes to bots or when it comes to stimulated traffic, you will actually have a certain pattern of engagements on the page before the leads get sponged in. So all of these are different use cases of brands, different formats of campaigns that brands run today. And the need for transparency is ever evolving on the campaigns, on why they need to audit this, right? Also, brand safety becomes imperative and important. You would understand why that is important for you. For a lot of brands today, brand safety looks like more of a cost center, but essentially, it could be actually a lot of business loss that happens because of brand safety issues. For example, in this case, you could actually have a coupon site which is distributing fake coupons. And because of these fake coupons, you're actually able to generate fake attribution, and you're paying a partner for giving you traffic, which actually did nothing to even show your ad, just a fake coupon that they work with. Similarly, in case of Amazon, their entire website got actually hijacked and faked. So imagine a large brand, which I know of a real-time example in India as well. They had their entire website faked like Amazon, and that partner who was giving them those sales were actually a form of affiliate, and they were contributing significant sale volume to the brand, even more than the brand it was able to organically contribute itself. Now, these are all examples of how the brand's proprietary keywords, names could be infringed, how the brand representations could be changed, and how all of this has an impact on the brand's own digital presence, as well as the business ecosystem that it works in. There could be scams around fake recruitment schemes. There could be scams around talking about promising distribution schemes on tie-ups, and that's where a brand image can be really taken into, can be really hijacked, and you could be disputing about these cases inside court with the people impacted. So hence transparency and from a brand safety point of view is critical as well. So at one end, you got to save your money. At the other end, all of these scenarios help you as a brand, help you to look through the social landscape that you operate in, the dynamic digital world that you operate in, and gear up for anything that's going to cause harm to yourself. Right? So what's the way ahead? Today, you work with a lot of publishers, you work with a lot of partners, but how do you kind of safeguard yourself? What does this industry landscape look like? So first and foremost is the rise of independent third-party audit bodies such as Infiltrate, wherein we work with a lot of brands to understand the dynamics that they're playing in and help them validate the campaigns that they work on, help them validate their digital presence, and take steps to mitigate those risks as well. So one is to obviously look through what's the challenge that they have on their specific campaigns. The other is to validate and mitigate those challenges. And while you do that, there's also a huge optimization opportunity because you're able to validate your entire matrix or the entire media buying cycle and bring that entire cycle, either you're buying on impressions or you're buying on clicks or you're buying on leads. You can bring all of that to a common matrix on what's converting for you. And since the overall segmentation of traffic, overall evaluation of traffic, overall valuation of fraud works on a common principle, all of these independent bodies can be looked at through a single common window. Whether it's a Google campaign, whether it's a Facebook campaign, whether it's a programmatic campaign, whether it's a direct publisher tie-up that you may have, all of that could be validated on a common ground, right? I think other important bit is the realization that about 60% content in our country gets consumed in local and regional languages. So beyond English and Hindi, I think it's even difficult for Google and similar walled garden platforms to decipher what's brand safe and what's not safe. So regionalization plays a huge role when it comes to the contextuality, when it comes to holding brand integrity, and also understanding what kind of content the brand is associating with and what kind of content it should not associate with as well. So regionalism is something that is a huge gap when it comes to brand safety. And the vernacular content is something that is not very brand safe or brand friendly for now to be relied upon. And it definitely needs audits from a third party or a support from a third party to mitigate those kind of risks. Also, while you look through this entire chain, it's not that all traffic is bad. It's not that everybody who's being there on the web is going there with an intent to drain your budget. There are good partners, good publishers as well. And when you look through the entire value chain of what fraud came in and what's the good traffic coming in, how it converts, you also have the opportunity to actually work through the entire optimization or to a capability to build on partners which are able to contribute positively to your business. So this entire funnel then becomes visible. And that's what I wanted to talk about from a overall transparency perspective. The session is a little short, so I wanted to quickly summarize a lot of pieces. I wanted to make sure that what we mean by being brand unsafe, or what we mean by transparency, especially in the media ecosystem, and how we are able to mitigate those risks is something that we could have a detailed chat about. But what risks are evident even on your simple campaigns that you do on a daily basis is something that you could always check back on. And it's not a matter of if there is fraud on your campaigns, it's going to be always a question about have you measured it or not yet, right? With that, I want to quickly summarize on what we do at mFilter. So we look through campaigns, we look through ad traffic validation. We do this for both the web space and the app fraud detection space. And from a brand safety perspective, we look through multiple layers of brand safety, whether it comes to contextuality, whether it comes to having the right placements, having safe placements in place, domain infringements, looking through the open web on any kind of infringement use cases, understanding if those campaigns or any campaign they do are intent driven, or is there any malicious activity happening around your brand keywords. All of this is something that a space that mFilter operates in. And we already have about 400 million plus in terms of dollars that we have saved for brands while trying to do this. And we have a wide spread of about 3+ billion unique devices that we look through. Validations and improvements in ROI. I think that's the space where transparency and brand safety actually leads a brand to. So with that, I would end this note, and thank you for being patient and listening to me on this. Thank you. Namita, over to you.
I don't know whether I'm now I unmute. Thank you
Sorry.
so much. We truly appreciate your observations and opinions, Mr. Arvind. Thanks a lot for giving us your precious time. Honored to have you in the discussion.
Thank you. Thanks, Namita.
Now, time to move forward to our next keynote discussion, which is mobile marketing environment and predict upcoming trends. So guys, we all know that future of mobile looks bright. Industry trends indicate that spends on mobile will further increase. To highlight this subject, we have with us Mr. Ankur Gatani, who is the Vice President, Growth and Marketing, WebEngage, to share some views with us. So a very warm welcome, Mr. Ankur, in this discussion.
Thanks, Namita. I hope I'm audible.
I hope
and
you're
my
doing
screen is
well.
visible too. I'm doing great. Thank you. Can you guys hear me all right? And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. So, well, I gather that we're running a bit behind schedule and all of the guys have kind of added up to join the awards function. So I'm going to keep it a bit quick. And since you guys have already spent the entire day listening to a whole bunch of very heavy stuff, I'm going to try and keep it a little bit more light. Right. So the fun fact of today is where a lot of categories have seen massive growth that has happened over the last few years. And some of the micro segments, which are not as big as the billion Indians that one would imagine, the space has started to saturate. Now, which is where you'll start to see that a smart marketer needs to just pay a lot more attention to making sure that it's not just about the installs. Now, of course, Mr. Mathur highlighted the fact that there's a lot of incorrectness in the data the way you see it, but the install that are genuine, even with those users, you will want to make sure that the install is not where the story ends. It's actually where the story begins. So that's where I wanted to use this graphic to say that if the person is actually just installed the application, he might still be promiscuous. He might still be looking elsewhere for other stuff. Yeah. And the counterpart example that I would use here is it's like inviting a whole bunch of friends and guests to your party. But if you don't have the bar and snack setup, what's going to happen? And you know, the analogy is with the customer lifetime value that when you want to call people to your application, install it, and they leave without doing enough business with your company, that's a problem. And that's where building out the right retention ecosystem and the retention stack comes into the picture. So I just wanted to flag this correctly that if you are a modern marketer, if you're spending an insane amount of money on growth, if you are acquiring a whole bunch of installs on the application using the best of modern techniques, but you're not spending enough time and attention on retention, you're probably up for a bit of a shock. So the intent is to make sure that you understand the fact that out of every 100 people who install the application, probably 80% of them will be gone in a matter of, let's say, 4 weeks, maybe 3. And that's the danger that you live with at any point of time. So unless you make sure that these guys are staying with you and staying longer and coming back month on month, your base, the active installed base or the daily active user base, whatever you measure, is not going to grow after a point. You can keep spending money on new installs, but you're leaking installs. So how far will it take you? The general myth it tends to happen is a lot of companies even today, when I see their messaging or their push strategy, for instance, is a whole bunch of blast messages. And that's the part which modern marketers need to understand better, that blast is a matter of past. The best of companies in the world do a lot of automation. So when you receive a message from an Amazon or a Netflix, it would typically not be something which is going out as a single message to every user. It'll be highly personalized to you as an individual user. And that's where if you want to do a smart thing, you need to make sure that you have a whole lot of these automations set up. And the image that I use here is of an orchestra, because in a good situation for a marketer, a retention guy, he's actually running a whole lot of these things in harmony. Yeah. I wanted to give a very simple example here. And while I love both of these companies and I'm a heavy consumer, I find it a little concerning that they have such a large audience base and they still don't use push notifications as effectively as they could. Right. And I have a personal interest in this subject because I used to do this out of Berlin for a company called Foodpanda, which was before all these guys came into the scene. So what's possible is, as a brand, you have a lot of information about me as a user. You know my name, you know my cuisines, you know my geography where I normally order from, and you know the price points I operate under. You know a lot of things about me. So why are you not using all that information to give me a message? So because today's consumer is a distracted consumer, he has 20 things going on in parallel. Probably half of you right now would have a parallel screen going on your phone, or would be doing something on your Slack or your Asana while listening to this conversation. Simply because unless there's a attention grabbing topic here and I speak out your name, something specific, you would not pay attention. Now that's the truth of today's marketing. Unless you do a good job at personalizing the message, which amplifies relevance for the user, he's not going to pay attention. And that's a critical thing you need to remember. And the other thing which goes along with the automated system is how you can actually incrementally improve every day. Because typically what will happen is not an overnight massive impact, but I think a lot of you would be used to this 1.01 raised to 365. But I believe that for a long-term play, this will end up getting again raised to the power of 5, because it's not a single year journey. It's actually a multi-year journey to get this all right. Amazon at the end of 27 years of being in operation is doing what it's doing today. Yeah. So as long as your growth engine is designed to scale, you will not have a good time later on. And that's that. I would just want to make sure that when you're choosing a technology and data stack for doing your retention automation, you're not choosing something which is going to be more of a manacle, which ends up being so complicated that you end up using more than 20% of the stack. And unfortunately, we see a lot of large brands doing this already because they feel that this is a fancier tool with fancier functionality, and they will be able to, let's say, showcase a good reputation internally by choosing this tool or by being a customer of this company. Now, what tends to happen is with these last tools, they end up being more of, let's say, I would say, gaps in terms of your execution ability, because there's just so much more that you need to learn and invest in from talent profile. On the other side, there are other tools, which is where WebEngage comes in, is where you start relatively simpler, but you actually keep compounding. And that compounding starts to, over a longer period, look like a rocket ship. So I hope I'm not holding a lot of people back from the awards function. All the best for all the participants. And thank you, Adgali, for this conversation. Over to you, Namita.
Thank you so much, Ankur, for this useful information we have got from you. Once again, it was one such piece of information that we have learned so much from that. Thank you once again.
Thanks.
So now I would like Madhura to please play the MOBEXX 2021. We move forward for the awards announcement.
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लो।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
अरे प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा। अरे काय को यार?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
Imagine a world where talent rocks, swag rules, music flows, beauty glows, where food is art and life's a runway, where calories burn and fashion sizzles, where every moment superstars are born and creators make magic with hot lit content. Experience a world where lifestyle meets social, meets commerce. Discover the latest looks, earn Trell coins and shop the biggest brands. Welcome to a world filled with joy and full of purpose. So jump right in. Let's go trending with Trell. Download now.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms. And engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
So you've been trying to scale your performance marketing business, but poor tracking mechanisms and half-cooked features of performance tracking platforms make you dependent on multiple vendors. Dealing and coordinating with these multiple stakeholders lead to random errors, snags every time you try to make it big. But not anymore. Introducing Trackier, a 360-degree performance marketing platform software that automates your network operations and boosts your ROI by over 50%. Here's how it works. Trackier provides seamless integration and support with over 100 plus APIs, the highest in the market. Say goodbye to fraud activity and undesirable conversions with our exclusive Optimize Rule feature. Just set the rule, and whenever the condition arises, Trackier will automatically trigger the rule. Trackier's custom reports lets you dwell into granular data so you can process actionable insights instantly. What's more, Trackier is highly scalable and customizable according to your requirements. So, stop wasting thousands of dollars and time on virtual assistants, multiple verification vendors, and unwanted fraud conversions. Gear up to scale your business by booking your free demo of Trackier today at www.trackier.com.
आपने एक्सपर्ट से सुना होगा ये कैसे हेयर फॉल रोकते हैं। सुना है ना आपके फेवरेट चेहरों से भी, पर इनमें है हार्श केमिकल्स जो हेयर फॉल बढ़ाते हैं। तो इनकी मत सुनो, अब नेचर की सुनो। वाओ स्किन साइंस रेड अनियन ब्लैक सीड ऑयल शैम्पू, अनियंस और ब्लैक सीड ऑयल के पावर के साथ जो हेयर फॉल कम करे और बालों को बनाए शाइनियर एंड 10x स्ट्रॉन्गर नेचुरली। बी वाओ नेचुरली। शॉप नाउ ऑन buywow.in।
छोटी छोटी सी शुरुआत है, ये छोटी सी उमंग है, टिमटिमाते जगमगाते ये हैप्पीनेस के रंग है।
इंस्पिरेशन कहीं से भी हो, एक छोटे से आइडिया से हम कल को बेहतर बना सकते हैं। वाओ स्किन साइंस विटामिन सी फेस वॉश अब प्लास्टिक की जगह पेपर ट्यूब में। ये है हमारी छोटी सी शुरुआत। बी वाओ नेचुरली।
Wow, wonderful it was. And now comes the most awaited moment which all of us have been waiting for. Yes, the award distribution. As in the previous years, we have received an overwhelming response from the industry. I'm sure that you all are really eager to watch out the awards for. But before that, we would now like to thank all our esteemed jury members who took their time out, gave us their precious time, and have put in many efforts for selecting the winner of the award in various categories. A big thumbs up and a big thanks to all of you from the whole of our heart and whole of our team. Thank you so much. See, there are two things that people want more than even money. That is recognition and the another is praise. So without taking much time of yours and without a further delay, may I request Madhura to please play the slides of awards. Let's begin with our award distribution ceremony, for which we all have been waiting for. And the first award goes to we have the awards slides. Madhura, can we please play that? Madhura, can you hear me?
Just give me a second, Namita.
Okay, okay. So as we all have waited for this moment for a long, because the award distribution is one of our most important moments of this ceremony, MOBEXX 2021. We have seen the introductory video, we have seen the sponsors AV, and now this is the moment which we were waiting. I think there is some technical glitch, but it will get sorted soon, I believe. So this is MOBEXX 2021 Summit Award in association with Trell, presented by Woot, co-powered by InMobi and Pocket. Our gold partner is Trackier, and our gifting partner is Wow Skin Science. I must tell you, this is the 5th edition of MOBEXX 2021. If you want more queries, you can log into our website, adgali.com. And also you can reach out to us on our Adgali social media handles on Twitter and Facebook. In fact, you can be in touch with us on Adgali's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn accounts. We're always there to help you and support you. We are playing the slides, Madhura. So we are starting with this, I believe. So the first award for the best usage of chatbots and the gold winner for this is Fossil Group, nominated by Fossil in association with Apple's Visory platform for the campaign Your Favorite Retail Store Now on WhatsApp. Heartily congratulations to all the awardees. We are really, really happy for your accomplishment. And now we'll move forward for the next award, which is the best solution for brands online ecosystem. And the gold winner for this is Trident Group India, Nominated by Fractal Ink Design Studio. Many, many congratulations to Trident Group India for this award. And since we are connected virtually, so you can all send in your emotions, your feelings, you can express your emotions through the emoticons. As we have talked about the importance of symbols as well. So you know the symbolism in today's era, today's time becomes very, very important for all of us. So keeping in mind that thing, please send us all the symbols you want to share with us. We have started getting the heart emojis. Next category of award for the best mobile app for lifestyle social commerce. And the gold winner for this is Trell. Wow. Many congratulations to Trell. This is really impressive. Next category is best mobile app for travel and leisure. And the gold winner for this is Ado Trip, nominated by Ado Mantra. Amazing. Best use of gamification within games. And the bronze winner for this is Hit, nominated by Ad Colony for the campaign Hit Pick Mobile Campaign Pack a Mean Punch. Congratulations to the whole team. Best use of gamification within games or silver winner is Z Ganga for the campaign Chor Sipahi and Note Ke Pakdi. Congratulations to the whole team of Z Ganga from Ad Gully's team. Best use of gamification within games, and the gold winner for this is Sprite, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Din Bhari, Life Jari. Beautiful. Warmest congratulations to you. Next is mobile advertising excellence in content marketing. And the bronze winner for this goes to Center Fresh, nominated by Creative Land Asia for the campaign Keep It Fresh. Mobile advertising excellence in content marketing, and the silver winner goes to MX Takatak, nominated by MX Takatak in association with Apple's Mass Platform and Group M for the campaign Nurturing Bollywood Badshahs in Every Lane. Many more accolades to you, many, many congratulations, and we have started receiving the hearts and smileys, the smile emoticons from all of you. Thank you so much for sending on the emoticons to us and sharing your feelings with us, as you all are very happy, I believe, for the awards which are going on. And our next award is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Content Marketing. Gold winner for this is Woot Select for the campaign Crackdown, how Woot Select helps India eliminate the threat of boredom. That was very important, I believe. So congratulations to Woot Select. Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install campaign, and the bronze winner for this goes to Dhani, nominated by Collections Digital Media. Many, many congratulations. Mobile Advertising Excellence and App Install campaign. Silver winner for this is MX Takatak, nominated by Zapad Media. Really impressive. And the gold winner for this category is MX Takatak, nominated by MX Takatak in association with Apple's Mass Platform and Group M for the campaign Nurturing Bollywood Badshahs in Every Lane. Congratulations to MX Takatak in association with Apple's Mass Platform. Mobile Advertising Excellence in AR/VR campaign. Bronze winner for this goes to Alpenliebe Juicy Pills, nominated by Grape Digital for the campaign Discover Your Shararati Avatar. I think we all have to discover our Shararati Avatar. So congratulations to the whole of the team of Alpenliebe Juicy Pills. Mobile Advertising Excellence in AR/VR campaign. Silver winner for this category is Panasonic India, nominated by M Canvas Advertising for the campaign Panasonic Refrigerator Mirai. And the gold winner for this goes to Star Sports India, nominated by Star India for the campaign ICC T20 World Cup, Live the Game. Cricket, we all know, is a religion in our country. Mobile advertising excellence in brand campaign, and the bronze winner goes to Godrej Consumer Products, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Digital Transformation, the Godrej Way. I must thank all the people who are sending the emoticons to us, the clap signs, the smileys, the hearts, and each and every sign we are getting from you. So symbolism is what we have right now in our virtual event. Wow. Thank you, Vinita, for sending us. Mobile advertising excellence in brand campaign. Silver winner for this goes to Unwanted 21, nominated by Logic Serve Digital for the campaign Unwanted Gyan Se Savdhan. Many, many congratulations. Mobile advertising excellence in brand campaign, and the gold winner for this goes to Fevicol, nominated by Madison Media. Campaign Fevicol Unnida Beast. Best mobile app for in-store commerce, and the gold winner goes to Fossil, nominated by Fossil Group Inc. in association with Apple's Wizardry platform. I'm sorry, it's Wisery platform, I believe. Campaign your favorite retail store now on WhatsApp. Best mobile app for men's fashion, and the gold winner for this is Louis Philippe, nominated by Fractal Ink Design Studio. Congratulations to the whole team of Louis Philippe. Mobile advertising excellence in crisis management insurance, and the gold winner for this goes to Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, nominated by Logic Serve Digital for the campaign leverages GCM tech to deliver higher revenue on motor insurance. Best education and career portal and app, and the gold winner for this goes to JagranJosh.com, nominated by Jagran New Media. Many congratulations to the whole team. Best platform for EdTech solutions, and the gold winner goes to Trackia. Many congratulations, our gold partner Trackia, for this one. Mobile advertising excellence in cross-screen campaign, and the silver winner for this goes to Star Sports India once again, nominated by Star India campaign ICC T20 World Cup, Live the Game. As I've told you, cricket is not just a game, it's a religion in our country. So we all celebrate cricket. Congratulations once again to the whole team of Star Sports India. And we're getting all the stars. Congrats, team. Well, mobile advertising excellence in cross-screen campaign, and the gold winner for this goes to Discovery Plus, nominated by Discovery Plus in association with Apple's Media Smart platform and Merkel Socrates for the campaign Media Smart Discovery Plus, connecting the disconnected worlds of TV and mobile. Mobile advertising excellence in moment marketing, and the bronze winner for this goes to Ziganga for the campaign Chat Online Argya. Mobile advertising excellence in moment marketing, and the silver winner for this goes to Sprite, nominated by InMobi, campaign Dinbhari Live Jari. Congratulations to all the winners, I must say, and thank you to all of you who are sending all the emojis to us, and you're taking out time to send all the emoticons. A big thumbs up to all of you. Next category of award is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Moment Marketing once again, and the gold winner for this goes to Vivo, nominated by Bang in the Middle, campaign Mother's Day. So we must thank to our moms for getting us through this tough times as we have faced in the past. Mobile advertising excellence in in-app advertising campaign, and the bronze winner goes to PhonePe, nominated by Zappad Media. Congratulations to the whole team of Zappad Media. Mobile Advertising Excellence in In-App Advertising campaign, and the silver winner goes to Synthol, nominated by Ad Colony campaign, Stay Fresh, Stay Protected. Many, many congratulations to all the winners. Mobile Advertising Excellence in In-App Advertising campaign, and the gold winner for this goes to Bombay Shaving Company. For the campaign, Reposition Bombay Shaving Company, Unisex brand and drive sales, nominated by Fresh. Grooming brand for everyone. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign, M&E, and the gold winner is Ziganga for the campaign, Kam Vapsi. Best mobile app for games. That's very important, and the gold winner for this goes to My 11 Circle, nominated by Games 24/7 My 11 Circle in association with Apple's Mass platform for the campaign Making Bharat Hit a Six. Wow, wonderful it is. Best e-commerce platform for women ethnic wear, and the gold winner goes to Biva Apparels, nominated by Fractal Ink Design Studio. Congratulations to the team of Fractal Ink Design Studio. Best mobile app for music. Music means life to all of us, and the gold winner goes to Hangama Music. All the music, anytime, anywhere. That's really true. Congratulations to the whole team. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign, Real Estate, and the gold winner goes to Strata Properties, nominated by Adamantra. Many congratulations. Now, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Native Advertising campaign, silver winner goes to Godrej Rich Creme Hair Color, nominated by Trell for the campaign Jazzing Up Bharat during festivities. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Native Advertising campaign, gold winner for this goes to Ziganga for the campaign Kam Vapsi. I must say it's a great initiative, and thank you so much for sending us so much love in the form of emoticons as we are virtually connected and we have not physically gathered, but it's just a matter of time. Soon we'll be arranging all the award ceremonies with you physically. Now, next set of category of awards is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign, CPG, bronze winner goes to Synthol, nominated by Ad Colony campaign, Stay Fresh, Stay Connected. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch campaign, CPG, and the silver winner for this goes to Alpenliebe Juicy Fills, nominated by Grace Digital for the campaign Discover Your Shararti Avatar. I love this line, Discover Your Shararti Avatar. I think we all have to discover our Shararti Avatar in ourselves. So congratulations. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign, CPG, and the gold winner goes to Hit, nominated by Ad Colony for the campaign Hit Fix Mobile Campaign Pack, Amin Punch. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Location-Based Targeting, and the bronze winner for this goes to Swiggy, nominated by Swiggy in association with Apple's RevX programmatic platform. Congratulations to the winners. Campaign delivering happiness at your doorstep. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Location-Based Targeting, and the silver winner goes to Eureka Forbes, Eurochamp, and Aquaguard, nominated by Logic Surf Digital for the campaign Winning with a Hyperlocal Strategy. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Location-Based Targeting, and the gold winner for this is Asian Paints, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Asian Paints Royale Teflon gives homes a fresh coat of happiness. Way to go. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Social Media campaign M&E joint bronze winners are first is Warner Music India, nominated by Tonic Media for the campaign #TuneOutTheTaunt. And the another one goes to Zee Ganga for the campaign Har Pal Aviral Filter. And the silver winner for this goes to Woot Select for the campaign The Gone Game. Congratulations to the whole team of Woot Select from AdGully's team. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Social Media Campaign M&E, and the gold winner for this goes to Zee Ganga. Many, many congratulations to the team of Zee Ganga for the campaign Yoga Future Fit. As yoga works on mind, body and soul, so we all should do yoga. Well, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Use of Video, and the bronze winner for this goes to Vivo, nominated by Bang in the Middle for the campaign Onam Festival. India is all about celebrating all the festivals. We have different religions, diversified cultures, so we should all celebrate all the festivals. So this is for the campaign of Onam Festival. Mobile Advertising Excellence in the Use of Video. Silver winner goes to Universal Pictures India, nominated by White Rivers Media for the campaign Fast 9 release in India. Thank you so much, Priya, for sending us the emoticons and congratulating all the winners. Now, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Use of Video, and the gold winner goes to Godrej Consumer Products, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Digital Transformation, the Godrej Way. Best mobile app for video entertainment and sports, and the gold winner goes to MX Takatak in association with Apple's Mass Platform and Group M for the campaign Nurturing Bollywood Badshahs in Every Lane. Best seamless e-commerce platform for auto sector, and the gold winner goes to CA Tires, nominated by Fractal Ink Design Studio. Best mobile app for banking and services, and the gold winner for this category is ICICIdirect.com, investment at your fingertips. Many, many congratulations to the whole team. Many more to come. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Crisis Management M&E, bronze winner for this goes to News 18 Bihar Jharkhand, nominated by MSL for the campaign Baar Mein Aapke Saath. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Crisis Management M&E, and the silver winner goes to Hindustan, nominated by Hindustan Media Ventures for the campaign Hindustan Fight Against COVID. I think we all should, because we are Hindustanis, so congratulations the Hindustan team. Mobile Advertising in Crisis Management M&E, and the gold winner goes to Zee Ganga. Many, many congratulations for the campaign Kam Vapsi. I must thank all our viewers who are sending the emoticons and sharing their feelings, expressing their views in the form of smileys they are sending to all the winners. And many congratulations to the winners. Our heartfelt congratulations, I must say. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Sales Promotion Campaign, silver winner goes to Club Oxygen, nominated by Media Zotic Solutions. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Sales Promotion Campaign, gold winner goes to Flipkart, nominated by Zappad Media. Best Experience for Insurance and Life Cover, and the gold winner for this goes to Tata AIA Life Insurance, nominated by Fractal Ink Design Studio. Many more accolades to come. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign M&E, and the silver winner goes to MX Takatak, nominated by MX Takatak in association with Apple's Mass Platform and Group M for the campaign Nurturing Bollywood Badshahs in Every Lane. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign M&E, and the gold winner is Zee Ganga for the campaign Har Pal Aviral Filter. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Social Media Campaigns CPG, bronze winner goes to Mentos, nominated by Creative Land Asia for the campaign. Say hello. I must say hello to all of you and many, many congratulations and cheers to all of you for all your winnings. Now, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Social Media Campaign CPG silver winner goes to Lay's India, nominated by Edelman for the campaign and ode to the unsung heroes, Lay's hard work. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Social Media Campaign gold winner for this goes to Fevicol, nominated by Madison Media for the campaign Fevicol, Unnida Beast. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Voice gold winner is Kia India, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Kia Sonnet Revs Up with the interactive voice ads. Best mobile app in social and networking gold winner goes to MX Takatak in association with Apple's Mass Platform and Group M. Once again for the campaign nurturing Bollywood bus stars in every lane. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Crisis Management, CPG, and the gold winner for this category is Center Fresh, nominated by Creative Land Asia for the campaign Keep It Fresh. You all have to keep it fresh every time. Many congratulations to all the winners. Best e-commerce platform for modern India fashion. Gold winner for this goes to Ensemble India, nominated by Fractal Ink Design Studio. Cheers to Fractal Ink Design Studio, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch Campaign, BFSI, and the gold winner goes to RoboCash, nominated by MOBEXX. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign, and the bronze winner for this goes to News 18 HSM, nominated by MSL for the campaign Natkhat Kana. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrating Campaign, silver winner for this goes to Boot Select for the campaign Crackdown, how Boot Select helps India eliminate the threat of boredom. As I said, that's what we were requiring. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign, gold winner goes to Practically App, nominated by Third Flick Visual Effects for the campaign launch of the AI-led feature Scan Anything feature. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Messaging Campaign, bronze winner for this goes to TVS Motor Company, nominated by Kinect for the campaign The Wicked Launch. Congratulations to the whole team, and we are really happy for all the winners who are getting awarded at MOBEXX 2021 Summit and Awards. Now, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Messaging Campaign joint silver winners are My 11 Circle, nominated by Games 24/7. My 11 Circle in association with Apple's Mass Platform for the campaign Making Bharat Hit a 6. We all wait for. Second means the joint winner is Mentos, nominated by Creative Land Asia for the campaign Say Hello. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Messaging Campaign, gold winner goes to Z Ganga for the campaign Kam Vapsi. Cheers to Z Ganga's whole team. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Search Campaign, and the gold winner for this goes to Raymond, nominated by Madison Media for the campaign Government Exchange Program. Congratulations to the team, Government Exchange, for the campaign Government Exchange Program. So the whole team of Madison Media, many, many congratulations from AdGully's team. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Mobile Games, silver winner goes to Z Ganga once again for the campaign Chor Sipahi and Note Ki Pakdi. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Mobile Games, and the gold winner goes to Rummy Circle, nominated by Games 24/7 Rummy Circle in association with Apple's Mars platform. For the campaign, it's time to win it all. And it's time to announce all the awards. Now, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Rich Media campaign, and the bronze winner for this goes to Swiggy, nominated by Swiggy in association with Apple's MOBEXX programmatic platform for the campaign, delivering happiness at your doorstep. This is all what we require in today's time. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Rich Media campaign, and the silver winner goes to Fevicol, nominated by Madison Media. Congratulations for the campaign, Fevicol Nida Beast. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Rich Media campaign, and the gold winner for this goes to Sprite, nominated by InMobi for the campaign, Din Bhari, Life Jari. Mobile Advertising Excellence in User Acquisition campaign, silver winner is Candia Kalyan Jewelers, nominated by Redon Media. Mobile Advertising Excellence in User Acquisition campaign, and the gold winner for this goes to Zivami, nominated by Zivami and AppNext, an Apple company, for the campaign Zivami Women Empowered, Confident, in Control. Really impressive, I must say. Congratulations. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Programmatic campaign, bronze winner goes to PhonePe, nominated by Zapads Media. Cheers to Zapads Media for this accolade. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Programmatic campaigns, silver winner goes to Vivo, nominated by Bang in the Middle campaign, Vivo V21 Wagons in collaboration with Google India. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Programmatic campaign, and the very special gold winner for this goes to Swiggy, nominated by Swiggy in association with Apple's MOBEXX programmatic platform for the campaign, delivering happiness at your doorstep. So guys, keep on sending your emoticons, your feelings, sharing your emotions with us in the form of smileys, hearts, slaps, because we are virtually connected and we want you all to be a part of this, as we know that our viewers are really cheerful at this time, looking at these awards, and they're really happy for all the awardees as well. Now, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch campaign, auto sector, and the silver winner for this goes to TVS Motor Company, nominated by Kinect for the campaign, The Wicked Launch. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Launch campaign, auto sector, and the gold winner for this goes to Kia India, nominated by InMobi campaign, Kia Sonet revs up with interactive voice ads. Most outstanding programmatic platform for mobile advertising. Gold winner for this goes to Mars by Apple, a unified platform for mobile users' growth. Big congratulations to Mars by Apple. Most outstanding offering by an affiliate network. Gold winner for this goes to Xerxes, nominated by Zapads Media. Many congratulations to the whole team of Zapads Media. Best tablet of the year, and the gold winner for this goes to Realme, nominated by Alphabet Consulting. Congratulations, Alphabet Consulting. Best smartphone of the year. I think we all have been waiting for this award, and the gold winner for this goes to, once again, Realme, nominated by Alphabet Consulting. Many, many congratulations. Most preferred mobile accessories and gadgets brand. Wow. And the gold winner for this category is KDM India, Karo Dil Ki Marzi. Yes, we always would do our Dil Ki Marzi. So you're feeling like, yes, we are doing it. So congratulations. Most outstanding mobile attribution solution, gold winner for this goes to Trackier. Once again, our gold partner. I must thank Trackier also and for being the awardee. Many, many congratulations for getting this award. Most outstanding offering by a publisher. And the gold winner for this is ICICIdirect.com. Investment at your fingertips. AdGalley Mobile Young Guns Agency. Gold winner goes to AdGalley Mobile Young Guns. Gold winner is Milan Modi, Madison from Madison Media. Many, many congratulations, Milan, for this achievement. We are really happy for your accomplishment. Mobile Advertising Person of the Year, gold winner for this goes to Sonia Singh, who is the co-founder, director, Growth Collections Digital Media. Many congratulations, Sonia, for this award. Marketer of the Year, the next award is, and the gold winner for this category is Nand Kishore, who is the marketing lead, Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited. Many, many congratulations, Mr. Nand Kishore. It's way to go for you. Now, Marketer of the Year, Programmatic, gold winner for this goes to Ramneek Chadha, Chief Operating Officer, Zapaz Media Private Limited. Many congratulations to the whole team of yours and a personal congratulations to you, Mr. Ramneek. Marketer of the Year, gold winner goes to Sameer Vanshu, Chief Marketing Officer, Eureka Forbes Private Limited. Congratulations, Sameer. It's wonderful. We have seen you accomplishing so much. Now, Marketer of the Year, gold winner is Mr. Sanjay Narayanan, who is the Director of Marketing, Warner Brothers India Private Limited. Many congratulations to Sanjay for this accomplishment. Most Creative Mobile Campaign of the Year. Wow, and the gold winner goes to Z Ganga for Yoga Future Fit campaign. As I've told you, yoga works on our mind, body, and soul. So we must remain fit doing yoga at our doorstep. And I think we all have did it when we were going through the pandemic time. So yoga is really helpful. Many, many congratulations to the whole team of Z Ganga. Most Innovative Mobile Campaign of the Year. And the gold winner for this goes to Kia India, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Kia Sonet Revs Up with interactive voice ads. Most Promising Mobile Campaign of the Year. And the gold winner for this goes to Z Ganga for the campaign Kaam Vapsi. Congratulations. Programmatic Mobile Campaign of the Year. Gold winner for this goes to Godrej Consumer Products, nominated by InMobi for the campaign Digital Transformation, the Godrej Way. Technology Company of the Year, and the gold winner in this category goes to, let's see, who is the technology company? Yes, it's Apple. So many, many congratulations to the whole team of Apple by our whole team of AdGalley. So these were the awards. A heartfelt congratulations to all the winners, all the awardees, and thank you so much for all the viewers, I must say, for being with us and sending all your emoticons, expressing your feelings in the form of the smileys you have shared with us. This is about the award ceremony that we have had just now. And now, I think it was wonderful hearing these bigwigs from their respective fields talking about various topics and issues. Their participation has truly made this event successful. We hope all of you had a great time with us today. Now, special thanks to our presenting sponsor, Woot, in association with Trell and co-powered by InMobi and Pocket. I must tell you, our gold partner is Trackier and gifting partner is Wow Skin Science. So we truly appreciate your efforts, your support, because you have made this event really, really grand for all of us. Thank you so much once again. This brings an end to our today's event. Now, I'll further request to put that slide once again, because we have something special for you. Watch out for two major upcoming properties from AdGully. First one is Powerful Influencers, which is into its third year, is a definitive ebook on the most influential industry stalwarts. Then there will be Leaders 2.0, which is AdGully's newest IP, which brings to the fore the young leaders that are charting their own successful course in a tough business environment. So do connect to us for our next event, which is Powerful Influencers and Leaders 2.0. For more information, I must say, check out our website, adgully.com, and do follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Till then, I must say, take very, very good care of yourself. See you very soon in our next upcoming event. Thank you so much for watching us.
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
क्या कर रही है तू मेरा?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
Imagine a world where talent rocks, swag rules, music flows, beauty glows, where food is art and life's a runway, where calories burn and fashion sizzles, where every moment superstars are born and creators make magic with hot lit content. Experience a world where lifestyle meets social, meets commerce. Discover the latest looks, earn trail coins and shop the biggest brands. Welcome to a world filled with joy and full of purpose. So jump right in. Let's go trending with Trell. Download now.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms. And engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
So you've been trying to scale your performance marketing business, but poor tracking mechanisms and half-cooked features of performance tracking platforms make you dependent on multiple vendors. Dealing and coordinating with these multiple stakeholders lead to random errors, snags every time you try to make it big. But not anymore. Introducing Trackier, a 360-degree performance marketing platform software that automates your network operations and boosts your ROI by over 50%. Here's how it works. Trackier provides seamless integration and support with over 100 plus APIs, the highest in the market. Say goodbye to fraud activity and undesirable conversions with our exclusive Optimize Rule feature. Just set the rule, and whenever the condition arises, Trackier will automatically trigger the rule. Trackier's custom reports lets you dwell into granular data so you can process actionable insights instantly. What's more, Trackier is highly scalable and customizable according to your requirements. So, stop wasting thousands of dollars and time on virtual assistants, multiple verification vendors, and unwanted fraud conversions. Gear up to scale your business by booking your free demo of Trackier today at www.trackier.com.
आपने एक्सपर्ट से सुना होगा ये कैसे हेयर फॉल रोकते हैं। सुना है ना आपके फेवरेट चेहरों से भी, पर इनमें है हार्श केमिकल्स जो हेयर फॉल बढ़ाते हैं। तो इनकी मत सुनो, अब नेचर की सुनो। वाओ स्किन साइंस रेड अनियन ब्लैक सीड ऑयल शैम्पू, अनियंस और ब्लैक सीड ऑयल के पावर के साथ जो हेयर फॉल कम करे और बालों को बनाए शाइनियर एंड 10x स्ट्रॉन्गर नेचुरली। बी वाओ नेचुरली। शॉप नाउ ऑन buywow.in।
छोटी छोटी सी शुरुआत है ये, छोटी सी उमंग है, टिमटिमाते जगमगाते ये हैप्पीनेस के रंग है।
इंस्पिरेशन कहीं से भी हो, एक छोटे से आइडिया से हम कल को बेहतर बना सकते हैं। वाओ स्किन साइंस विटामिन सी फेस वॉश, अब प्लास्टिक की जगह पेपर ट्यूब में। ये है हमारी छोटी सी शुरुआत। बी वाओ नेचुरली।
1 second.